You've definitely come across those ridiculous AI short dramas where someone casually picks a house to live in for a few days and somehow walks away with billions in cash, luxury cars, and mansions for free. I used to think they were all complete nonsense, until Song Yu stumbled into a real-life version himself. Other people's systems make them fight monsters to level up, solve problems for money, or complete all kinds of grueling tasks. Song Yu's system, on the other hand, is all about one thing: absurdly generous rewards at the cost of exhausting his body. Right from the start, he unlocks an ultimate perk: move into a luxury mansion shared by 6 beautiful women. And the key point is, this billion-yuan mansion already belongs to him. He thought the task of living with 6 beautiful roommates was already the ultimate reward. Who could have guessed that this would actually be the easiest and most reliable task of them all? The tasks that follow become more outrageous than the last, with the excitement turned all the way up. Become a teaching assistant at a dance academy, personally helping female students stretch and relax with hands-on massage. Join a top modeling agency, where his exclusive responsibility is to apply body oil to female models and help them shape their figures. Work as a teaching assistant at a film academy, guiding female students through intimate scenes for actual filming. Open a class in his residential community and teach beautiful married women how to bake and cook one-on-one. Drop into a high-end SBA as an exclusive male masseur and body scrubber for female clients. And that's not all. He also has to work part-time photographing sexy portraits for beautiful influencers, accompany lonely female supervisors on movie dates, pretend to be a single girl to deal with marriage pressure from family, drive drunk beauties home late at night. Every task comes with rewards so outrageous they're almost impossible to believe. Original shares in major corporations such as Alibaba, Tencent, and LVMH. Luxury mansions in prime locations in first-tier cities. Limited edition supercars, antique watches, tens of millions in cash. The rewards keep pouring in nonstop. But as he looks at the mountain of wealth piling up around him, Song Yu can only clutch his aching waist and collapse in despair. No matter how many rewards I get, my body just can't keep up. Chapter 1. Bound to the God-level choice system. This should be the place specified by the system. Song Yu gripped the brand-new property ownership certificate in his hand, repeatedly checking the address as he stared at the magnificent entrance of the luxury mansion. His heart was pounding wildly inside his chest. This was the system's exclusive beginner mission. As long as he successfully moved in, he would unlock the first wave of massive rewards. He took a deep breath. His fingertips trembled slightly as he pulled out the exclusive key provided by the system and gently turned it. Click! The door lock opened. Just as Song Yu was about to step inside happily and complete the mission, a dazzling figure suddenly entered his line of sight. A completely naked woman, her long hair still dripping wet, casually walked right past him without a care in the world. Song Yu froze on the spot. His mind went completely blank. Halfway across the room, the woman suddenly felt the cold draft coming from the doorway. Her entire body stiffened, and she abruptly turned around. The instant their eyes met, the silence was shattered. Pervert. Freak. Someone broke into the house and is spying on me. Her shrill scream echoed throughout the entire mansion, startling Song Yu into a violent jolt. He had no time to explain. Instinctively, he turned around, stepped back outside, and slammed the door shut behind him. Song Yu stood outside with a completely bewildered expression. He repeatedly examined the property certificate in his hand. The writing was clear, and all the information was correct. This was unquestionably his private property. What's going on? How did a random woman suddenly appear in my own house? Still confused, he hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open again. What he saw this time nearly made his eyes pop out of their sockets. The woman who had been alone moments ago had somehow become 6 stunningly beautiful women. All 6 girls stared at him with guarded expressions and angry eyes. Meanwhile, the woman who had screamed earlier had hastily wrapped a towel around her head. She looked disheveled and flustered, making the entire scene unbearably awkward. Song Yu helplessly turned his head away, the corner of his mouth twitching. Could you at least cover yourselves first? Only then did the woman realize what she was doing. She hurried into the bathroom and changed into a bathrobe. When she came back out, she was still furious. She glared at Song Yu and shouted, "How dare you come back? I'm calling the police and having you arrested." Song Yu was furious too. He turned around and stared directly at the group. "If you want to call the police, then call them. If you won't, I will. I'd actually like to ask who you people are. and why you broke into my house without permission." The moment he said this, all 6 beautiful women exchanged bewildered glances. One of the girls, who had a gentle and composed demeanor, stepped forward and said firmly, "What do you mean, your house? We rented this place. We've been living here for more than 6 months." Song-yu couldn't be bothered to argue. He simply slapped the bright red property certificate onto the living room table. The 6 girls immediately crowded around. After seeing the registered owner's information on the certificate, their expressions changed dramatically. The girl who had spoken earlier turned pale and immediately called the property management office to verify the situation. After a brief phone call, she stood frozen in place, looking nervously at her companions. He really is the owner." The woman in the bathrobe was still unconvinced. She coldly retorted, "Just because you're the owner doesn't mean you can barge into a tenant's home whenever you want. That's outrageous." The girl beside her quickly grabbed her arm and quietly reminded her, "Sisyan, our lease actually expired last month. We've been unable to contact the previous owner to renew it. Technically, we're staying here without permission now." Those words instantly silenced the arrogant woman. The atmosphere became completely awkward. Everyone's attitude changed 180 degrees. They hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "It was just a misunderstanding. So you're actually the landlord. Please come in. We were actually planning to talk to you about renewing the lease." Song-yu cleared his throat lightly and replied decisively, "There's no need to renew it. I'm going to live here myself. Pack up your things and get ready to move out." Compared with the tens of billions in rewards the system was about to give him, a little rental income was completely beneath his notice. "It's already past 8 in the evening. Where are the 6 of us supposed to go?" The girls immediately became anxious, their voices filled with grievance and dissatisfaction. "I can give you a week. Take your time finding another place and moving out. That's the biggest concession I'm willing to make." Song-yu's attitude was firm. After saying that, he walked into the house and looked around at the top-tier luxury mansion that now officially belonged to him. This was a duplex penthouse in Tianjin Wanyunxing, the most expensive high-end residential development in the entire city, with an average price of 136,000 yuan per square meter. The entire residence spanned 2 floors, with a total area of 1,396 square meters. Its total value was close to 200 million yuan. With 270-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows spanning both floors, it offered an unobstructed view of the river. The dazzling city skyline, riverside scenery, and lush greenery of the community were all visible at a glance. The views were absolutely unbeatable. The entire home came fully furnished to the highest standards, exuding luxury from every corner. It was the kind of mansion that ordinary people wouldn't even dare dream of owning in their entire lifetime. Looking at the breathtaking luxury surrounding him, Song-yu was overwhelmed with excitement. But he had no idea that moving into this mansion and living with 6 beautiful women was only the beginning. Chapter 2, The Beginner's Reward. "Well, landlord, can't we discuss this a little more?" "Yeah, if you're unhappy with the rent, we can pay you more. We've lived here for more than half a year, and we've grown attached to this place. Please reconsider." Seeing Song-yu standing there, 3 of the girls approached him with bright smiles and tried to persuade him. "It's not that I'm being unreasonable. I simply have a reason why I absolutely have to live here. As for what that reason is, I'm afraid I can't tell you. So, please, make yourselves at home for now. You're seriously impossible. I'm not leaving. What are you going to do about it?" Hearing that Song-yu had no intention of negotiating, the woman in the bathrobe became furious. "Then I'll call the police." "Go ahead. You were spying on me just now, and I'm going to have the police sort that out too." The moment Song-yu mentioned calling the police, she became even more agitated. "Fine. You moved into my house without my knowledge. That's trespassing. Who knows what you've been doing in here?" Unfortunately for her, Song-yu wasn't someone she could easily push around. Not to mention that he had an important reason for staying here. Even if he didn't, he wouldn't indulge this woman's attitude. She was quite beautiful, sure. Well, all 6 of the girls were extremely attractive. But Song-yu had always firmly believed in the 4 great misconceptions. Asterisk, is the door at home unlocked? Is someone calling my name? Can I actually defeat the enemy? And does he definitely like me? Asterisk. Because of that, he naturally kept his guard up around beautiful women. He would never assume that a woman was interested in him, and naturally, he wasn't about to become anyone's simp. All right, enough. It's just a misunderstanding. There's no need to waste police resources over this. But it really is late, and we genuinely have nowhere to go. How about you give us one more night? We'll figure everything out tomorrow. That's not my problem. I'm going upstairs now to take a shower and go to bed. You can decide among yourselves when you're leaving. Song Yu shook his head and spoke seriously. Don't be angry. How about this? You just want to stay here tonight, right? There are 9 rooms upstairs. We can clear one out for you. You can make do for one night, and then we can talk about it tomorrow. Seeing that Song Yu was about to head upstairs, another girl hurried forward and tried to negotiate. You've got to be kidding me. This is my house. Obviously, I'm sleeping in the master bedroom. Song Yu rolled his eyes and answered bluntly. But, Sister Yan, seeing how domineering Song Yu was being, the girls couldn't help looking toward the woman in the bathrobe. All right, let him have it. Help me move my things. Seeing the conflicted expressions on the younger girls' faces, the woman known as Sister Yan helplessly sighed. The 6 girls hurried upstairs. They quickly moved Sister Yan's pillows, blankets, and other belongings out of the master bedroom and into an empty guest room. Then they brought the bedding from the guest room back into the master bedroom. Once everything was settled, Song Yu walked into the master bedroom. As for the room itself, well, aside from the pink curtains Sister Yan had installed, the various toys scattered around, and the posters plastered on the walls. Overall, Song Yu was quite satisfied. The master bedroom alone covered roughly 50 square meters. Besides the enormous bedroom, there was a sizable walk-in closet, a bathroom with a shower, and a wine cabinet near the windows. In front of it were a lounge chair and a coffee table. The floor-to-ceiling glass doors led directly to the balcony. And on the balcony was a fairly large swimming pool that wrapped around the exterior of the residence. Every room had direct access to the pool through its own balcony, and the view from here was equally spectacular. From now on, this is my home. Looking around at everything with satisfaction, Song Yu leaped onto the bed and lay down. Then he spoke to the system. System, does this count as completing my beginner mission? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have reached the master bedroom of the residence. The beginner mission has been completed. The host is required to live here for at least 30 days and must be in bed at midnight every night. Asterisk asterisk. After 30 days, a massive reward will be issued. Beginner gift pack activated. Please select a template. A template. Hearing the system notification, Song Yu carefully examined the templates displayed before him. There were 7 templates in total. The first was Xiang Yu. The second was Li Tsuanxiao. The third was Li Bai. The fourth was Su Xian. The fifth was Lao Ai. The sixth was Fan Li. The seventh was Gao Jianli. Templates were nothing new to him. After all, he had read plenty of novels featuring similar systems before he transmigrated. That's right, Song Yu was a transmigrator. However, unlike the transmigrators in those novels, he hadn't traveled into an entirely different era or another universe. He had simply traveled from one parallel world into another parallel world. The Song Yu of this world had almost exactly the same life trajectory as the original Song Yu. The same appearance, the same personality, the same height, even the same family background. If it weren't for the fact that the timeline was exactly the same, he might have thought he had been reborn rather than transmigrated. As for why he had reborn, the story was rather ridiculous. Originally, he had been an ordinary programmer. 3 days ago, on Friday, he worked overtime until after 11 at night before finally heading home. Unexpectedly, he happened to catch the company's young heir on a date with the boss's secretary. Everyone knew that the boss and his secretary had that kind of relationship. Apparently, the young heir was planning to follow in his father's footsteps. Originally, there wouldn't have been any problem with Song Yu simply witnessing the scene. Unfortunately, the two of them happened to notice him. They immediately begged Song Yu not to tell anyone. Song Yu had no interest in spreading gossip anyway. But on Saturday, the boss somehow found out. After beating the young heir to a pulp, the boss himself became so furious that he suffered a stroke and was rushed into the ICU. Then, early this morning, Song Yu was fired by the young heir under some completely fabricated pretext. Overcome with anger and frustration, his vision suddenly went black. And that was when the Song Yu from another world transmigrated into his body. After dealing with everything, including going through the labor arbitration process to demand the compensation he was owed, N+1 the system finally activated. And this system was actually very simple. Everyone had seen those ridiculous AI-generated short dramas where someone picks a house, lives there for a certain amount of time, and receives an enormous amount of money, right? His system worked exactly like that. All he needed to do was select a house and move into the master bedroom to complete the beginner mission. After staying there for a full month, he would receive an additional massive reward. Although he had no idea what that reward would be yet, it definitely wouldn't be anything ordinary. After all, once he selected this house, the system had simply given the entire property to him. A house worth nearly 200 million yuan had been handed over to him just like that. The reward for completing the mission was bound to be incredible. But for now, he still had no idea what it would be. His most important task at the moment was choosing his template. He glanced at the 7 templates before him. Almost instantly, Song Yu eliminated 5 of them. That left only Su Xian and Lao AI as his final 2 choices. Hashtag Chapter 3. Pick a drink. To be fair, if Song Yu had transmigrated into ancient China, he definitely would have chosen either Xiang Yu or Li Tsunxiao. Xiang Yu, the greatest legendary warlord in Chinese history, was practically a human tank. There wasn't much else to say about him, except that he wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. He was too stubborn and headstrong, ultimately meeting his end by taking his own life at the Wu River. Li Tsunxiao was one of the very few historical figures whose martial prowess could rival Xiang Yu's. Legend had it that even when he was subjected to the infamous punishment of being torn apart by 5 horses, he was strong enough to pull the 5 horses backward. In terms of physical strength, he was arguably even more absurd than Xiang Yu. But he had the same problem. He wasn't exactly brilliant either. After all, choosing a template wouldn't just grant him the other person's physical abilities. It would inevitably influence his personality and other traits as well. In modern society, the tremendous physical strength of Xiang Yu or Li Tsunxiao wouldn't be of much use. Song Yu wasn't planning to become some elite soldier, after all, so there was no need to choose either of them. As for family, he was known as the ancestor of merchants. He helped King Gojian of Yu defeat and kill King Fuchai of Wu, and eventually disappeared into seclusion with Shi Shi. Choosing his template would definitely make Song Yu more talented in business. But his physical abilities were far too mediocre, so Song Yu ruled him out as well. Gao Jianli, a blind man. There wasn't much to say. No matter how good he was at playing the qin, what use would that be? And then there was Li Bai. Well, he was practically the textbook example of uselessness. Anyone familiar with Li Bai's life knew that, aside from writing poetry, he wasn't particularly accomplished in anything else. When he was young, he squandered money like there was no tomorrow. Later, he lived off women, relying on his wife and even princesses. After offending the emperor, he somehow ended up joining a rebel army. In the end, he drank too much, fell into a lake, and drowned. His template would probably only grant Song Yu exceptional poetic talent and an impressive tolerance for alcohol. Neither of those was what Song Yu needed. That left him with only 2 options: Su Xian and Lao AI. Some people might be wondering, why choose Su Xian instead of Xiang Yu? Yes, as everyone knows, Su Xian was the ultimate man among men, the strongest man in history, bar none. Anyone who has watched Animal World knows that when spring arrives and all living things awaken, snakes also enter their mating season. During this period, snakes can remain entwined together until the mating process is complete. It can last at least 2 hours and, in some cases, even several days. And Su Xian was so extraordinary that not only could he make by Suzhen flood Jinshan Temple for him, he could even get the white snake pregnant. If he wasn't the strongest man in history, then who was? However, Su Xian had one major problem. His combat ability was far too weak. Lao AI, on the other hand, was a much better fit. When he was young, he had served as a Qin soldier and had even saved Lu Buwei and Qin Yuan. He was capable of surviving even when surrounded by dozens of assassins. He was also famously nicknamed the Will King. He was so extraordinary that he could supposedly keep Zhao Ji occupied in a carriage for 3 days, leaving her unable to get out of bed for an entire week. He even fathered 2 children with Zhao Ji, and she tacitly allowed him to kill Qin Shi Huang and seize the throne. All of this was supposedly because of his extraordinary physical ability. So, after weighing everything carefully, Lao AI was clearly the most suitable template. System, select Lao AI. Ding. Template selection complete. Asterisk asterisk. As the system notification disappeared, Song Yu suddenly felt a warm current spread throughout his body. When the warmth finally faded, he realized that his body had completely transformed. He walked into the bathroom and took off his clothes. The body he had developed through years of endless overtime, one that had previously resembled a skinny, pale office worker, had now become incredibly solid and muscular. The massive pectoral muscles, the defined muscles along his arms, the 8-pack abs, the broad, powerful back, the narrow waist, the sharp V-lines around his lower abdomen. Most importantly, It seemed like his body had even undergone a second growth spurt. All he could say was, the Wheel King was truly terrifying. What surprised him most was that although his facial features hadn't actually changed, he somehow looked strangely bewitching when he stared at himself in the mirror. Damn, don't tell me I'm going to turn into a pretty boy? He paused. Well, Lao AI was basically a pretty boy anyway. Whatever. If I'd gotten this template earlier, I wouldn't have been kicked out of the company looking like such a loser. I might even have given that young heir a good beating. Muttering under his breath, Song Yu happily took a shower before lying down on the bed to rest. He had been exhausted earlier, but now that he was lying there, he simply couldn't fall asleep. The excitement of having a new house, the changes to his body, and the activation of the system all kept him wide awake. Before he knew it, he had been scrolling through his phone until midnight. And exactly 1 second after midnight, the system notification suddenly sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system has refreshed successfully. ***. Please make today's selection. Choose one beverage and finish drinking it. At the same time, 9 beverages appeared before Song Yu. 1. Coca-Cola. 2. Coke Zero. 3. Pepsi. 4. Coke with original sugar. 5. Fanta Orange. 6. Mirinda Apple. 7. Diao. 8. Snake Gallbladder Herb Drink. 9. Original Iced Black Tea ***. Wait, does the taste of the drink have anything to do with the reward? Looking at the options provided by the system, Song Yu scratched his head. Unfortunately, his system didn't seem particularly intelligent. It didn't answer his question. It simply presented the 9 choices in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, Song Yu chose Coke with original sugar. It wasn't because he particularly liked it. His favorite was regular Coca-Cola, the full sugar kind. His least favorite was definitely the Snake Gallbladder Herb Drink. So this time, he deliberately chose something in the middle. He wanted to see whether the reward from the system would vary depending on his choice. The moment he made his selection, a chilled bottle of Coke with original sugar instantly appeared in his hand. There was nothing else to say. Song Yu took several gulps and quickly finished the entire bottle. The instant the final drop passed his lips, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for finishing the Coke with original sugar. Reward, Ferrari Family Pack. Ferrari Family Pack? What's that supposed to mean? Actually, Song Yu didn't even need to wonder. The very next second, 21 brand new vehicles suddenly appeared inside the storage space provided by the system in his mind. 20 sports cars and 1 SUV. At the same time, he could clearly see insurance documents, purchase contracts, and other paperwork placed inside the vehicles. From these documents, he learned the names and prices of the cars. And once he saw the numbers, he felt even more overwhelmed. Not because of anything else. He was simply stunned. The 21 cars were divided into 2 groups. 5 were currently on sale, while the remaining 16 had already been discontinued, but all of them were brand new. As for the prices, among the currently available models, the Ferrari Amalfi had a sticker price of 2.5985 million yuan, while the total cost including purchase tax, insurance, and other expenses came to 3.094279 million yuan. The Ferrari Roma had a base price of 2.762 million yuan, with the final total reaching 3.288561 million yuan. Third was the Ferrari 296, priced at 3.9888 million yuan, or 4.389861 million yuan after everything was included. Fourth was the only SUV, the Purosang, priced at 4.988 million yuan, with the final cost reaching 5.93545 million yuan. The most expensive currently available model was the Ferrari 12 Cilindri, priced at 5.988 million yuan, with the total coming to 7.123725 million yuan. Just these 5 currently available models were worth more than 20 million yuan in total. But compared with the discontinued models, that was nothing. After all, among the discontinued cars, a single LaFerrari was worth 22.5 million yuan, with the total cost reaching 24.8175 million yuan. The 488 was priced at 4.499 million yuan, or 4.968208 million yuan fully equipped. The F8 cost 3.488 million yuan, or 3.85348 million yuan in total. The 812 was priced at 5.408 million yuan, with the final cost reaching 5.971967 million yuan. The Portofino was the cheapest of the discontinued models, priced at only 2.688 million yuan, Yet the final cost still came to 2.971407 million yuan. The GTC4 Lusso was priced at 4.732 million yuan, with the final cost exceeding 5.22 million yuan. The California T cost 3.528 million yuan, with the total reaching approximately 3.899 million yuan. The F12 Berlinetta was priced at 5.308 million yuan, with the final cost coming to 5.86 million yuan. The FF was also priced at 5.308 million yuan, with a total cost of 5.86 million yuan. The Ferrari 458 was priced at 5.588 million yuan, or 6.17 million yuan after all expenses. The F430 cost 4.458 million yuan, with the final price reaching 4.92 million yuan. The 599 was priced at 4.928 million yuan, with the total reaching 5.44 million yuan. The 612 cost 5.698 million yuan, with the final price reaching 6.29 million yuan. The Ferrari 360 was priced at 3 million yuan, or roughly 3.31 million yuan fully equipped. The 575M cost 3.2 million yuan, with the total reaching 3.53 million yuan. And the SF90 was priced at 5.108 million yuan, with the final cost coming to 5.64 million yuan. Song-yu did the math silently in his head. Then he finally realized. Good grief. All these cars combined were worth a staggering 120 million yuan or more. Chapter 4, Living Together. Phew. As expected, this is absolutely terrifying. Looking at the prices of all those cars, Song-yu smacked his lips in amazement. It seemed that his system really was incredibly generous. Whenever it handed out rewards, it was giving them in amounts of hundreds of millions of yuan at a time. The system's storage space can only hold these cars for 48 hours. So tomorrow morning, I'll have to find somewhere to get the cars out. Then I'll need to rent some parking spaces too. TSK. I wonder how much a parking space costs in this community. Muttering to himself, Song-yu tossed and turned in bed. Just a few hours ago, he had been a miserable guy who had just been fired. A few hours later, he had both a house and a fleet of cars. As the saying went, a man doesn't become rich without a windfall, and a horse doesn't grow fat without extra feed. No matter how hard he worked, it couldn't compare to the power of a system like this. But there was still one problem. The system had given him plenty of things, but it hadn't given him any cash. At the moment, he still had only the 50,000 yuan he had managed to save over his 3 years of working. I wonder if there'll be an option that gives me money. Should I sell one of the cars? But cars lose a huge amount of value the moment you sell them. I'll wait and see. Song-yu tossed and turned. Although he wanted to sleep, he couldn't settle down at all. He was genuinely afraid this was all just a dream. What if he woke up and found himself back at work, working overtime again? Fortunately, this wasn't a dream. At some point, he finally fell asleep. When his biological clock woke him up again, it was already past 8 the next morning. Looking around at the unfamiliar room, Song-yu smiled. This wasn't his crappy rented apartment anymore. Phew, I'll get the cars sorted out first, then go back and move my stuff. With a flip, Song-yu jumped out of bed. After quickly washing up, he prepared to head outside. He had a lot to do today. When he went downstairs, he discovered that only 3 of the 6 girls were still there. Unlike last night, when they had been dressed casually, they were now properly dressed. The girl who had examined his property certificate the previous night was wearing a gray women's business suit. Another girl, who wore glasses, was still dressed in casual home clothes, but she was clearly dressed much more conservatively than before. Ironically, covering up more only made her already ridiculously attractive figure look even more striking. The last girl had short hair and was dressed entirely in black. She looked incredibly cool. The moment the 3 girls saw Song-yu, they froze for a moment. In their memories, Song-yu didn't seem to be nearly this handsome. Then again, perhaps they had simply judged him based on their first impression. Or perhaps it was because they had only seen him at night yesterday. Now, sunlight streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows and fell directly onto Song-yu. Under the bright morning light, he really did look ridiculously handsome. Song-yu, however, had no idea what they were thinking. Seeing the 3 girls looking at him, he simply nodded in greeting. Then, as he prepared to leave, he said, "You don't have to rush the move, but you should start looking for a new place to live. Mr. Song, is there really no way we can talk about this?" Hearing what Song-yu said, the 3 girls hurriedly tried to persuade him. Honestly, if I didn't have something extremely important that required me to live here, I'd be perfectly willing to rent the place to you. But unfortunately, I really can't this time. Song Yu shook his head, looking somewhat apologetic. But moving is such a hassle. And I really like this place. The bespectacled girl sounded rather helpless. The other two girls clearly felt the same way. But just then, the girl in black suddenly thought of something and asked Song Yu, "Mr. Song, are you going to live here alone?" "For now, yes." Song Yu nodded. There was nothing to hide about that. "Then how about this? You continue living in the master bedroom, and we won't move out either. We'll stay in the guest rooms. Could you rent those rooms to us?" The girl looked at Song Yu and suddenly made the proposal. The other two girls exchanged glances. A trace of hesitation appeared in both their eyes. Sharing a house wasn't a problem for them. After all, they were already roommates. But sharing a house with a man, wouldn't that be a little inconvenient? On the other hand, they really loved this place and didn't want to move. This might not be very convenient. Before the other two girls could even respond, Song Yu spoke first. He was single now, but that didn't mean he would be single forever. What if he brought a girl home in the future? Wouldn't that be incredibly awkward? What's inconvenient about it? Haven't you seen those relationship reality shows about shared apartments? The cool-looking girl smiled. It's perfectly normal for men and women to share a place outside. I don't have a problem with it. What about you two? I don't have a problem with it either. The bespectacled girl immediately raised her hand. I don't really mind either. But I should probably ask Sister Yin and the others first. The other girl nodded. Let's talk about it after I get back. By the way, do you know where the property management office is? At this point, Song Yu really wanted to ask. Asterisk, this is my house. What good does it do for the three of you to agree or disagree? Asterisk. But when he thought about the little money he had left, he became somewhat conflicted. A house like this clearly wouldn't have cheap rent. If he rented a few rooms to them, at least he might not have to sell one of his cars. But for now, he should probably get the cars sorted out first. After all, the girls hadn't reached a final agreement yet. I work at the property management office. I can take you there. The girl in the business suit spoke up as soon as she heard Song Yu mention the property management office. She then led Song Yu out of the apartment. As they rode the elevator toward the property management office, the girl asked, "Mr. Song, may I ask what you need to take care of there? I can handle it directly for you." "Oh, I need to rent some parking spaces." "Parking spaces? Oh, your apartment already comes with 8 parking spaces. Normally, aside from Sister Yan's car, the other 7 spaces are empty. You don't need to rent any." Hearing that Song Yu wanted to rent parking spaces, the girl hurriedly explained. But Song Yu shook his head. 7 won't be enough. I've brought 21 cars over this time. I'll need to rent at least 14 more spaces. Thinking about the cars stored in his system space, Song Yu sounded somewhat troubled. Sometimes, having too many cars wasn't necessarily a good thing. 21. The girl froze. All right. I'll arrange it for you first." She swallowed nervously. Although Song Yu was dressed very ordinarily, the fact that he could afford a property like this meant he was definitely no ordinary person. And if an extraordinary man owned a few extra cars, well, that was understandable, right? After all, she was also from a wealthy family. But even if she really liked cars, 21 of them was still absolutely staggering. Hashtag Chapter 5, it's all tears. Damn, maybe I should just sell one of the cars. This is way too expensive. After leaving the property management office, Song Yu couldn't help muttering to himself. Before renting the parking spaces, he had already considered that they would probably be expensive. But he never expected them to be this expensive. The average monthly parking fee at residential communities in Tianjiang City was only around 800 yuan. But at Tianjiang Wanyan City, the price was nearly twice as high. A single parking space cost 200 yuan per month. 14 spaces would cost 800 yuan a month. Song Yu had originally considered renting only 13 spaces. But he figured the girls might also end up renting rooms from him. So he gritted his teeth and rented all 14. After entering all the license plates and parking space information into the system, Song Yu left the property management office with a helpless expression. Now he needed to find somewhere to take the cars out and then drive them back. After Song Yu left, the girl who had helped him complete the paperwork took out her phone and made a video call. Before long, the screen split into 4 sections. Besides herself, the woman who had worn the bathrobe yesterday, the woman who had helped persuade Song Yu, and another tall, elegant-looking woman with an intellectual air all appeared on the screen. Yanjia, Qing'er, Sister Zizi. Yinyin, what's up? The woman who had worn the bathrobe yesterday was busy doing something while speaking. Well, it's like this. The landlord got up this morning, and we talked to him again. What? Did the landlord change his mind? The three women on the other end of the call all looked at her in surprise. After all, Song-yu had been extremely firm the previous night. He certainly hadn't looked like someone who was willing to compromise. No, but Sister Gujin suggested that we let him have the master bedroom and rent the guest rooms from him instead. Share the house with him. Wouldn't that be a little inconvenient? Upon hearing Inin's suggestion, the three women frowned and looked somewhat conflicted. His attitude is very firm. If we don't agree to share the house, then we'll have no choice but to move. Inin shrugged. Well, I suppose that works. I personally don't have a problem with it. We'll just have to be more careful about things in the future. The elegant-looking woman hesitated before speaking first. But that would mean Sister Yin would have to compromise. If you're okay with it, then I'm okay with it too, Inin. The girl who was close to Inin also agreed. Indeed, if Song-yu remained firm and refused to continue renting the place to them, moving would be extremely troublesome. They would have to find a new place and then move all their belongings. Most importantly, it would be incredibly difficult to find another house this good. That was the biggest problem. A mansion like this was practically unique throughout all of Tianjiang City. After hesitating for a moment, the two women eventually compromised. All right, fine, but I won't be staying in the master bedroom, and I'm definitely not going to pay as much rent as I did before. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Sister Yin hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Sure, we can work that out. When you all get off work, we'll talk to him together. He's gone to deal with his cars right now. Hearing that Sister Yin had agreed, Inin smiled. Deal? He went to deal with his cars? What kind of car does he drive? As soon as cars were mentioned, Sister Zizi became curious. I don't know, but he rented another 14 parking spaces. Apparently, he has 21 cars in total. Inin coughed lightly. Sister Yin, when you negotiate with him tonight, you'd better include the parking fees in the rent. She had just watched Song-yu use his phone to make the payment. He had looked absolutely heartbroken, although she couldn't understand why he would react that way over just tens of thousands of yuan. Wasn't he a billionaire? Maybe this guy was simply the extremely stingy type of billionaire. So it was probably best not to take advantage of him. Hearing this, the three women on the video call exchanged strange looks before nodding. 21 cars. Okay, they really couldn't wrap their heads around it. But they were certainly deeply shocked. Meanwhile, the man responsible for shocking them had already left the residential complex. Song-yu walked down to the river and headed east along the riverbank, searching for a suitable empty space. First, the place had to be large enough. Second, there couldn't be any surveillance cameras. Fortunately, although the Tianjiang River was one of Tianjiang City's biggest tourist attractions, the river itself was extremely long. So finding a place without surveillance wasn't particularly difficult. Before long, Song-yu found a vacant area. After confirming that there was no one around and no surveillance cameras nearby, he focused his mind. In an instant, all 21 cars appeared before him. Looking at the neatly arranged fleet, Song-yu couldn't help shaking his head in amazement. Even the cheapest one of these cars had once been completely beyond his wildest dreams. And now, he could drive any of them whenever he wanted. Life really was unpredictable. All right, let's drive. Song-yu rubbed his hands together and first climbed into the LaFerrari. To be fair, sports cars, especially supercars like this, were genuinely uncomfortable to sit in. They were designed extremely low to reduce aerodynamic drag. So once you climbed inside, you weren't really sitting upright. You were practically lying down. Without getting used to it, it was extremely uncomfortable. His lower back already felt terrible, and the seat itself was incredibly hard. Well, the other cars were probably just as hard. Except for the SUV. Oh wait, Ferrari didn't call it an SUV. After all, the company had repeatedly insisted that Ferrari does not make SUVs. So they simply gave it another name. Something like FUV, meaning Ferrari Utility Vehicle. They had really taken the idea of burying one's head in the sand to another level. After adjusting the seat and getting comfortable, Song-yu started the engine and slowly drove forward. But the moment he stepped on the accelerator, he was startled. Song-yu wasn't particularly good at driving to begin with. He had gotten his driver's license back in college, but after that, he had barely touched a car. And this car, although its power delivery wasn't as instant as an electric vehicle, it was incredibly aggressive. He barely touched the accelerator, and the car shot forward. Song-yu was so frightened that he immediately backed off. Forget it. I'd better practice with the cheapest one first. After thinking about it, he decided that instead of driving the most expensive car first, he would start with the cheapest. The Portofino. With taxes and everything included, it cost about 2.97 million yuan, nearly 3 million. It was the cheapest car in the entire collection. Even so, Song-yu was still nervous as hell when driving it. But at least he felt much more comfortable than he had in the LaFerrari. He carefully drove the Portofino back to the underground parking garage of the residential complex. Then he began making repeated trips, slowly driving each of the remaining cars into the garage and parking them properly. Only after all the cars were safely parked did he get into the SUV. He then drove toward the apartment he had been renting. The second thing he needed to do today was move. At this moment, Song-yu desperately wished he could be like the protagonists in the novels he had read in his previous life. Just throw everything away and buy brand new stuff. But then he looked at the 20,000 yuan remaining in his bank account. Sigh. It's all tears when you start talking about it. Hashtag Chapter 6, Moving Out. Hello, Annie Wong, it's me. Yeah, I'm moving out. Okay, I'll wait for you to come over. After Song-yu drove to the apartment he had been renting, he went upstairs and started packing. Actually, he didn't have that much to pack. It was mostly clothes, shoes, and similar personal belongings. The furniture and appliances all belonged to the landlord, so they had nothing to do with him. Even so, he somehow ended up with more than a dozen huge bags. As the saying went, even a poor family's possessions can fill a house. Although Song-yu had decided to leave many things behind, he still had quite a lot of stuff he wanted to take with him. Originally, he had thought that he could simply drive the SUV back and forth a few times and move everything himself. But it quickly became obvious that there was no way everything would fit. He had no choice but to hire a moving company. While waiting for the movers, he also called his landlord. To be honest, Song-yu had been renting this place ever since graduating from college. The main reason was that it was cheap. An old residential community like this only charged around 200 yuan a month for a one-bedroom apartment, and it was also close to his workplace. For someone like him, it was an extremely economical choice. The second reason was that his landlord, Sister Wong, was a genuinely nice person. After learning that Song-yu lived alone, she would even make dumplings and bring them over to him during the Chinese New Year. Her only real flaw was probably that she was far too obsessed with playing mahjong. Other than that, she was a good person. As for Song-yu's parents, they were indeed no longer alive. However, he couldn't really be considered an orphan. His parents had both passed away only after he entered college. His mother had died from lung cancer, while his father had suffered a sudden heart attack and couldn't be saved. Their family home had also been sold to pay for his mother's medical treatment. That was why Song-yu had ended up living on his own and drifting from place to place. But now, none of that mattered anymore. After obtaining the system, he no longer had to worry about money. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Song-yu finished his phone call and was reflecting on his life, someone suddenly knocked on the door. When he opened it, he saw a pretty young girl standing outside. Brother Song, it's Mu Wan. Your mom didn't come? Playing mahjong again. Seeing the girl, Song-yu smiled. The girl was named Lim-yuan, Annie Wang's daughter. She was extremely beautiful, standing over 1.7 meters tall, with a delicate oval face and large eyes. Her grades were also quite good. Her only problem was that she was far too introverted and timid. She was already 20 years old, yet she was still in her final year of high school. She had already taken the college entrance examination 3 times. The first time, she fainted directly in the examination room. The second time, she developed a high fever before the exam even started. Normally, she was an academic overachiever who could score around 670, 680 points in the school's mock exams. But her first attempt resulted in no score at all, and she scored only a little over 400 points on her second attempt. So no matter what, she had to take the exam again this year. Song-yu had a pretty good relationship with her. Annie Wong was a nice person, but perhaps because her husband had died young, she spent most of her free time either playing mahjong or obsessively pushing her daughter to study. Lim-yuan's timid and introverted personality had a lot to do with her mother's excessive concern and protection. Whenever the pressure became too much, Lim-yuan would occasionally come to Song-yu to vent and talk. Unfortunately, Song-yu was moving away now. There was an obvious trace of disappointment on her face. What's wrong? You're going to miss me. After letting Lim-yuan into the apartment, Song-yu watched as she glanced around before teasing her with a smile. Yeah, now that you're leaving too, I'll have even fewer people to talk to. Lim-yuan nodded seriously. Come on, I'm not going anywhere far. I'll send you the address of my new place later. If you miss me, just come visit. Song-yu gently rubbed her head and smiled. Hearing this, Lim-yuan nodded. They were still in the same city, after all, and Song-yu didn't really have a hometown he needed to return to. Whenever she felt too much pressure, she could simply go find him. After thinking it through, Lim Yuan's mood clearly improved. The two continued chatting. They kept talking until the moving company arrived. Lim Yuan stood there and watched Song Yu drive away, leading the moving company's truck behind him. Only then did she return to Song Yu's apartment and start cleaning it for him. She really didn't want to go home just yet. Helping Song Yu tidy up his apartment could count as a way to relax, right? Meanwhile, Song Yu quickly arrived at Tianjiang Huanyuan City with the moving company's truck. After the movers carried the dozen-plus large bags to the entrance, Song Yu paid them and sent them away. He could handle the rest himself. The belongings that had originally belonged to Sister Yin had already been moved out by the two girls who had stayed behind, so there was plenty of space for Song Yu's things. Once he finished putting everything away, it was already almost 6 in the evening. Just as he was wondering what he should eat for dinner, the girl who worked at the property management office returned. But she wasn't empty-handed. She was carrying a large amount of food, sliced lamb, beef rolls, all kinds of vegetables, and more. When she saw Song Yu, she smiled. "Landlord, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" No. Perfect. Then let's have hot pot together tonight to celebrate you moving in." She happily displayed everything she had bought. Faced with such an enthusiastic invitation, Song Yu really couldn't bring himself to refuse. So he joined the three girls in preparing the vegetables and other ingredients. At the same time, Sister Yin and the other two girls had also returned to the residential complex. Although only Sister Yin owned a car, she happened to be able to give the other two girls a ride to and from work. When the three of them drove toward the parking space where Sister Yin normally parked, all three froze. The parking spaces that had previously been completely empty were now packed with cars. And at a glance, every single one was a Ferrari. All kinds of Ferraris. Compared with this fleet, Sister Yan's imported Mercedes-Benz A-Class AMG, which they had previously thought was pretty nice, suddenly looked incredibly ordinary. 1, 2, 3. Sister Yin parked the car as the girls got out. One of them began counting the cars. 21 in total. Whose cars are all these? Another girl couldn't help muttering. What a loaded bastard. Definitely a loaded bastard. Sister Yin sighed. Come on. Hopefully we can negotiate the rent down a little. The three women then got into the elevator and headed straight home. By the time they arrived, the hot pot on Song Yu's side was already ready. Although things were still somewhat awkward when everyone first met, they might be living under the same roof for quite some time. So once the meal began, everyone quickly loosened up and became familiar with one another. Chapter 7. Roommates. Phew, I'm pretty much full. Landlord, why don't we talk about the rent? As the meal was coming to an end, Sister Yin took the initiative to bring up the matter of renting the place. Song Yu nodded, indicating that they could discuss it. After sharing a meal with them, he now had a basic understanding of the 6 girls. The oldest among them was the woman sitting in front of him. Her full name was Yin Han, and she was 27 years old, 2 years older than Song Yu. She was nearly 1.7 meters tall, with an oval face and slender eyes. She had an imposing aura that made it obvious she wasn't someone to mess with. She had completed her postdoctoral research at Harvard University. At the beginning of the year, she had been invited by a domestic pharmaceutical company to return to China and participate in the development of new drugs. She was genuinely earning several million yuan a year. Of course, earning several million a year simply meant she wasn't short of money. It didn't mean she could afford to buy a house like this. If she wanted to live here, renting was her only realistic option. The girl who had taken Song Yu to the property management office earlier was named Zhu Yining. She was over 1.7 meters tall, had dyed blonde hair and an oval face, and was always smiling. The reason she worked in property management while still being able to afford the rent here was mainly because her family was very wealthy. Her family was in the building materials supply business and had a good relationship with the developer of this residential complex. So after graduating from college last year, she had been placed here to work in property management. The girl who was particularly close to her was named Wan Qinger. She was about the same height as Yin Han and had a very gentle, quiet demeanor. Her big eyes were always curiously studying Song Yu. She was Zhu Yining's classmate. Apparently, her family had connections with the government, so she was also someone who had both money and connections. She currently worked at a bank, but she certainly wasn't doing things like bringing in clients or collecting overdue loans. Her job was quite relaxed. The elegant-looking woman was named Lu Zi. She worked as a sales associate at an Hermes boutique. She was around 1.75 meters tall, had a great figure, an oval face, and large eyes. Despite her striking appearance, she gave off a very approachable feeling. Perhaps that was also a requirement of working as a luxury brand sales associate. Among the 6 girls, she was probably the only one whose family background was relatively ordinary. As for the remaining 2 girls whom Song Yu had seen that morning, the taller one was the ridiculously cute, slightly goofy girl with glasses, Pan Lu. She was probably around 1.8 meters tall, or at least very close to it. She had a slightly baby-faced, round face and an extremely adorable appearance. And yet, she was incredibly tall. She was a painter, although she was currently still pursuing her graduate studies. The last girl was the cool, black-clad Guzhan. She apparently didn't have a conventional job, but the fact that she had plenty of money to spend meant she obviously wasn't an ordinary person. The reason these 6 girls had ended up living together was mainly because of Yin Han. Yin Han had originally come here looking for a place to rent and met Zhu Yinyin. The 2 of them both fell in love with this apartment. However, the place was simply too large and too expensive. In Tianjiang, Wanyan City, large luxury apartments like this typically rented for around 45,000 yuan per month. A duplex of this size would cost at least 80,000 yuan a month. That was 960,000 yuan a year. Even for them, that was a considerable burden, but they all really liked the place. So after discussing it, they decided to share the apartment. Zhu Yinyin then brought in her classmate, Ruan Qing'er. The first time they met Ruan Qing'er, they went out to eat together. While waiting for her, they happened to wander into an Hermes store and started talking about renting the apartment. Lucy happened to overhear them. She already knew the girls, so she decided to join them in renting the place. Ruan Qing'er, in turn, knew Pan Lu. She knew Pan Lu's previous lease had expired, so she brought her over as well. Then Lu Zi unexpectedly brought along another one of her customers, Guzhan, and that was how the 6 of them ended up living together. Yin Han covered the largest share of the rent, **30,000 yuan, **. Each of the other 5 paid 10,000 yuan. They had already been living here for half a year. It's like this, Yin Han explained. We used to rent the entire place, so paying 80,000 yuan a month wasn't a problem. But now we're only renting the 6 bedrooms from you. Paying the full 80,000 yuan would obviously be unreasonable. So the price definitely needs to come down. That's reasonable. How much are you proposing? Song Yu nodded. Although he was practically broke right now, he still wasn't the kind of person who would deliberately jack up the price. Seeing that Song Yu was fairly easy to negotiate with, the girls exchanged glances. Yin Han continued. How about 8,000 yuan per person per month? A regular apartment downstairs only costs around 45,000 yuan a month. 6 people paying 8,000 each comes to 48,000. I think that's a reasonable price. However, after hearing Yin Han's proposal, Song Yu frowned. 48,000 yuan sounded reasonable at first glance. But that wasn't how the calculation worked. His parking spaces alone cost him 30,000 yuan a month. The property management fee here was 13.8 yuan per square meter. With an area of 1,396 square meters, that came to 19,264.8 yuan per month. Just the property management fee alone meant he would already be losing more than 1,000 yuan. And then there were water, electricity, internet, and gas bills. Well, they were all young people, so gas usage could basically be ignored. The internet fee was fixed and only cost 200 or 300 yuan a month. But water and electricity were another matter entirely. The air conditioning costs during summer and winter, combined with the water used to maintain the outdoor swimming pool, would conservatively cost at least 3,000 yuan a month. In other words, if he let them live here under those terms, he would actually be losing around 5,000 yuan a month for no reason. Reason ***. Granted, his parking fees had nothing to do with them, but he still had to factor them into his own finances. He could make less money, but he certainly couldn't afford to lose too much. Thinking about this, Song Yu shook his head. That price won't work. Your calculation isn't wrong, but the utility and property-related expenses for an apartment downstairs are only around 10,000 yuan a month. Mine are nearly 20,000. Then there are the water, electricity, internet, and gas bills. If you include the parking fees I have to pay every month, I'd actually be losing around 5,000 yuan. That would be a bit too much, wouldn't it? Song Yu looked at Yin Han and the others and directly stated his bottom line. He was willing to make a little less money, but at the very least, he couldn't lose money. Hearing this, Yin Han really wanted to say, "Who told you to buy so many cars?" But the words reached her lips before she swallowed them back. After thinking for a moment, Yin Han spoke again. How about this? We'll cover the water, electricity, internet, and gas bills. You also won't have to worry about cleaning the shared areas of the apartment. As for the property management fee, we'll pay half. And I'll cover my own parking fee. How does that sound? After hearing Yanhan's proposal, Song-yu thought about it. If they handled things this way, he would be able to keep roughly 10,000 yuan a month. That sounded pretty good. So he nodded and accepted. The final arrangement was simple. The 6 girls would pay Song-yu a total of 60,000 yuan per month. Each of the other 5 girls would pay 9,500 yuan, while Yanhan would pay 12,500 yuan. The numbers worked out perfectly. After that, things became much easier. Song-yu signed a new rental agreement with each of them. Once all the contracts had been signed, Yanhan and the others immediately transferred the first quarter's rent to Song-yu. 180,000 yuan instantly hit his account. The corners of Song-yu's mouth immediately curled upward. Well, technically, not all of that money belonged to him. He still had to pay the parking fees and property management fees. But this was the first time in his life he had seen so much money enter his account at once. There was no way he could pretend he wasn't excited. However, Song-yu knew very well. For him, this was only the beginning. Chapter 8. A new job? Alright. The contract is signed, and the money has been paid. We should also make a few things clear from the start. We're sharing the apartment, but there's a difference between men and women, so you can't dress too casually when you're at home. And you can't bring people back to stay overnight without permission, especially shady or questionable people. Of course, we won't bring anyone back either. Seeing that Song-yu had received the money, Yanhan looked at him seriously and laid down the rules. No problem. That was perfectly normal. Any group of people sharing an apartment would have similar rules. As long as the rules applied equally to everyone, Song-yu had no objections. There's one more thing. The washing machine can't be used to wash shoes. Our clothes will be hung in the laundry room on the first floor. Your clothes can only be hung in your own room. None of us smoke, so if you want to smoke, do it in your room. Smoking isn't allowed in the shared areas. Seeing that Song-yu agreed, the other girls also brought up the things they cared about. None of their requirements were a problem for Song-yu. He didn't smoke anyway. As for his clothes, of course he would hang them in his own room. And when it came to washing shoes, he had already seen a dry cleaner downstairs. It wouldn't cost much. After they finished discussing everything they needed to pay attention to, Song-yu and the girls had reached a preliminary agreement. Everyone then tidied up their belongings and returned to their respective rooms to rest. Song-yu, however, took the opportunity to properly explore the apartment. To be honest, he hadn't even had the chance to really look around his own home yet. And after taking a good look, he couldn't help sighing again. This place is ridiculously luxurious. Shaking his head, Song-yu started from the first floor. Besides the kitchen, dining room, and huge living room, there were also 2 servants' rooms toward the back. Outside were 2 enormous washing machines. The girls had even put labels on them. One was for underwear. The other was for outer clothing. There was also a fairly large storage room in the back, which could also be considered a wine cellar. Of course, there was nothing inside it at the moment. Song-yu also went to check out the bathroom on the first floor. The moment he walked in, he finally understood why Yanhan had taken a shower here the previous night. Compared with the bathroom upstairs, this one was much larger. It was practically a bathhouse. There were 8 showers around the sides. In the center was a huge pool made to look like natural rock. It was large enough for 20 people to soak in at the same time without any problem. Compared with the bathtub upstairs, where you could barely stretch your legs out while sitting down, this place was obviously much more suitable for taking a long bath. When Song-yu entered, he saw that the entire pool was already almost heated to the proper temperature. Compared with the bathroom upstairs, we prefer taking showers here. If you want to use it too, then we'll have to arrange a schedule. Seeing Song-yu standing blankly at the entrance, Luzi walked over and said with a smile. The girls really hadn't noticed how handsome Song-yu was the night before. And now, seeing his slightly dazed expression, he somehow looked even more attractive. Sure. But who goes first? Hearing Luzi's suggestion, Song-yu asked curiously. Obviously we go first. If you don't want to use our bathwater, you can heat up a fresh batch yourself. But it takes 2 hours to heat the water. Wait, we're paying the water bill now. So you might as well just make do with it. Otherwise, you can just shower in your own bathroom. Yanhan walked over as she spoke, looking slightly conflicted. Compared with the guest room, she still preferred the master bedroom. Haha, I'm not that particular. As long as you girls don't scrub all the dirt off yourselves into the pool, I'm fine. Song-yu wasn't a germaphobe. After all, whenever he went to a public bathhouse, he would soak in the same pool with a bunch of other men. So he certainly didn't mind using the bathwater that 6 beautiful girls had already used. Who would scrub dirt into the pool? And even if there were any dirt, ours would smell nice. Yenhan rolled her eyes and snorted before turning around and walking away. Seeing this, Songyu couldn't help asking Lu Zi, "Is she always this tsundere?" Hehe, you'll get used to it. Actually, Sister Yin is a really nice person. She takes good care of all of us. Even now, she's still the one paying the most rent. Lu Zi smiled as she explained. Well, whether Yenhan took care of the other girls or not had nothing to do with Songyu. After finishing his tour, he returned to his room and began tidying up. There wasn't much else to do. Later, Zhu Yini knocked on his door and told him that the girls had finished bathing. Songyu then made do with the same bathwater, soaked in the pool for a while, drained the water afterward, and returned to his room to rest. Originally, he thought he would sleep soundly that night. After all, he had barely slept the night before. But when he looked at the time, he found himself unable to fall asleep again. He was eagerly anticipating what the system's next daily selection would be once midnight arrived. So he lay there scrolling through his phone. Before he knew it, it was already midnight. The moment the clock passed 12, the system notification rang. Ding. Congratulations, host. The selection system has refreshed. ***. Please make today's selection. Choose one job and work at it for 1 week. Huh? A long-term selection? Hearing the system's notification, Songyu curiously looked at the options. He had always been wondering what kind of reward he would ultimately receive after completing his 1-month stay in this mansion. Now the system had given him a 1-week task. He could use the reward from this task as a reference. Songyu immediately checked the available jobs. 1. Sorting worker at a garbage incineration plant. ***. 2. Cleaner at XX building. ***. 3. Worker at XX electronics factory. ***. 4. University teaching assistant. ***. 5. Gay bar attendant. ***. 6. Sanitation worker. ***. 7. Kitchen prep worker at a restaurant. ***. 8. Security guard at Tianjiang Wanyan City. ***. 9. Huangtuan food delivery courier. ***. This. Looking at the jobs in front of him, Songyu raised an eyebrow. Electronics factory worker, garbage plant worker, cleaner, sanitation worker, delivery courier, security guard, kitchen prep worker. Forget those. Even before obtaining the system, he could have done those jobs himself. As for working at a gay bar, he could forget that too. Songyu had absolutely no interest in things like men forcing themselves on other men. University teaching assistant? What kind of job is that? And I don't know how to teach. Looking at the system prompt, Songyu muttered hesitantly. After the host makes a selection, the system will automatically provide the host with the corresponding work experience and professional skills. Surprisingly, his normally rather unintelligent system actually answered his question. Since that was the case, there was nothing left to hesitate about. Being a university teaching assistant was obviously better than the other options. I choose university teaching assistant. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection completed. Please report to Tianjiang Dance Academy before 8 a.m. tomorrow and serve as a teaching assistant for the classical dance course. As soon as Songyu made his selection, the system notification sounded. At the same time, an enormous amount of knowledge and memories related to various forms of dance instantly flooded into his mind. His body was also undergoing a second round of transformation. This time, it was being modified to become even more suited for dancing. Chapter 9, The Dance Academy. Holy crap, this system is seriously something. I feel like I've suddenly been dancing for decades. It's that incredible. Feeling the smooth, natural rhythm in every movement of his hands and feet, Songyu couldn't help muttering to himself. Good thing I didn't choose Li Bai's template yesterday. Who knows, maybe I'll get a job involving poetry in the future. Then I'll automatically gain the ability to write poetry, so there'd be no need for Li Bai's abilities anyway. And seriously, what use would Li Bai's poetry writing skills be in modern society? Although, to be fair, Li Bai was pretty good at charming women. No matter how good he was, he still couldn't possibly compare with Lao AI, right? After thinking about it, Songyu smiled. He plugged his phone in to charge, turned around, and went straight to sleep. He had to attend class first thing tomorrow morning. Sure enough, after receiving his reward, Songyu was finally able to fall asleep. Before he knew it, the entire night had passed. He got up at 7 the next morning, though he had clearly gotten up a little too early. None of his 6 tenants were awake yet. He didn't pay much attention to it. After washing up, he went downstairs, got into his most expensive Ferrari LaFerrari, and went out for breakfast. By the time he drove through the teacher's entrance of Tianjiang Dance Academy and into the parking lot, it was already 7:40 a.m. After getting out of the car, he spotted a woman standing in the distance near the parking lot. She was very tall, probably around 1.75 meters, with a slender figure and long black hair. She was extremely beautiful. Song Yu couldn't help wondering whether the system had somehow improved his luck with women. Over the years, he hadn't actually met that many beautiful women. The prettiest person he had known was probably Li Muan, the daughter of his former landlord. Yet over the past 2 days, whether it was the 6 girls renting his house or the woman standing in front of him now, every single one was astonishingly beautiful. The woman had an oval face, large eyes, and extremely dark pupils. Her skin was very fair. At first glance, she gave people an innocent, delicate feeling that naturally made them want to protect her. She was wearing a long coat and standing there quietly. When she noticed Song Yu looking at her, she waved. Teacher Gu. Before coming here, Song Yu had already called her. Now, after walking over, he asked curiously. Yes. Hello. My name is Gu Qinghan. You're Song Yu, right? I've read through your file. You're an outstanding young dancer, and you even participated in the Tally Cup before. Originally, I was wondering why you didn't continue pursuing dance professionally. From the looks of it, your family circumstances probably didn't allow you to. So now that you're here as a teaching assistant, is it because you still love dancing? Gu Qinghan spoke in a calm, distant tone, just as cold and reserved as her name suggested. Her words left Song Yu somewhat stunned. He himself had no idea that his background had been set up this way, but anything the system arranged had to be flawless. No matter how thoroughly someone investigated, they wouldn't find any inconsistencies. Song Yu was confident about that. Since Gu Qinghan had already filled in the blanks herself, there was no need for him to waste time explaining. Something like that, I guess. Song Yu smiled and implicitly acknowledged it. Come with me. Being a teaching assistant doesn't pay much. My previous teaching assistant sprained his ankle and needs at least a week to recover. For this week, except Saturday and Sunday, you'll need to arrive at the classroom before 8 o'clock every morning. There are 2 classes each morning, and each class lasts an hour and a half. You can have lunch with me in the teacher's cafeteria. The pay is 200 yuan per day, paid daily. Is that acceptable? After hearing Song Yu's answer, Gu Qinghan turned around and walked toward the teaching building as she spoke. 200 yuan a day. Even if he worked 20 days, that would only amount to 4,000 yuan. It was basically just a temporary part-time job. Fortunately, Song Yu didn't care about the money at all. What he cared about was the reward from the system. So he simply agreed and followed Gu Qinghan into the distant teaching building. They soon arrived at a dance studio on the 2nd floor. Go change your clothes first. The students will be here soon. Once they entered, Gu Qinghan handed Song Yu a brand new set of men's dancewear. At first, Song Yu didn't think much of it. But after going into the changing room and putting it on, he immediately realized there was a problem. The dancewear was designed to be extremely form-fitting. In other words, it was tight. The tight-fitting top wasn't too bad. At most, it outlined Song Yu's powerful muscular physique. But the pants were tight as well. That made things rather awkward. After all, Song Yu currently possessed Lao Ai's template. As the infamous historical figure known for his extraordinary physical attributes, Lao Ai's natural endowment was said to be remarkably impressive. So after getting dressed, Song Yu found himself in an extremely awkward situation. He poked his head out of the changing room and looked at Gu Qinghan. Teacher Gu, would it be okay if I wore my own pants? Your own pants? What? Hearing Song Yu, Gu Qinghan curiously walked over. But when she glanced through the crack in the door, her face instantly flushed. Her gaze immediately shifted away. However, the way her pupils subtly contracted and expanded betrayed how unsettled she was inside. Okay. No, the students are coming. Just leave it like this for today. You can wear your own pants tomorrow. Originally, Gu Qinghan had intended to let Song Yu change back into his own track pants. But at that moment, footsteps could be heard outside. Gu Qinghan immediately knew that the students had arrived. So she could only reluctantly tell Song Yu to leave things as they were. Song Yu had no choice but to brace himself and walk out. He certainly couldn't lose this job simply because the clothes didn't fit properly. After all, this was a task assigned by the system. By this time, Gu Qinghan had also taken off her coat, revealing a fitted women's dance outfit underneath. And well, Gu Qinghan's figure was truly remarkable. Her long legs, slender waist, and graceful limbs were perfectly suited to a dancer. The only thing that seemed somewhat unusual for a professional dancer was that her figure was considerably more curvaceous than the stereotypically slender physiques many dancers had. At least, that was how it looked to Song-yu. Before Song-yu could finish taking in her appearance, a group of girls suddenly came running into the room. Yes, girls. There were more than 20 of them, and not a single boy among them. When they entered, they immediately noticed Gu Qinghan and Song-yu. They were already very familiar with Gu Qinghan, but when they saw Song-yu, they froze. Especially after noticing his tight-fitting pants, several of the girls immediately blushed. Song-yu had originally thought they would scream, shout, or accuse him of being a pervert. But they didn't. They simply nodded toward Gu Qinghan and said, "Good morning, Teacher Gu. Teacher Gu, we're going to change." Then they headed into the changing room they had been using earlier. While the girls went to change, Song-yu moved closer to Gu Qinghan. "Teacher Gu, why are there only girls in this class? And what exactly am I supposed to do as the teaching assistant?" ## Chapter 10. I can't do this job anymore. Okay, everyone. This is Teacher Song. Starting today, he'll be filling in for Teacher Lu for a while. Now, start warming up properly. Then go to Teacher Song to work on your flexibility. After hearing Song-yu's question, Gu Qinghan answered seriously. "We're not teaching ballroom dancing. Since we're learning classical dance, the male and female students naturally have separate classes. There are 2 classes in total. Every morning, it's this class. The second class might be a folk dance class or a modern dance class, but they're all female classes. As for what you need to do, it's simple. Help everyone stretch and open up their muscles, then help them with massages, especially around the upper inner thigh area. You should understand what I mean, right?" Hearing this, Song-yu raised an eyebrow. Stretching and massage had been completely unfamiliar to him before, but now, countless images and techniques suddenly surfaced in his mind. Stretching was one thing if the student was sitting down, but if they were doing a standing stretch, wouldn't that mean having the girl put her leg over his shoulder? And if she were lying down, wouldn't he have to use both hands to help stretch the inner part of her thighs? Were these really things an adult man like him was supposed to do for the girls? And then there was the massage. Gu Qinghan had even specifically reminded him about the upper inner thigh area. Was that really somewhere he was supposed to massage? I understand. But I'm a man. Song-yu pointed at himself, looking completely at a loss. I know. This job was previously handled by a female teaching assistant, so I'll have to trouble you with it. Gu Qinghan patted Song-yu on the shoulder and smiled. Looking at her, Song-yu really wanted to ask what she meant by trouble. What did that have to do with whether it was troublesome? The issue was that they were men and women. Before Song-yu could say anything, several girls had already changed and walked out. To be honest, these girls who practiced dance might not all have the most stunning faces, but their figures were absolutely impressive. Every single one of them was over 1.7 meters tall, with long arms and long legs. Those long legs easily stretched over 1.2 meters. At that moment, they were all wearing tight-fitting dance outfits and looking curiously at Song-yu. Among them, the 2 most eye-catching girls were almost as beautiful as Gu Qinghan. One had a small, round face and seemed somewhat introverted. She was looking timidly at Song-yu. The other had an oval face and was much bolder in the way she looked at him. All right, this is Teacher Song. Starting today, he'll be temporarily replacing Teacher Lu. Now, start with a thorough warm-up, then go to Teacher Song to work on your flexibility. Yes. As the girls curiously looked at Song-yu, Gu Qinghan spoke up. The girls then began warming up at their own pace. However, it didn't take long, probably only about 5 minutes, before the bold girl who had been staring at Song-yu walked over. Teacher Song, I'm ready to do a standing split. Okay. Hearing this, Song-yu stood in place and helped the girl raise her leg onto his shoulder. As he supported her leg, she stretched toward him. Good grief. Song-yu was already quite tall at 1.88 meters, but even so, the girl's forehead was only 1 or 2 centimeters away from his nose. The 2 could practically hear each other breathing and feel each other's breath against their faces. The girl blushed slightly, but she didn't move away. Instead, she blinked her large, sparkling eyes at Song-yu. At first, Song-yu could handle it, but before long, he found himself unable to maintain his composure and instinctively shifted his gaze elsewhere. Hee. Teacher, are you embarrassed? Looking at Song-yu, the girl leaned closer and whispered teasingly near his ear. Lin Luoli, once you're done stretching, move aside. The other students are waiting too. Gu Qinghan's voice came from a distance. Hearing her, Lin Luoli was still curious about Song-yu, but she obediently moved away and let the other girls take their turns. After every girl had finished stretching, the last one to come to Song Yu was the small, round-faced girl. As soon as she placed her leg on Song Yu's shoulder, he could immediately tell that her muscles were extremely tight. She was on a completely different level from the other girls. The girl could also tell from Song Yu's reaction that she had a problem. Her face flushed, and her posture became even more awkward. Seeing this, Song Yu's instinct to teach others finally overcame his embarrassment. Ahem, your muscles are quite tight. I only started learning recently. Lie down. I'll help you stretch first. Hearing her soft, almost inaudible voice, Song Yu thought for a moment before speaking. Okay, thank you, teacher. She didn't refuse. Instead, she went to the side and lay down, bringing her legs together before slowly opening them. If the instructor had been a woman, she might have needed to use her foot to press against the student's inner thigh to help stretch the muscles. But Song Yu didn't need to do that. With his hands placed along the girl's inner thighs, he could help stretch her muscles with controlled force. Of course, Song Yu didn't force the stretch. The girl was 19 years old, not 9. Forcing the stretch could easily cause an injury. So while gradually helping her stretch, Song Yu also massaged the muscles to help them relax, allowing her to open her legs farther. Watching Song Yu's professional technique, Gu Qinghan nodded. At first, she had indeed been worried that Song Yu's professional skills might not be good enough. But now, it seemed she had been worrying for nothing. According to the information she had checked, Song Yu had participated in the Taoli Cup, the highest-level dance competition in Yanwan. Even she herself had never qualified for it. How could his professional ability possibly be worse than hers? His slight awkwardness was probably because he was facing a group of female students. But what was the big deal? When she was little, she had male coaches too. Of course, she hadn't considered one important difference. How old had she been back then? 5 or 6. And what about now? Having a vigorous young man like Song Yu face a group of 19-year-old girls with such impressive figures, along with a beautiful woman like Gu Qinghan herself, how could he possibly feel comfortable? Sure enough, after helping everyone stretch, Song Yu immediately leaned against the side. He had no choice. He didn't dare stand up straight right now, because if he stood straight, things might get awkward. Fortunately, Gu Qinghan didn't make things any harder for him. Instead, she began seriously teaching the dance. The dance they were learning was a modern interpretation of classical dance called jiangnan. And to be fair, the choreography was excellent. It blended the gentle elegance and graceful beauty of Jiangnan culture extremely well. Watching Gu Qinghan teach the students, Song Yu gradually forgot about his own awkwardness and became completely absorbed in the dance. However, after watching for a while, Gu Qinghan called out to him again. Teacher Song, come help the students relax while I start explaining the individual movements. Okay. Seeing the students looking at him as well, Song Yu's body stiffened. Stretching had already been difficult enough. Now they wanted him to help them relax through massage. That was going to be even more awkward. Chapter 11. A Dance of Scattered Wives and Children? Teacher, it itches so much. Teacher, please be gentle. Teacher, you seem quite unfamiliar with this. Teacher, how about we give you a massage too? As Song Yu began massaging the girls, especially their inner thighs, their reactions varied wildly. Some were too shy to know what to say. Some of them, seeing Song Yu's equally shy demeanor, even teased him, especially the one named Lin Luoli, who seemed genuinely interested in Song Yu. Every now and then, she would whisper something in Song Yu's ear. Seeing Daozi's actions, Gu Qinghan didn't pay any attention to her this time, because she was explaining some details of the dance, and the others couldn't say anything. Only the girl who had just helped Song Yu massage her muscles frowned slightly when she looked at Lin Luoli. She was clearly reluctant to see Lin Luoli harassing Song Yu like this, but she didn't say much. While Song Yu was massaging her, she actually wanted him to massage her a little longer because it felt so good. Well, anyway, Song Yu finally finished pressing the buttons for everyone. He was already drenched in sweat and quietly went to a corner to squat down. He couldn't stand up right now. Gu Qinghan looked at Song Yu's expression but didn't say anything. She just continued lecturing. Finally, the long lecture was almost over. With 10 minutes left before the end of Get Out of Class, Gu Qinghan finished her lecture. Logically speaking, if there's still time after class, it should be free time, which is what Gu Qinghan decided. However, right after she finished talking about free time, Lin Luoli came to Song Yu's side. Teacher Song, are you a very good dancer? What dance style do you specialize in? It's all right. I can do a little bit of everything. After listening to Lin Luoli's words, Song Yu thought for a moment and said. He said this with some lack of confidence. But the system had indeed taught Song Yu all kinds of dances. Teacher Song, can you dance Argentine tango? Upon hearing Song Yu say that he could do everything, Lin Luoli's eyes lit up, and she asked curiously, yes. Subconsciously, Song Yu nodded in agreement, but after saying that, he remembered the situation of Argentine tango and then realized that he must have said the wrong thing. Argentine tango, a type of tango. Tango, as a standard ballroom dance, is almost always danced in pairs. Dancers are usually couples or spouses, and it is rare for a couple to break up. However, even with ordinary national standards, at least some people still try to break them down. Argentine tango is really hard to dismantle because this dance is quite, well, to the audience, it looks like two dancers sticking together and twisting and turning, the kind of thing that's not even suitable for direct broadcast in China. So in many places, this dance is also jokingly referred to as the dance of scattered wives and children. Although I don't know what Lin Luoli is going to do. But after Song Yu finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. Sure enough, Lin Luoli's eyes lit up as soon as Song Yu finished speaking. Hey, Teacher Song can dance Argentine tango? Teacher Gu seems to be able to too. Right, Teacher Gu? How about Teacher Song and Teacher Gu perform a piece? Yes, let's do a bit. I haven't seen Argentine tango live yet. Teacher Gu, Teacher Song. One more. Before Lin Luoli could speak, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Children of this age love to make a fuss, and many classmates immediately started talking. Upon hearing the commotion, Gu Qinghan, who was also resting, looked at Song Yu, who was completely bewildered. Then she couldn't help but smile and extended her hand to Song Yu. Teacher Song, would you like to demonstrate? Okay. To be honest, Song Yu didn't want to jump, but this job opportunity was given to him by Gu Qinghan, and he really couldn't refuse her request. So he could only bite the bullet and give a reply. Gu Qinghan then took out her phone and played a song. This song is a very standard tango, a Evaristo Cariego. As soon as the music started, Song Yu was surprised at how quickly he got into the zone, and Gu Qinghan put her hand on Song Yu's body and began to dance tentatively. But after only one section, she was deeply shocked. A true expert's skill is immediately apparent. She had never had a concrete idea of how strong Song Yu was, but now, after this one jump, she knew that Song Yu's level was frighteningly high. According to her understanding, Song Yu was not a ballroom dancer, but his ballroom dancing skills were even at a level that could be performed at Blackpool. Blackpool is the most prestigious competition in the world of ballroom dancing. It seems that Song Yu's talent in dance is truly terrifying. Knowing Song Yu's level and feeling his strong arms and powerful strength, one can see that he is truly remarkable. Gu Qinghan became even bolder in her movements, and under Song Yu's guidance, her two long legs were almost dancing out of shape. For a moment, not only Song Yu, but she herself was also deeply immersed in the dance music. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. She never imagined that time would pass so quickly. It seemed like she had only been talking to Song Yu for a short while when it was time to leave. She only realized it when she heard the music signaling the end of Get Out of Class, and then she looked at Song Yu, who was right in front of her. She felt a chord in her heart at that moment, and then all she could see was Song Yu's image. Teacher Gu. At this moment, Song Yu was naturally interrupted by the music signaling the end of Get Out of Class. Looking at Gu Qinghan, his gaze was still somewhat unfocused, and he couldn't help but call out softly. All right, Get Out of Class dismissed. Remember not to be late tomorrow. Startled awake, Gu Qinghan immediately stood up straight and looked at the girls in front of her, then spoke. At this point, the girls realized what was happening. Although they felt they hadn't seen enough, Get Out of Class was over, and their clothes were soaked with sweat, making them uncomfortable. They wanted to change quickly. So everyone stood up, said goodbye to Gu Qinghan and Song Yu, and then went to change their clothes together. After all the students had changed their clothes and left, Song Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I went to the changing room immediately and changed into my pants. Although they were still a bit tight, they were at least much looser. Seeing Song Yu come out, Gu Qinghan also looked him over, then smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing, it's just a matter of loyalty." Song Yu waved his hand and said with a smile, "Although this job is somewhat difficult, but at least he could still hold on." Just then, Gu Qinghan also stretched out his leg. "In that case, could you please help me with a massage, Mr. Song? I think I pulled a muscle while dancing the Argentine tango." Gu Qinghan said softly, looking at Song Yu. Chapter 12 He's different. Teacher Gu glug okay. Looking at Gu Qinghan's legs draped over his own, Song Yu swallowed hard, but in the end he didn't dare to resist. They started massaging Gu Qinghan's calves. It must be said that Gu Qinghan's legs are indeed beautiful. Long, straight, and white. Well, anyway, Song Yu massaged her legs, so he didn't feel like he was getting a particularly bad deal. Yes, that's right. In Song Yu's opinion, he was at a disadvantage by massaging Gu Qinghan's legs, since his job didn't include massaging a teacher's legs. But after all, Gu Qinghan is the boss of this mission. He was also worried that if he didn't comply, she would get angry and stop him from doing it, which would be a loss. After a while, Gu Qinghan placed her hands on Song Yu's hands, who was massaging her thighs, and moved his hands to her sides. And the waist too. Oh, okay. Hearing her words, Song Yu was inwardly complaining that she had a lot to do, but he still seriously started massaging her. In this way, he massaged her for almost half an hour, until it was almost time for the next class. Gu Qinghan suddenly shivered, indicating that she was fine. Then she told Song Yu to go to the bathroom to prepare, as she also needed to change her clothes. Although he didn't know why Gu Qinghan needed to change her clothes, Song Yu didn't ask any further questions. After using the restroom, he returned to the classroom. Soon after, Gu Qinghan and the girls from the next class arrived. The teaching was no different from the first lesson. Dance academies don't mean students only learn the dances of their own department. Some students learn dances from a young age that were arranged by their parents and teachers, which may not actually suit them. They also need to discover their true talents in other dance classes, and quite a few people switch majors every year. As this class came to an end, Song Yu's first day as a teaching assistant has come to an end. After he and Gu Qinghan changed their clothes, Gu Qinghan showed Song Yu her meal card. The food in our school cafeteria is pretty good. Let's have lunch together. Okay. Although Song Yu said he loved food, he wasn't picky. Hearing Gu Qinghan's words, he nodded and followed Gu Qinghan to the classroom cafeteria of Tianjiang Dance Academy. The cafeteria here was similar to the student cafeteria in his memory. The only problem was that the older woman's hands didn't shake, and the food tasted pretty good. He still enjoyed the meal. After finishing their meal, Gu Qinghan escorted Song Yu to the parking lot. Just as Song Yu was about to get into the car, she called out to him. Let's add each other as friends, and I'll send you the teaching assistant fee as a red envelope. As she spoke, Gu Qinghan showed her QR code. Song Yu naturally wouldn't refuse. After adding the other person, he got back into his car, said see you tomorrow to them, and drove away. Watching Song Yu's departing figure, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but look at the big boy with the cartoon avatar and couldn't help but laugh. This guy is quite interesting. After sending Song Yu a 200 yuan red envelope, Gu Qinghan hummed a song and walked towards the classroom office. However, what the two were unaware of was that just as Song Yu left Tianjiang Dance Academy, news about him and Gu Qinghan had already spread within the academy. Did you know? Ms. Gu's boyfriend came today. Impossible. Teacher Gu belongs to everyone. How could she possibly have a boyfriend? I don't believe it. I can't believe it. How could this be fake? This guy is tall and handsome, and he drives a red Ferrari. Damn, so what if you're rich? Ferrari. Who knows how many times it's been passed down? It might not even be worth anything. Hehe, this is a picture of that car. I was wondering when our school had something of this caliber. This car is no ordinary Ferrari. This is the Ferrari LaFerrari, with a limited production run of 499 units worldwide. Moreover, one must own 5 Ferraris in their name, and none of them must have been sold, to be eligible to purchase one. This car costs 22.5 million renminbi. Damn, if I had that kind of money, would I buy it? What a piece of junk. Spending so much money on this car, it's obvious they're not patriotic. Well, since it's a foreign car, I won't consider it. 22.5 million. Not bad. Not too expensive. I just love how you guys are. Even though you're so sour, you still insist on saving face. Wow, Luo Li. Look, isn't that teacher Song on the bus? The discussion on campus quickly attracted the attention of the girls, especially in one of the dorm rooms. Lin Luoli, who flirted with Song Yu today, and that round-faced, equally pretty and cute girl, along with 2 other pretty girls, were in the same dormitory. A girl exclaimed in surprise to Lin Luoli. Yes, I already knew. Listening to her roommate's words, Lin Luoli calmly replied. Wow, this car costs over 20 million. With taxes and such, it must be close to 30 million. Upon hearing Lin Luoli's words, her roommate next to her also remarked with a sigh. Not only that, you need to own 5 Ferraris to buy this car, so he probably already owns 5 Ferraris. That means the cost of buying the car would probably be over 50 million. Shaking her finger, Lin Luoli said confidently. "Hey little girl, why are you so eager to flirt with this teaching assistant today? So you already knew he was a rich kid?" Hearing Lin Luoli's words, another girl bumped into her and said with a lewd look on her face, "Heh, if he were just an ordinary rich kid, would I go to such lengths? He's not only rich, but also very well-mannered. Even when he's helping us stretch and massage, he doesn't lay a finger on us. And he dances so well. She also has a particularly great figure. He's also incredibly handsome. Didn't you notice? His is also quite special. I noticed. Oh my God, I feel like people are going to die. But I really want to try it." Sure enough, once the girls started acting like a hooligan, the boys had nothing to do with it. Listening to her two roommates' words, Lin Luoli smiled and continued. "So, only people who are good-looking, have a great figure, are rich, well-mannered, and capable are worthy of my attention." Looking at the arrogant Lin Luoli, the round-faced girl couldn't help but purse her lips. Clearly, she no longer agrees with Lin Luoli's words and considers her a bad woman. Today, Teacher Song had helped her, and she couldn't just stand by and watch Teacher Song fall into the hands of this wicked woman. It seemed she needed to remind Teacher Song. Chapter 13 Comic. Phew, time to go home, take a shower, and rest. Sigh, it's true. Before the system, I had to get up early for work, and now that the system is here, I still have to get up early for work. Was this system awakening for nothing? Muttering to himself, Song-yu returned home. He was covered in sweat, not from exhaustion, but from helping two classes of female students with two different lessons. It wouldn't tire him out yet. His stamina was practically limitless at this moment, and his recovery ability was incredibly strong. This was simply due to fear and tension. When his nerves relaxed, he felt uncomfortable all over. He couldn't even wait to boil water for a bath. He decided to just go back and take a shower in his own room. As for the evening, I'll wait until those 6 girls have finished soaking before I soak myself. I don't really mind them being dirty. However, just as Song-yu got out of the car and arrived at the elevator, he unexpectedly ran into someone. Well, it's normal to run into people, or rather, neighbors. It's just that Song-yu hasn't run into any these past 2 days. Firstly, because he doesn't come and go during rush hour, the chances of him running into people are slim. Secondly, the neighborhood where Song-yu lives is the best in Tianjin, and the best building there. This building has 1 apartment per floor, with a total of 56 floors. Of course, the 55th and 56th floors are Song-yu's homes. To serve these 55 households, a total of 6 huge elevators have been installed here. In other words, unless it's during rush hour and there are 6 or more households going up or down the stairs at the same time, it's unlikely that you'd run into someone. Of course, what surprised him most was the neighbor he encountered was a woman, and she was exceptionally beautiful. This woman looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. She was exceptionally beautiful, with an oval face that gave her a dignified air, thick eyebrows, large eyes, a high nose bridge, and slightly thin lips. Well, of course, judging a woman's age, especially a wealthy woman's age, by her appearance is very unreliable. Just like now, although she looks like she's in her mid-20s, her aura is absolutely captivating. She had long brown hair piled up at the back of her head, and wore a gray plaid women's suit jacket over a short blue dress, paired with thick black stockings. As Song-yu was sizing her up, she was also looking at him. After exchanging glances, they nodded to each other, which was their way of greeting each other. As the two entered the elevator together, the elevator's cameras automatically identified the floors where they lived. Song-yu's floor number was 55 and 56, while the woman's floor number was 24. When she saw the lights on numbers 55 and 56, the woman was taken aback, because as far as she knew, several girls should have lived there. So, whose boyfriend is this person? Although she was a little confused, the woman didn't say much. After reaching her floor, she went downstairs. Song-yu didn't think much of it either and took the elevator directly to the 55th floor. When he opened the door and walked in, this startled him again, because at that moment, Pan Lu was in the kitchen next door, drinking milk. Of course, Song-yu knew that Pan Lu was a painter and a graduate student. She might not attend a class for a whole week. She spends all her time drawing at home. It's perfectly normal for her to be at home. To Song-yu's surprise, her attire at this moment, Pan Lu was currently only wearing a pink tank top and a pair of matching pink shorts. Most importantly, as Song-yu had mentioned earlier, Pan Lu's figure is a bit too much, which caused that little pink tank top to suffer pressure that it shouldn't have to endure. This garment is clearly not new, as the neckline has long been quite low. Song-yu glanced at it, and, well, it really was beyond description, which is why he was startled. Oh, My little brother's back. Upon seeing Song Yu, Pan Lu put down her milk, licked the milk off her lips with a smile, and said to Song Yu, "Well, this scene is even more tempting." As for her calling herself her younger brother, that's not wrong. Song Yu is the fourth oldest among these 6 girls. The oldest is Yin Han, who is 27 years old this year. The second oldest is Lu Zi, who is 26 years old this year. Pan Lu and Song Yu are both 25 years old, but Pan Lu's birthday is in June, while Song Yu's birthday is at the end of November, so she is also half a year older than Song Yu. Then there's Guzhan, who's 24, and Zhu Yining and Ruan Qinger, who are both 23 and just graduated last year. Even if he is younger than her, they have only known each other for 2 days, and today is only the 3rd day. Is it too offensive for him to call her brother? Especially considering she's dressed like this right now? There was still milk around his mouth. Isn't she treating me like I'm not a man? No, she doesn't treat me like a human being at all. Forcing a smile, Song Yu muttered to himself with a hint of helplessness. All right, we're out of milk. I'm going to go buy some. Do you need anything? Seeing Song Yu's somewhat shy expression, Pan Lu shook the milk carton in her hand and then asked him with a smile. If you can, could you buy me a few bottles of Coke? By the way, are you all alone at home? After thinking for a moment, Song Yu couldn't think of anything he wanted to buy, so he politely asked Pan Lu. Guzhan went out on something. Want some cola? Sure. Hearing Song Yu say that, Pan Lu replied, then continued drinking her milk and went back upstairs. When Song Yu came upstairs, he saw her wearing a pair of ugly pajama pants and a large nightgown before leaving. They really don't treat me like an outsider. Song Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly and went back to take a shower. As we all know, men take showers very quickly. For example, when Song Yu takes a shower, he just washes his hair, then uses the soap from his hair to lather up his body and rinses it clean. It probably only takes him about 5 minutes to finish. After he finished showering and changed into clean clothes, he went downstairs to wash his clothes while waiting for Pan Lu to buy him a Coke. He happened to be passing by Pan Lu's room. Just as Song Yu said, they didn't even consider themselves human beings. At this moment, Pan Lu's room was wide open. Out of curiosity, Song Yu also peeked inside. Then I saw Pan Lu's huge room. Apart from the bed, wardrobe, and other things, most of the space was filled with a lot of painting supplies. In addition, there was a huge computer screen on the table in her room, with an electronic drawing board below it. Although Song Yu was unfamiliar with this thing, he knew what it was. But when he glanced at the image on the screen, he couldn't help but freeze in place. Chapter 14 Paintings. This is illegal. Looking at the painting displayed on the big screen, Song Yu was stunned for a moment before subconsciously walking into the room. When he took a closer look at what Pan Lu was painting, he was completely dumbfounded. Although Pan Lu's drawing is not yet colored and is only a rough sketch, Song Yu is not blind and can naturally see what it is. These should be 2 men, right? Isn't this kind of thing banned in the country? Or is it in the island language? As Song Yu scrolled up with the mouse, he discovered that besides the original drawing, there were some other drawings that had already been completed and were marked with Japanese language symbols. It must be said that Song Yu was unable to understand at this moment, but was very shocked. Isn't Pan Lu here? Just as Song Yu was standing in front of the computer, looking somewhat at a loss, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. Song Yu looked over immediately, as if he were a thief, and then he saw Guzhan's amused gaze. Today, Guzhan still maintains her usual image. With short hair, a black top, and black jeans, she was a cool girl, looking at Song Yu with amusement. I also came to see Pan Lu. I asked her to buy me a Coke, and I saw the door was open, so I came in. Looking at Guzhan, Song Yu explained somewhat hastily. Is it pretty? Seeing Song Yu's expression, Guzhan also came over, looking at the picture on the screen while asking in a low voice. I'm a normal straight man. I'm not interested in this stuff. He gave a wry smile. How could a normal man possibly enjoy watching these things? Really? Fine, I'll just say I believe you. But you have to restore this thing to her. We all know Pan Lu is drawing this, but she doesn't know it, understand? She raised an eyebrow at Song Yu, then switched the drawing to the latest page that hadn't been drawn yet. Gulp, I understand. Seeing that Guzhan didn't seem to be going to pursue the matter of him casually entering their room, Song Yu nodded to indicate that he understood. Just then, the sound of a door opening came from the first floor. Then Song Yu and Guzhan left Pan Lu's room immediately. When they went downstairs, they saw Pan Lu carrying a lot of things and changing her shoes. Upon seeing Song Yu, She grinned and showed off the two large 2L bottles of Coke in her hand. Little brother Song-yu, I bought you a big bottle. Thank you. I'll transfer the money to you. Hearing Pan Lu's cheerful voice, Song-yu, with a blank expression, replied, Song-yu, little brother. No one has ever called him that before. No need. We'll be living together for a very long time from now on. I know you like cola, so I'll bring it to you whenever I need to buy something. Pan Lu smiled at Song-yu and said magnanimously. Hearing her words, Song-yu couldn't help but nod awkwardly. Was he going to live with them for a very, very long time? Song-yu wasn't too sure either, so he could only say, let's take it one step at a time. After taking the cola, Song-yu returned to his room, drinking the cola while watching videos. Before we knew it, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. We're not planning to have hot pot today. After all, these 6 girls are all great beauties, and they need to control their diet. Lunch is fine, but they definitely can't eat too much in the evening, except for Pan Lu. When Song-yu came downstairs, he saw her happily eating potato chips in her left hand and spicy strips in her right, while the other people who had just finished work were either eating fruit or leafy greens. Clearly, Song-yu couldn't stand this, so he went downstairs and ate a bowl of noodles. He doesn't need to worry about his physique or anything like that, because his body is modeled after Lao AI's, and no matter how much he eats, he won't lose his muscles. After finishing dinner, Song-yu returned home again. He wasn't familiar with Yen Han and the others. Apart from Pan Lu, who was very outgoing, Song-yu was only nodding acquaintances with the others. Oh, Guzhen also learned some of her little secrets. So Song-yu didn't watch any idol dramas with them on the first floor, but went straight back to his room to rest. Around 9 p.m., after Zhu Yini knocked on his door and told him he could go take a bath, Song-yu went downstairs to take a bath, then returned to his room to rest after draining the water. To be honest, he wanted to go to sleep early. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he started thinking about the system refresh, and he really couldn't sleep. So, in a daze, he stayed up until midnight. As soon as midnight struck, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. System refresh is complete. Please make your choice for today. Select one food item and eat it all to receive a reward. As the notification sound disappeared, a row of 9 options appeared in front of Song-yu the next second. 1. 1.5A grade Wagyu tomahawk steak. 2. A Boston lobster. 3. An Australian rock lobster. 4. 1 Australian king crab. 5. A Kamchatka rock crab. 6. A bluefin tuna. 7. A wild large yellow croaker. 8. 2 Mexican red abalone. 9. A serving of 5A grade Wagyu ribeye. Looking at the 9 options in front of him, Song-yu frowned. These things were all delicious, of course, but he wasn't sure whether the system wanted him to eat them all, such as the bones of the Wagyu tomahawk steak, or fish bones, or lobster shells. The system has just awakened, and this is the time for me to accumulate my initial resources. I won't go with whatever I want to eat. I'll pick the safest option. After hesitating for a moment, Song-yu decided to choose the safest option to eat. System, I choose Wagyu ribeye. As soon as Song-yu finished speaking, a large piece of cooked Wagyu ribeye, weighing about 5 pounds, fell in front of him. Seeing such a large piece of meat, Song-yu was dumbfounded. Is he really going to eat such a big piece of food at midnight? Swallowing hard, Song-yu took a deep breath. Those ancient heroes could only eat 2 jin at most. But good heavens, you're giving me 5 jin? But I have to eat it. Otherwise, there will be no reward. Gritting his teeth, Song-yu took a deep breath, ready to start eating, only to find that he hadn't been given any utensils. So Song-yu could only take this large piece of meat, leave the room, and go downstairs to get a knife and fork. However, just as he was carrying the meat downstairs, he unexpectedly saw Guzhen there. At this moment, she was standing in front of the refrigerator with green eyes. Song-yu was startled by her appearance, thinking she had been infected with the zombie virus. But when she saw Song-yu, her eyes turned bright green. Chapter 15. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches? Meat. While frantically swallowing her saliva, Guzhen mumbled something indistinctly. Do you want to eat? Song-yu asked tentatively, looking at Guzhen's expression. Upon hearing Song-yu's words, Guzhen nodded frantically. Song-yu thought to himself that the system hadn't said that he had to eat this himself. Since Guzhen wanted to eat it, he decided to let them eat together. So he put the meat on the stove. Come on, let's eat together. As he spoke, Song-yu picked up a knife and began to quickly slice the large piece of meat. This Wagyu ribeye was cooked to medium rare according to Song-yu's habits. If it were in a restaurant, the meat would definitely be overcooked. As we all know, Wagyu beef is best cooked medium rare. Medium well is not good enough, let alone medium well. However, anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be of high quality. This meat still has the best taste. A bite of meat goes straight into your mouth, no chewing required, and it melts away. Yes, instantly, it vanishes. Guzhan may have eaten this kind of meat before, but Songyu was really eating it for the first time. His eyes immediately lit up. It was so delicious. As for Guzhan, she nodded with great satisfaction, then closed her eyes and began to enjoy it. Without needing Songyu's persuasion, the two of them immediately began to devour the rest of the meat after taking their first bite. Songyu originally thought it would be difficult to finish 5 caddies of meat, but the two of them ate it in no time. Of course, Guzhan ate at most half a pound. Although the Wagyu beef was fragrant, it was also greasy. The rest went into Songyu's stomach. After all, he had never eaten such delicious meat before. As the last piece of beef was swallowed, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for finishing the Wagyu ribeye. Reward: Patek Philippe Super Complication Chronograph 6300 Series Family Bucket. A watch. Hearing the system's prompt, Songyu knew, even without checking the system space, that the system had given him a watch. After all, Patek Philippe has such a prestigious reputation. He had read many novels before that mentioned things like blue-blooded nobles and watches, but it was all just hype. This thing is not as useful as a modern electronic watch. But this thing must be very expensive. As Songyu's consciousness entered the system's space, he indeed saw 7 watches appearing there. At this moment, Songyu prepared to go back and check them. Just as he was about to wash the knife and plate, Guzhan suddenly sighed. It's over. Although I survived, all the grass I ate this week was for nothing. Seeing Guzhan's grief-stricken expression, Songyu shrugged. It wasn't him who asked her to eat it, so it wasn't his fault. He looked at Songyu with a helpless expression. Guzhan also glared at Songyu, then turned around and went back upstairs in a huff. As for Songyu, after washing the dishes and the knife, he returned to his room. As soon as he got back, he opened the 7 watches. These 7 watches are all the same style, except for slight differences in the dial or bezel. Songyu picked up a watch at random and examined it. The outer ring was green. Inside the watch box, there was also an invoice and a description of the watch. According to what was written on it, this watch was called Patek Philippe Super Complications Timepiece 6300/403G001 series. It was released in 2023. The watch case is made of 18K white gold. The bezel is set with 96 emeralds totaling 6.99 carats, 291 baguette diamonds totaling 20 and 54 carats, and the clasp is set with 22 baguette emeralds totaling 0.88 carats. And the price of this watch is 49,018,100. Hiss. When Song Yushu understood the string of numbers, he couldn't help but gasp. A watch, 49 million. Are you kidding me? After counting the price 4 or 5 times to make sure there was no problem with the price of the watch, and even checking online to confirm that it was worth more than 49 million, Songyu was a little dazed and felt a bit oxygen-deprived. After a 10-minute pause, he immediately looked at the other watches. Next to him was a 6300 series 401G001, which looked the same as the previous ones, except that it used sapphire crystal and diamonds. This watch was priced at 46,345,900. Another pure diamond, the 6300 series 400G001, is priced at 45,087,600 yuan. Then there are 4 models without gemstones, including the 6300GR001 in rose gold and white gold, priced at 31,920,500. 6300G010, 31.5 million. 6300-001, 31 million. The last one, pink, made of steel, with neither diamonds nor gold, 6300A010, valued at 218 million. Hiss. Okay, he gasped again. What? Only 200 million? Songyu really wanted to ask, why? As he examined the watch more closely, he realized that it was made specifically for some ridiculous charity auction and was a limited edition of only one in the world, which was why it was so expensive. Damn, I've always heard that the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches. I always thought this watch had the woman radical in its name, but it looks like a real watch. These watches are much more expensive than the cars I won the other day. I took out my phone's calculator and did the math. Good heavens, these 7 watches are worth a total of 452,872,100. Over 400 million to buy 7 watches? These rich people are really crazy. Shaking his head, Song Yu also put the 7 watches into the watch-shaking box given by the system. Yes, this old, worn-out watch is still wound. It won't run unless you shake it. You can make it run by turning it backwards, but that can easily damage the strings. Therefore, they also need a watch box to store them while they are constantly being shaken, but fortunately the system provides one. Looking at the 7 watches piled up on his bedside table, resembling a rocking chair, Song Yu sighed. Don't blame him for being ignorant. He truly had never heard of a watch worth over 200 million, especially one made of steel. Poverty has limited my imagination. No wonder people say you shouldn't let poor people write about rich and powerful people. What's the difference between this and ancient farmers imagining emperors using golden hoes when they're farming? With a self-deprecating laugh, Song Yu turned away. It was almost 1 o'clock, and he had to go to sleep quickly, as he had to go to class tomorrow. Damn, just thinking about this made him want to curse again. He got this system for nothing. Having a system doesn't mean he has to get up early. It's really a pain in the ass. The night passed quickly, and the next morning, Song Yu got up at 7 o'clock as usual. After washing up, he put on the watch worth more than 200 million yuan and left home. He went to a breakfast shop outside, ate 2 large fried dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk, and spent 5 yuan before driving his LaFerrari to school. However, today, when he parked his car in the school parking lot, he found that someone else was waiting for him. But this time it wasn't Gu Qinghan, but the pretty little round-faced girl he had helped massage yesterday. Chapter 16, Isn't This Normal? Teacher's Song. Oh, classmate. You were waiting for me? After getting out of the car, Song Yu looked around and, seeing that there was no one else there, asked in confusion. Teacher Song, I just wanted to remind you to stay away from Lin Luoli. She wants to pursue you. After hesitating for a moment, the girl seemed to have made up her mind and looked at Song Yu with a serious expression. She wants to pursue me. It doesn't seem like there's any problem. Lin Luoli, Song Yu remembered her. She's tall, has long legs, and is exceptionally beautiful. If she has feelings for him, Song Yu has no reason to refuse. He's not some innocent simp. What's more, it's such a beautiful woman pursuing him. Why should I stay away from her? She wants to date you. This is not right, it's wrong. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, the girl looked at him in shock and then said seriously. Upon hearing her words, Song Yu stood frozen in place for a moment before he came to his senses. Hey classmate, you're 19 now. This is university, not high school. You can date freely. You can even get married next year when you're 20. Looking at the girl, Song Yu also spoke seriously. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, the girl stood frozen in place, blinking her eyes. Clearly, Song Yu's words were beyond her comprehension. Next year, we can get married? The girl looked at Song Yu with some hesitation, as if she couldn't accept this fact. Looking at the girl, Song Yu recognized her all too well. Because Li Muan is like that. She's been so controlled by her mother that she's become stupid. However, she's still in high school, so it's understandable that she doesn't date. But this girl is already in college. Even if she doesn't date herself, reporting others for dating is going too far. It seems she hasn't changed her mindset yet. Oh well, sorry, teacher, I'll be going now. Seeing Song Yu's smiling face, the girl turned around and prepared to leave, somewhat lost in thought. She needed to process what Song Yu had said. Hey, don't rush off yet. Come to the classroom with me. Let me stretch you out first. You haven't been learning dance since you were little, have you? Seeing the girl about to leave, Song Yu called out to her. He had noticed yesterday that the girl was very stiff. Okay, thank you, teacher. Hearing Song Yu's words, the girl temporarily suppressed her inner turmoil, turned her head to look at Song Yu and nodded, then followed Song Yu to the classroom. Gu Qinghan hadn't arrived yet. After arriving, Song Yu went to change his clothes, naturally still wearing his own pants. Then the girl changed into her dance clothes, and Song Yu began to guide her in warming up and stretching. However, it was a bit awkward when stretching, as there were many other girls there yesterday, but it was all right. It was just him and this girl today, and he felt a little embarrassed, so Song Yu took the initiative to start a conversation. By the way, you didn't start learning dance in elementary school, did you? Well, I've always attended school normally. My family hoped I could get into a top-tier 985 university and then become a civil servant. But in the second semester of my junior year, my mock exam score was only around 580, which was far from my target school. I happen to have an aunt who works in the provincial song troupe. She said she would encourage me to apply to Tianjin Dance Academy, and after graduation, she could arrange for me to join a dance troupe, so I would never have to worry about food or clothing again. Hearing Song Yu's words, the girl then directly explained her situation. Upon hearing her say that, Song Yu nodded in agreement. Judging from the girl's appearance, she must come from a very strict family, and such families usually have some connection with the government. They hope their child can have a more stable life. That's the most important thing. Completely disregarding whether the child was interested or suitable, Song Yu felt that this girl was clearly unsuitable for dancing, even though she was very pretty and had a great figure. But dancing does require practice from a young age. Starting at 17 is really too difficult. However, it must be said that she has some talent. You should know that Tianjin Dance Academy, although it is not a 985 or 211 university, is still among the top 10 art colleges in the country. Passing the art exam and then getting in through the general college entrance examination is not an easy thing. But she managed to get in through the entrance exam, which is truly remarkable. Huh? Shin Yusin? You're here so early. Just as Song Yu was helping her stretch and chatting idly, Gu Qinghan arrived. As soon as she entered, she saw Song Yu and this girl, and immediately asked the girl a question. It was only then that Song Yu learned that her name was Shin Yusin. Teacher Gu. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Shin Yusin blushed and immediately called out. Teacher Song's level is very high. Your foundation is a bit weak. It would be good if you could learn more from Teacher Song. I'm going to change my clothes now. Hearing Shin Yusin's words, Gu Qinghan smiled and replied, then gave Song Yu a keep going look before going to change her clothes. However, when she came out of the locker room, Song Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Keep in mind that it was only April, and Tianjin City is located in the north, where the weather is not very warm in April, with daytime highs only reaching the teens. So, like yesterday when they went to class, Gu Qinghan and the others were wearing winter dance outfits. Although they were tight-fitting, the material was thick and they covered them up very well. But today, Gu Qinghan changed into summer clothes. Long sleeves have been replaced with short sleeves, and the front of the shirt has been cut open from the neck to below the collarbone, while almost half of the back is exposed. Most importantly, he no longer had any pants on his legs. Two long legs were now fully displayed before Song Yu's eyes. Seeing Song Yu's gaze, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but smile. Then her face flushed slightly. Heaven and earth can bear witness that Gu Qinghan has never been in a relationship, but for some reason, every time she closed her eyes after returning home last night, she thought of Song Yu and the time she danced with him, which kept her from sleeping well all night. I even changed into my pajamas when I got up this morning. When she was getting her dance outfit for today, she instinctively chose the summer one. Looking at Song Yu's eyes and attitude now, she felt like she had made the right choice. But clearly, there are quite a few people who share her thoughts. As it approached 8 o'clock, the students arrived at the classroom. After they changed their clothes, it was discovered that out of the original 20-odd students, 15 or 16 had changed out of their winter dance costumes and into summer ones. Their gazes toward Song Yu became increasingly intense, clearly showing their interest in this teaching assistant. Chapter 17, Add Friends. Teacher Song, is my movement correct? Teacher Song, your muscles are so well developed. Teacher Song, I've heard some senior students say that having too many muscles can make you stiff, your movements won't be smooth, and it won't look good. So many of my senior brothers can't even be lifted up by us. How did you train like that? Teacher Song. Teacher Song. Compared to yesterday, the female students today were noticeably bolder and more familiar with each other. After the initial warm-up, as Song Yu was helping them stretch, they all lowered their voices and asked him questions. Song Yu could answer some of their questions, but there were others he really couldn't. Whenever this happened, he would laugh it off and change the subject. Watching Song Yu's demeanor always made the female classmates giggle, but their gazes towards Song Yu became even more curious. Because, just like Lin Luoli said yesterday, they are wealthy people. Many of them have met them. Especially for those who practice dance, their families usually have some financial resources. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to afford the cost of their dancing. Their beautiful figures, good looks, and excellent flexibility make them quite attractive to men. Not to mention the boys from the same school. There are even more from outside the school and society. In many special venues, these dance students are the stars, especially university students. However, Tianjin Dance Academy is exceptionally strict. What these students do after graduation is none of their business, but if they go to those kinds of places while in school, they could be expelled immediately. Furthermore, students are required to stay at school from Monday to Thursday nights. If someone is missing after lights out, the first offense results in a warning, the second in suspension, and the third in expulsion. The management is extremely strict. They find rich second-generation boyfriends outside of school, and the school doesn't care, but if they want to make it a career, that's not allowed. So even though these female students are only in their second semester of freshman year, they have all experienced a lot of temptations. Compared to Songyu, those temptations were indeed insignificant. Those wealthy middle-aged men were all incredibly greasy, while Songyu, though also wealthy, was exceptionally handsome and refreshing. There are handsome guys in the school, but compared to Songyu, they seem to lack money and physical attributes. Even though those sports students from the sports academy might have physiques comparable to Songyu's, they lacked his gentle and refined demeanor, appearing rather barbaric. So, all things considered, Songyu was indeed quite alluring. What was that saying again? The boy's blush spoke volumes. Seeing Songyu like this, even though many girls already have boyfriends, they are still willing to tease him. Of course, if Songyu had those kinds of feelings for them, they wouldn't refuse. Unfortunately, Songyu's only thought right now is to get through this week and see what the system's reward is. And so, amidst their teasing remarks, Songyu finished stretching. Then they started class, and Songyu began to calm down. But it was clear that after seeing those long, white legs swaying in front of him today, he wasn't calming down very well. Then they started massaging, which made it even harder to calm down. Under these circumstances, Songyu also pressed Lin Loli down. Teacher Song, it's already the second day, and you still haven't adjusted? Seeing that Songyu seemed a little afraid to look at her, Lin Loli leaned forward and whispered in Songyu's ear. How could I possibly get used to it? Songyu glanced at her helplessly and muttered to himself, somewhat speechless. Teacher Song, don't you have a girlfriend? No. Hearing Songyu say that, Lin Loli asked with a smile, and Songyu shook his head, confirming that he indeed did not have it. He originally had the opportunity when he went to university, but his parents passed away at that time, and he had no interest in dating. By the time he came out of university, he had already graduated. As a programmer, where would he find the time to date? So even though he went to the third floor of the bathhouse with his colleagues and was no longer in his pre-debut state, he had never actually been in a serious relationship. Can I pursue you? Looking at Songyu, Lin Loli, despite also having no experience in dating, knew far more than him. She understood that with someone like Songyu, hints and opportunities were useless. You can only hit straight shots, as straight as you want. Hearing Lin Loli's words, Songyu did look at her with some surprise. However, he had already heard Shin Yusin say this in the morning. Although he was a little surprised that she dared to say this to him here, he was not too surprised. But Songyu did not respond to Lin Loli's direct question. However, sometimes silence can have many meanings. Seeing that Songyu didn't respond, Lin Loli smiled and reached out to gently touch Songyu's abs. Then, under Songyu's helpless gaze, she chuckled foolishly, making Songyu feel embarrassed. Among the crowd, Shin Yusin kept staring at Songyu and Lin Loli. She was very unhappy that Lin Loli was teasing Songyu like that. Although she has had time to process it, she has recovered somewhat from the shock of the morning. Even though she could accept that this was the age for dating, in her eyes, Lin Loli was a bad girl, and she wasn't good enough for Songyu, even though they are still roommates. Well, actually, Shin Yusin and her three roommates didn't get along very well. The three of them had been dancing since they were young, and they didn't have much in common with Shin Yusin, who was a complete failure. Moreover, of the three, apart from Lin Loli who is waiting for the right offer, the other two already have boyfriends. In Shin Yusin's eyes, this was the epitome of a bad kid. The four of them were at best acquaintances, barely even nodding acquaintances. This time, there might be a trend of further deterioration, right in front of Shin Yusin's eyes. This lesson is finally over. Unlike yesterday, Gu Qinghan didn't have much time to rest today. When I finished speaking, there were only 2 or 3 minutes left before the end of Get Out of Class, so I could only let them rest for a bit. As the music signaling the end of Get Out of Class played, Lin Loli, Shin Yusin, and the others said goodbye to Gu Qinghan and Songyu before changing their clothes and leaving. Only Songyu and Gu Qinghan were left, finally able to rest for a bit. But it was Gu Qinghan who could rest. Songyu had just sat down on the ground when Gu Qinghan's long legs came over, and when Songyu looked over, she also looked at him with a grin. Thank you so much, Teacher Song. Chapter 18 Buying Clothes? No trouble at all. Looking at Gu Qinghan's expression, Songyu didn't show any reaction on the surface, but he was internally ranting and raving. Everyone says money is hard to earn and shit is hard to swallow. He knew this all too well when he was working. He had to work overtime every day and almost worked himself to death. Now that there's a system, we still have to go to work. 200 yuan a day, but I ended up earning money like a slave. Not only did she have to awkwardly stretch and massage a group of 19-year-old girls with great figures and pretty faces, but she also had to massage the legs and waist of this 25-year-old long-legged beauty teacher. If it weren't for the system requiring him to work a full week, what normal man could accept such a job? At least the handsome guys reading this book right now certainly couldn't accept it. But Song Yu dared not speak out in anger at this moment. He could only place Gu Qinghan's 2 legs on his own lap and begin to slowly press upwards from her ankles. He looked all the way up to the inner thighs, and suddenly Gu Qinghan's body tensed up for a moment. Just as Song Yu was wondering what was going on, she blushed and asked Song Yu to massage her lower back. Song Yu didn't say much, so he turned around and started massaging her back. After massaging for another 10 minutes, she told Song Yu to go to the restroom because the second class was coming up. Just as Song Yu left the classroom to go to the restroom, he suddenly saw Lin Luoli waiting for him at a corner outside the classroom. She had clearly seen him massaging Gu Qinghan, but she didn't seem to care. Instead, she smiled, took out her phone, and whispered to Song Yu, "Teacher Song, you're such a good friend." Okay. Seeing Lin Luoli's expression, Song Yu didn't refuse and took out his phone to add Lin Luoli as a friend. Then Lin Luoli ran off with a grin, and Song Yu scratched his head as he watched her go. A young girl's heart is always filled with poetry, but Song Yu didn't choose Li Bai as his model, so he doesn't really understand poetry. When Song Yu returned from the restroom, he saw that Gu Qinghan had changed her clothes again. However, she didn't think much of it. After finishing the first class, she was covered in sweat and didn't want to leave a bad impression on her classmates in the second class. But this is indeed a matter. Should I also research a second outfit? As class time arrived, another group of girls walked into the classroom. Compared to the girls majoring in classical dance, these girls, well, it was actually their first time taking Song Yu's class. Classical dance is something only classical dance majors need to attend every day. For other majors, attending once a week is considered good. So they were just curious about Song Yu and didn't do anything excessive, but they still kept Song Yu busy and sweating. Finally, the 2 classes ended, and Song Yu was about to have a meal with Gu Qinghan before going back to take a shower and rest. But Gu Qinghan called him back after the 2 of them had changed their clothes. "Song Yu, are you free this afternoon?" "Nothing's wrong. I'm just going home to rest." Shaking his head, Song Yu also spoke. "That's great. I'll treat you to a big meal later. This afternoon, come with me to buy some summer dance outfits. Since I started teaching, I haven't been as strict about maintaining my figure, and my bust has grown quite a bit. I can't fit into my old dance clothes anymore." Upon hearing Song Yu say that he was all right, Gu Qinghan smiled and patted Song Yu on the shoulder. Hearing her words, Song Yu was speechless. "Who asked you?" But it seems that it is true. Dancers and models are all flat-chested, especially in Asia, or rather, in the Yanhuang region. Gu Qinghan, however, is somewhat over the standard for a dancer. The dance costume she is wearing clearly has a deep etched mark, which is different from that of a typical dance student. Song Yu couldn't refuse Gu Qinghan's invitation either. Seeing that Song Yu nodded, Gu Qinghan then got into his LaFerrari with him. As soon as Song Yu drove Gu Qinghan away, news about the 2 of them began to spread throughout the school. If yesterday people were just curious about Song Yu's identity, today there was a sense of widespread lamentation. "It's over." Teacher Gu got into that teaching assistant's car and left. "It's only the second day. Do you think it's possible that they knew each other a long time ago?" "Impossible, impossible, I don't believe it." "My goddess, the bicycle you're willing to touch, someone will always get up and pedal it every day. I can't accept this." To be fair, there are indeed girls at Tianjiang Dance Academy whose looks and figures can rival Gu Qinghan's. Putting everything else aside, Shin Yusin and Lin Luoli are no less attractive than Gu Qinghan. But when it comes to popularity, Gu Qinghan is miles ahead of them. In the whole school, from the head teacher to the security guards and students, there must be at least 7 or 8 people out of 10 who have a crush on Gu Qinghan. Therefore, Gu Qinghan's every move usually attracts a lot of attention. At this moment, she left with Song Yu, which really hurt those people's feelings. However, Gu Qinghan didn't care what they thought. At this moment, she was just curious about Song Yu. After leaving the school, Gu Qinghan led Song Yu to a restaurant, which was naturally not a big restaurant. To be honest, neither Song Yu nor Gu Qinghan were particularly interested in Western restaurants or the like. On the contrary, this nicely decorated little restaurant looked really good, and this restaurant truly lived up to its reputation as Gu Qinghan's hidden gem. After finishing the meal, Song Yu was quite satisfied with the taste. As the old saying goes, he who eats another's food is bound to him, and he who takes another's money is bound to him. Now that Song Yu is both indebted to him and bound to him, it's even harder for him to refuse to go shopping with Gu Qinghan. After finishing their meal, with Gu Qinghan providing navigation again, Song Yu and the others arrived at a large shopping mall in Tianjiang that specializes in selling dance supplies. There are hundreds of shops here, all selling dance supplies. Most of the shops sell clothes, but there are also performance costumes, small accessories, or stage decorations. It's very comprehensive. Song Yu and Gu Qinghan started browsing around, and she looked at the clothes in each shop. Finally, she arrived at a store and her eyes lit up when she saw several new summer dance costumes. Then she pulled Song Yu inside. "Hello, ma'am. Which one are you interested in? We offer try-ons." As soon as he entered, a waiter greeted him with a smile and asked him questions. "Pick one of those outfits over there for me to try on," Gu Qinghan said with a smile, pointing to the clothes she had just looked at. Then, taking the new clothes the waiter brought, she went to the fitting room next door. Chapter 19, Don't Recognize Me? You're not qualified. What should I say if she comes out and asks me if it looks good? I should think about it now. Yes, it looks good. That's necessary. But what about adjectives? Elegant yet sophisticated, with a touch of sexiness. It suits you perfectly. This outfit is pure and pretty. It makes you look like a student. Think of another set of words. Sitting outside the fitting room, Song Yu stared at the door while muttering to himself. Although he had never gone shopping with a girl before, he still knew what to say in this situation. Although it was a bit awkward, it was not easy to come up with it. But sometimes, things can't keep up with the changes. Just when Song Yu had almost finished thinking of 3 sets of lines, the door to the fitting room suddenly opened. Then Gu Qinghan's head also emerged from inside. Just as Song Yu was about to praise him, he noticed that Gu Qinghan had suddenly stopped, leaving only his head exposed. Looking at Song Yu, she couldn't help but wave somewhat shyly and whispered, "Song Yu, come here for a second. Do me a favor." "Huh? What kind of help?" Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Song Yu choked on his words, almost choking, and asked in a daze. This situation was somewhat beyond his comprehension. "Come." Gu Qinghan didn't say it, but said to Song Yu anxiously. Song Yu had no choice but to walk to the door, and as soon as he got there, Gu Qinghan pulled him into the fitting room. The fitting room was small, and the two of them were almost touching when they entered. Under Song Yu's gaze, he saw Gu Qinghan holding up the clothes in front of her with both hands and pointing anxiously to the back. "The zipper won't zip up." Oh. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Song Yu finally snapped out of his daze. He had almost thought he had wandered onto the wrong film set after what had just happened. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, he immediately squatted down and looked at the zipper on the back of Gu Qinghan's clothes. Sure enough, the zipper got stuck in the fabric. No wonder she couldn't pull it up with her hands behind her back. At this moment, Gu Qinghan's beautiful back was perfectly displayed in front of Song Yu. The zipper is even positioned too deep, so deep that it's almost. Never mind. Song Yu knew this wasn't the time to discuss such things, so he took a deep breath, took the cloth out first, and helped her zip it up. With the zipper pulled up to the lower back, Gu Qinghan was now fully dressed. But to be honest, this dance costume is indeed not very proper. It's a light blue halter-neck dance costume with white flowers on it. There are only 2 straps above the chest, and the back is completely exposed, even from the side. Then the lower body is also not quite normal. Normally, the groin area is connected, but the energy on both sides is too high. It's even higher than a swimsuit, with a slit. Combined with the zipper that only goes up to the lower back, this garment doesn't look like a proper outfit at all. Seeing that Song Yu seemed confused, Gu Qinghan moved closer to him and asked in a low voice, "Is it pretty?" "Okay, it looks good." Nodding, Song Yu said somewhat woodenly, "Even if it looks good, you can't just look at it. Get out." As it turned out, after Song Yu finished speaking, Gu Qinghan chased him away. Well, Song Yu really didn't understand what her trick was, but he still obediently left. Just kidding. His mission isn't finished yet. After waiting outside for a while, nothing happened, even though Gu Qinghan had asked me if the clothes looked good. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Gu Qinghan came out, carrying several dance costumes she had chosen. She asked the shop assistant to wrap them up, and Song Yu had no idea which one she had picked. Moreover, Gu Qinghan clearly didn't intend for Song Yu to pay. After paying herself, She picked up her clothes and walked over to Song Yu with a smile. Let's go? Okay, sure. Hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Song Yu nodded. However, just as the two were leaving the store, a voice suddenly came from afar. Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this our school beauty, Gu? Following the voice, Song Yu also saw a man and a woman. That man looked to be around 1.7 meters tall. He was short and chubby, with a buzz cut, small eyes, and a face full of fat, but he probably had some money. He was dressed in LV and other expensive clothes, with several large gold rings on his hands, a large gold watch, and a gold chain around his neck, as if he wanted everyone to know he was rich. And there was a woman with him. This woman was very tall, about 1.75 meters, and with high heels. She was at least 1.8 meters tall, half a head taller than the man. She had long, wavy hair, and her figure was decent, though there were obvious signs of technology involved, because when she spoke, her rather large bust didn't even budge. And her face, wow, it looks even more futuristic. That sharp, pointed chin looks like it could kill someone. Those big eyes almost took up a third of her face, and her face was so white, it looked like she'd been dead for days. However, one can imagine that if this were on a mobile phone, with a beauty filter turned on, she would be a top-tier internet celebrity beauty. But in the real world, it is indeed terrifying. As Song Yu sized them up, Gu Qinghan frowned, then pulled Song Yu aside and whispered, "Let's go." Oh, knowing that Gu Qinghan didn't want to talk to them, Song Yu didn't make a fuss and prepared to leave with Gu Qinghan, but the other party didn't seem to want to let it go. The two of them then jogged up and blocked the way for the two of them, and then looked at Song Yu and Gu Qinghan with smiles on their faces. Oh, Gu, the school beauty, you're really aloof. You don't even say hello to your old classmate. What's wrong? Are you ashamed? I heard you're still teaching at a school. What kind of financial future can that offer? With such good qualifications, haven't you thought about how to monetize them? Looking at Gu Qinghan, the woman spoke sarcastically and with a sharp tongue. As for the man, his eyes were glued to Gu Qinghan the moment he saw her. Sure enough, no matter how much plastic surgery you get to match your own aesthetic, it can't compare to the beauty of a natural beauty. The man next to Gu Qinghan was a bit of an eyesore. He was so tall, like a telephone pole, and had a good physique. He looked like a gigolo. You can tell at a glance that he's not a good person. Chapter 20 might not be fake. Sorry, my family is quite well off, not to the point of selling myself for material things. Hearing the woman's words, Gu Qinghan knew there was no escaping it. So he looked at her and retorted in the same sarcastic tone, but the woman clearly didn't care. Hee, so I can only bring up my family situation. A person can only rely on themselves. It doesn't matter where they came from. Everything I have is something I earned myself, isn't it, husband? As she spoke, the woman put her hand on the shoulder of the chubby boy next to her and said proudly, yes, Qinghan, it's been a long time. How about we have a meal together later? It's on me. Hearing the woman's words, the chubby boy smiled and said to Gu Qinghan. At this moment, the woman was no longer in his sight. Sorry, I don't think we're close enough to have dinner together. Let's go. With a smile, Gu Qinghan prepared to pull Song Yu along. But this woman stepped in front of Gu Qinghan again, squinting at the man who was completely infatuated with Gu Qinghan. She knew that she could only rely on herself to win this battle. Don't say that. Even if you're not doing well, would an old classmate not acknowledge you? When you were in school, you were aloof, academically excellent, beautiful, had a great figure, and could dance, making all the boys in school swoon. I thought you would become a big star and have a bright future, but after graduating from university for 2 years, you sheepishly went to work as a teacher at a school. How much money can a teacher earn? You have to come to a place like this to buy clothes. Haha, what a joke. For the sake of our classmates, if you say something nice, I'll take you on a live stream and introduce you to some rich people. With your connections, you can fly all over the country and make at least several million a year. This is more money than you could earn in your entire life as a teacher. Your values are really warped to the extreme. You guys are the epitome of laughing at poverty, but not at prostitution. When did it become that people like you look down on me for trying to make a living? And what are you doing here? Didn't you come to buy clothes? Hearing this guy's increasingly outrageous words, Song Yu glanced at Gu Qinghan, whose face was ashen, then took the initiative to pull her over and spoke to the two of them. You're right. People laugh at poverty, but not prostitution. This world is all about money. Who cares where your money comes from? As long as you have money, you're a god. If you don't have money, you're just a piece of dog shit. As for why we came here, it's to buy him some clothes as a reward. As she spoke, The woman teased the chubby boy next to her with her finger. Then the chubby boy seemed to remember the purpose of their visit, his small eyes revealing a great deal of lewdness. Oh, according to your logic, anyone without your money is just a piece of dog shit. Okay, you two pieces of shit. Song Yu was too lazy to correct their fallacies, because he couldn't. They were now in a position where they were not ashamed, but rather proud of it. Isn't it about comparing money? Song Yu lacks everything right now, except money. Well, cash, nothing else. You, what did you say, you filthy beggar? Hearing Song Yu call them stinking dog shit, and more importantly, Song Yu actually looked down on them for being poor, the woman immediately became agitated. At that moment, Song Yu took off his phone and waved it in front of the two of them. Do you know them? If you don't, you have no right to talk to me about money. Song Yu said calmly, looking at the two of them. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, both of them were taken aback. Then the man immediately leaned over and took a close look at Song Yu's watch and the English spelling on it. After a while, he suddenly gasped. This is a Patek Philippe? You've got some knowledge. Which model is it? Nodding, Song Yu put his watch back on and continued talking to the chubby boy. Judging from the dial, it seems to be one of the 6300 series of super complication timepieces. I need to check this out. After giving an awkward laugh, the chubby boy spoke up and immediately started searching on his phone. Seeing his appearance, Song Yu and Gu Qinghan exchanged a glance and decided to let him continue his investigation. They then skipped over the two men and walked forward. Don't. Seeing that Song Yu and the others were about to leave, the woman couldn't help but try to stop them, but the man held her back. Don't humiliate yourself with your theories. That man is no ordinary person. The cheapest Patek Philippe watch in the super complicated series costs several $100,000. Besides, I think that guy probably has more than one watch. Let me check first. Upon hearing the man's words, the woman hesitated slightly. She knew that this man had done a lot of research on luxury goods in order to avoid being labeled as a nouveau riche, so what he said was quite accurate. So she decided to wait until the man finished his investigation before making any decisions. About 2 minutes later, the man suddenly exclaimed, I found it. This watch seems to be a limited edition released in 2019, with only one piece made worldwide. Valued at $218 million? What? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This watch must be fake. Upon hearing the man's words, the woman gritted her teeth and said, and when the man calmed down, he also felt that Song Yu's watch was definitely fake. Who would spend over 200 million yuan on a watch, and then wear it so casually on their wrist? Putting myself in his shoes, if it were me, I would definitely build a platform to worship him. Of course, even if I emptied his house, it wouldn't amount to 200 million, and he couldn't afford it anyway. So when the woman shouted, he also assumed it must be fake. Chase him. He actually dared to try and fool me with a fake watch. Gritting his teeth, the chubby boy and the woman quickly chased after Song Yu and the others in the direction they had left. Finally, in the underground parking lot, they caught up with Song Yu and Gu Qinghan, who were just about to get into their car and leave. But before the woman could start another group purchase, the man grabbed her again. Because he also recognized that Song Yu and Gu Qinghan had gotten into the car at this moment. Seeing the man's stunned expression, the woman also gritted her teeth and looked at him. What are you doing? Get up there. They're about to leave. This car, something's not right. I think we might be mistaken. The man chuckled awkwardly and said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the woman noticed Song Yu's car and frowned slightly. This is a Porsche? This car is cheap. It's only a few $100,000 now. What are you mistaken about? No, this is a Ferrari, and the most expensive Ferrari at that. A LaFerrari. Chapter 21 Human Favors. I know Ferraris, but what kind of toy do they pull? Ferrari and Porsche both have a horse logo, so it's easy to confuse them if you're not familiar with them. The woman naturally knew about Ferraris, but she wasn't familiar with LaFerraris. Seeing her puzzled look, the chubby guy patiently explained. LaFerrari, the most expensive car in Ferrari, it seems to cost more than 20 million, and it's not something that ordinary people can buy. There are also entry requirements. You have to buy several Ferraris, and they have to have never been sold before. It's a limited edition worldwide. So this car is probably not rented. It could only be that man's. Swallowing hard, the chubby boy finally spoke. At the same time, he looked in the direction Song Yu and the others had left with a sigh. As expected of Gu Qinghan, he had just harbored some unrealistic hopes of trying to have his cake and eat it too. Now it seems that my meager assets are indeed not good enough for her. Upon hearing the chubby boy's words, the woman was stunned for a moment. and then her eyes began to blaze with fury again. At this point, she no longer doubted whether Song Yu's watch was fake. After all, it was quite reasonable for someone who could afford a car worth over 20 million to have a watch worth over 200 million. After all, someone of that level wouldn't need to wear a fake watch. But it was precisely because she thought of this that she hated him even more. She hated that the person who climbed up to such a top-tier tycoon was not her, but that bitch Gu Qinghan. What right does that bitch have? So what if she's a little prettier and has a better figure? But I've already had plastic surgery. Now she thinks she's no worse than Gu Qinghan. Why is it that Gu Qinghan is surrounded by people of this caliber, while she's stuck with this chubby girl? It's unbearable. At this moment, she was getting angrier the more she thought about it. She decided to endure the breast nodules for a while. So she took out her phone and found their class group chat. Then he made a sarcastic remark. Dear classmates, guess who I ran into today? Our class's most beautiful girl, Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan. How is she now? I don't acknowledge her as the school beauty. I think you're much prettier than her. I heard she's a teacher now. I just don't know which school. Do you have any photos? Mentioning Gu Qinghan instantly generates a flood of messages, regardless of whether people in the group are flattering her or not. No, Gu, the school beauty, is very arrogant now. We didn't even exchange more than a few words before she left. That makes sense, though. Now, Gu, the school beauty, is quite proud of herself, having found a super rich boyfriend. He drives a LaFerrari worth over 20 million yuan and wears a Patek Philippe watch worth over 200 million yuan. Really? Please give me the address. Well, I wonder if Miss Gu would be willing to help introduce us, considering we were classmates before. Wow. Driving a LaFerrari worth over 20 million and wearing a Date Philippe worth over 200 million. His family fortune must be at least several billion. I feel it's worth more than 10 billion. After all, people with billions wouldn't spend more than 200 million to buy a watch. Didn't you take this opportunity to get to know them better? Originally, this woman's intention was to attract hatred. After all, everyone resents the rich. However, she overlooked one point. That is, the resentment towards the rich only applies when that richness has nothing to do with her. If this wealth is related to me in any way, even if I can't get any help from it, just when I'm drinking and bragging, I can say that I had a classmate who is now dating a billionaire. That will be something to talk about. So, seeing the replies from her classmates, the woman became even angrier, her eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. Looking at the chubby boy beside her, who looked regretful for not having made friends with her, she became even more furious. At this moment, she felt that the world was full of malice towards her. What an infuriating day. At this time, Song Yu and Gu Qinghan were naturally unaware of these things. After they drove away, Gu Qinghan also told Song Yu about the situation of the two. Both of them were her junior high school classmates. Back in school, Gu Qinghan was naturally very popular, and almost all the boys in the school liked her. This made the girl and her adversaries, especially that girl from earlier. The two of them have been rivals since childhood, or so she thought, because they both learned to dance from a young age. But Gu Qinghan was prettier, had a better figure, danced better, and was better at studying than her. This caused the girl's mind to become somewhat twisted. Later, when Gu Qinghan was still studying in college, she started getting involved in live streaming and began to meet with older men. Later, the chubby boy's house was demolished, and he received a large sum of money in compensation. The chubby boy originally liked Gu Qinghan, but Gu Qinghan didn't like him. So, this woman started to seduce the chubby boy. But it was obvious that the chubby boy still couldn't forget Gu Qinghan. So it was strange that this woman would give Gu Qinghan a friendly look upon meeting her. Thank you so much for today. Otherwise, I might have had to listen to their strange talk for who knows how long. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner too. What would you like to eat? Resting her chin on her hand, Gu Qinghan looked at Song Yu and asked with a smile. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Shaking his head, Song Yu was indeed not picky, as long as he could eat his fill. Then, shall we go get some barbecue? Seeing that Song Yu had no objections, Gu Qinghan thought for a moment and then spoke to Song Yu as well. Song Yu naturally had no objection to this and immediately drove with Gu Qinghan to a barbecue restaurant she often ate at. The two of them were quite satisfied with the barbecue meal. This restaurant claims to be a legitimate Chichihar barbecue place, and the beef is all transported from there. As for the taste, it's definitely not as good as the authentic one over there, because Song Yu had eaten there in his previous life. Overall, it's quite good. Compared to the Wagyu beef he ate last night, Wagyu beef is definitely the best. Of course, he had also heard that authentic Wagyu beef was already being sold in Qiqihar, and the price was only about 1/5 of that of Wagyu beef from the island. He'll definitely try it when he has time, but I wonder where the Wagyu beef he ate this morning was from. After dinner, Song Yu escorted Gu Qinghan home. When the car stopped downstairs at Gu Qinghan's house, Gu Qinghan tilted her head, looked at Song Yu again, and said with a smile, "Thank you so much for today." "Hey, it's nothing. You're my boss. These are minor issues." Song Yu was telling the truth when he looked at Gu Qinghan, but Gu Qinghan clearly didn't think so. After all, in her opinion, Song Yu couldn't possibly be interested in his current teaching assistant job. One point to note in Chapter 22. Hehe, if you really want this job, I can help you apply to the school. You can be my teaching assistant forever. Seeing Song Yu say this, Gu Qinghan also came over and said with a serious face. At this moment, Gu Qinghan's face was probably only 10 minutes away from Song Yu's. Song Yu could even feel her breath. Well, Song Yu now has more time to feel other people's breath. However, as the old saying goes, a beautiful woman is more charming the more you look at her under the lamp, and Gu Qinghan was indeed exceptionally beautiful at this moment. But Song Yu, a believer in the four illusions, didn't think that Gu Qinghan would have any thoughts about him after only 2 days of meeting. So he smiled and said, "That might not work, since I have other things to do. But if you need me in the future, you can call me anytime, and I can fill in for you when I have some free time." Looking at Gu Qinghan, Song Yu replied with a smile, "Hey, I knew you wouldn't be so free to be my teaching assistant forever, but it doesn't really matter. Consider today's matter something I owe you. I will definitely repay you when you want me to." Hearing Song Yu say that, Gu Qinghan smiled and tapped him with her fingertip. Then, she got out of the car under Song Yu's gaze, without inviting him upstairs or anything like that. After getting out of the car, Gu Qinghan went straight into her building. Only after she got home and sent Song Yu a voice message did Song Yu drive away. This idiot, but it's fine this way too. Leaning on the windowsill, Gu Qinghan watched Song Yu leave and couldn't help but chuckle as she spoke. To be fair, Gu Qinghan is a very assertive person, and she doesn't really like her partner to be equally assertive. And Song Yu really suited her taste. Of course, for now, they're just compatible. One of them is focused on the mission, and the other has never been in a relationship, so how they'll continue is still an open question. At this moment, Song Yu didn't think too much about it and drove straight home. As he took the elevator back to the 55th floor, he opened the door and saw Yin Han drying her hair again. However, compared to the day before yesterday, she wore an outfit today, but to be honest, it would have been better if she hadn't worn it at all. She was wearing a black slip dress that exposed almost her entire back, and there were even some open-work designs in some places. In addition, although Yin Han's body proportions are definitely not as good as Gu Qinghan's or the other students at the school, her figure is still quite explosive. So it stretched the whole outfit, making it look especially sexy. Seeing this, Song Yu stood there, somewhat bewildered. He said it himself, these women don't even consider themselves human beings. They dare to wear any kind of clothes. At this moment, Yin Han saw Song Yu's dazed look and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "What are you standing there for? You've seen it before, twice already. Oomph, you can go take a shower now." It's obvious that Yin Han is still holding a grudge about Song Yu seeing her twice the day before yesterday. Oh, upon hearing Yin Han's words, Song Yu finally realized what was happening and immediately changed his shoes before going inside. As soon as he stepped into the living room, well, the outfits of the other 5 girls made Song Yu freeze in place again. At this moment, in Song Yu's eyes, these 5 girls were dressed no less well than Yin Han. The most eye-catching one is Pan Lu. Her figure is indeed too outrageous. She usually dresses quite provocatively during the day, but now she's dressed even more provocatively. At this moment, she was wearing a lace-trimmed nightgown with a V-neck in the front and back, and the scars and thighs were incredibly conspicuous. Ruan Qinger next to her was wearing a blue off-the-shoulder nightgown. You might think it was normal, but the nightgown was not only off the shoulder, but also almost entirely open in the back, held together by only a single thread. Zhu Yining was wearing a white lace-trimmed slip dress that was exposed on the sides and back. Lu Zi was wearing a purple, tight-fitting nightgown that perfectly showcased her tall figure. Originally, I thought Gejun was the most normal one. Well, she's just as abnormal as she was last night. He was wearing a black robe with gold trim. Last night, Song Yu hadn't seen what was underneath, but now he could see it clearly. Just a set of black underwear. The top was a bralette, and the bottom was a basket. It's not bad, at least you can still see the other women, who are all wearing no pants at this time. and Song Yu doesn't know if they're even wearing anything. Looking at their clothes, a hint of panic flashed in Song Yu's eyes. They were also flustered for a moment when they saw that it was Song Yu, but they quickly recovered. Is it pretty? Guzhan reacted the fastest, immediately asking Song Yu teasingly. Okay, looks good, but even though we're at home, could we wear a little more? Song Yu gave an awkward laugh, coughed, and then said somewhat guiltily. Song Yu didn't look at their pajamas last night. Because they had finished showering and returned to their room, they called Song Yu to shower first. When he got up in the middle of the night to eat Wagyu beef, he only saw Guzhan. Guzhan had her robe tied up the night before, so this made things incredibly awkward. It's strange, really. According to Song Yu's understanding, none of these 6 girls have boyfriends, and they are all usually the center of attention. Who are they buying such sexy pajamas for? Alright, we're already being nice by wearing these. We don't usually wear them. Hearing Song Yu's words, Yin Han, who was drying her hair, walked over and said impatiently, Yes, level 1 sleep is the most comfortable. If it weren't for taking care of you, I wouldn't like wearing it either. Pan Lu nodded in agreement with Yin Han. Well, okay. Listening to what they were saying, Song Yu sighed. Well, he couldn't afford to offend them, so he could only slink back to his room on the 2nd floor to change his clothes. As for the way they looked at Song Yu, the girls couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, they felt that sharing an apartment was actually not bad. At least they could tease Song Yu. When Song Yu came out of the room again, he found Yin Han and the others still watching him with amusement in the living room. He didn't dare linger and went straight to the bathroom on the 1st floor to take a shower. When the warm water reached his chest, Song Yu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The fatigue, stress, and dried sweat of the day had all left him at this moment. He doesn't know what tomorrow will bring. Let's just get through today first. Chapter 23, What do cell phones and antiques have to do with each other? When Song Yu came out of the bathroom, Yin Han and the others had already gone back to their rooms. He returned to his room, and as soon as he came back, he saw 2 messages on his phone. It was posted by Lin Luoli and Gu Qinghan. One question is what I'm doing, and the other is whether I've gotten home yet. Song Yu then returned to his own place. Upon seeing Song Yu's reply, both sides quickly sent new messages. Gu Qinghan. Oh, I just finished showering too. By the way, did you eat well tonight? Lin Luoli. Were you taking a shower just now? Teacher Song. You weren't doing anything naughty, were you? Teacher Gu was with you. Looking at their messages, Song Yu raised an eyebrow. Gu Qinghan was just making conversation out of nothing, while Lin Luoli. Are girls these days so daring? Of course I'm full. I'm just lying at home by myself. Looking at the message Song Yu sent back, Gu Qinghan didn't rush to reply, seemingly considering what to ask. Lin Luoli, on the other hand, was much more direct, immediately sending a photo and a message. Teacher Song, do you like stockings? Can you help me see which pair looks good? Look, this one is thick black. There are also fishnet stockings, white stockings, suspender stockings, shiny ones, gradient ones. As the photo rotated, Song Yu's gaze fell upon Lin Luoli's beautiful legs. He was quite familiar with these legs, and they were clad in pure black stockings. Seeing this, Song Yu was a little conflicted. Did this mean he wasn't allowed to get a proper night's sleep? But he hadn't even given his opinion yet. Well, you could say that Lin Luoli hadn't originally intended for Song Yu to give his opinion. She was just flirting with him. After posting that photo, she posted more than a dozen more photos, each featuring a different pair of stockings. Song Yu swallowed hard as he watched. He used to think he wasn't a leg fetishist or foot fetishist, but when those long legs were actually in front of him, he found that any further explanation would seem weak and powerless. As for Gu Qinghan, she wasn't so blatant. She was just chatting casually with Song Yu about everyday things. Song Yu chatted with the 2 girls, exchanging a few words here and there. He had to admit, time really flew by. Before they knew it, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Gu Qinghan and Lin Luoli had class the next day, so they said goodbye to Song Yu and went to bed. As for Song Yu, well, he simply couldn't sleep. Looking at the time, there's still more than an hour until midnight. Okay, time to watch videos. So he started watching videos in bed. Time flies when you're watching videos. Song Yu felt like only a short time had passed when he heard a ding sound, a system notification. Ding, congratulations host, system refresh is complete. Please make your choice for today, host. Select a mobile phone, and you will receive a reward. Huh? You're giving me a free phone. Upon hearing the system's notification, Song Yu's eyes lit up instantly. The phone he was using now was one he had bought after saving up for 3 months after starting work. It's been over 3 years now. He was thinking about getting a new phone in the next few days, since he's a billionaire now, But before he could even buy one, the system gave him one for free? Just as Song Yu was wondering what kind of phone the system would give him, the screen changed, and 9 options reappeared in front of him. 1. A Chrysanthemum Trifold Extraordinary Master 16 plus 1 T-Mobile phone. 2. 1 Goryo Star Guy Chi-Share Foldable 16 plus 1 T-Mobile phone. 3. 1 iPhone 17 Pro Max, 2 T smartphone. 4. 1 Vivo X Fold 6 16G plus 1 T-Mobile phone. 5. Rice. 6. Unclear text, possibly related to a specific product or service. 7. A family. 8. The Eye of the Prodigal. Huh? The replicant is releasing a phone now. Looking at the options in front of him, Song Yu couldn't help but pause for a moment. Although he was very curious about what the Revenge of the World's phone would look like, he still chose a certain chrysanthemum. Not for any other reason, simply because this phone is the most expensive. Well, it doesn't seem so. The Goryo Star Trifold is more expensive, but that thing is unreliable and could explode at any time. The chrysanthemum is better. So after a slight hesitation, Song Yu chose this phone. The next second, a huge phone box appeared in front of him, containing his latest trifold phone. But before he could even check his phone, another system notification came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for selecting a mobile phone. You have now received a reward. A pair of Ming blue and white porcelain appreciation vases with lotus scroll design. Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain. An antique. Wow, this system really gives away everything. Hearing the system's prompt, Song Yu glanced at the 2 large boxes that had suddenly appeared in the system space. He couldn't help but laugh. The things this system gave him were really unpredictable, but if they were antiques, they would solve his immediate problem. That's his problem. He's short of money. He was unwilling to sell the items given to him by the system for 2 reasons. Firstly, he was reluctant to part with them, and secondly, whether it was a car or a watch, they would start to depreciate as soon as he got them. That watch, originally worth 30 million, would only be worth 27 or 28 million if Song Yu sold it, even though he had never even held it. He would lose 3 or 4 million. As for cars, they need to be discounted by at least 10%, which isn't worth it. Especially Song Yu, who was used to being poor, so he felt extremely cheated. But antiques are different. They don't depreciate when sold, they only increase in value, especially Ming blue and white porcelain. This thing is very expensive. So when Song Yu saw the 2 bottles, his first thought was to sell them. After selling it, he probably wouldn't have to worry about money anymore, as soon as he had the thought. These 2 large boxes also appeared in front of Song Yu. After Song Yu opened it, he saw 2 large bottles, each about 70 centimeters tall, appearing in front of him. To be honest, Song Yu originally knew nothing about porcelain and had no interest in it. But when he saw the pair of large bottles, his eyes lit up, because even though he didn't understand them, he found them very beautiful. Then, inside the box containing the bottle, there were several certificates. There are several expert certificates proving that he bought the bottle and that it belongs to him. Even if he didn't understand, he knew that this was the legendary opening of the door. I wonder how much this thing can sell for. After carefully putting the bottle back, Song Yu took out his phone and started searching for auction houses or antique markets in Tianjin. Surprisingly, he actually found a shop called Tianbeige. This shop has a good reputation online and is famous internationally. Song Yu can go there to sell these porcelain vases tomorrow. Transfer the data, go to sleep. Having confirmed the location of the porcelain vase shop, Song Yu then turned on the phone that the system had given him. Chapter 24. A date? The trifold phone that the system gave Song Yu was a red one, which actually looked quite good matching his Ferraris. After activating the system, Song Yu started transferring data. It's so convenient to switch phones now, unlike before when you had to do it one by one. Now, with a single click, the phone can transfer data while Song Yu sleeps. And so, the night passed without incident. When Song Yu woke up the next day, the new phone had already finished transferring data and was ready to use. After Song Yu washed up, he also carried 2 large bottles and went downstairs together. However, he didn't drive his LaFerrari today, because the LaFerrari doesn't have much storage space. Its front trunk is just a thin strip, which is okay for putting a bag, but it can't even fit one of these bottles. Therefore, Song Yu could only drive that SUV. After securing the 2 bottles, Song Yu drove off to have breakfast before heading straight to school. When he arrived at the school around 7:30, he saw an acquaintance in the parking lot again. This person was none other than Shen Yusen, who had been waiting for him here yesterday. Looking at this girl, Song Yu couldn't help but smile. What news are you here to tell me today? Seeing Song Yu actually get out of another car, Shin Yusin was clearly still a little dazed. She blinked involuntarily, and only after confirming it was Song Yu did she take out her phone. Teacher Song. Can I add you as a friend too? Sure. Looking at the timid Shin Yusin, Song Yu didn't refuse and immediately took out his phone to add her as a friend. Thank you, Teacher Song. After seeing that she had added Song Yu, Shin Yusin happily bowed to Song Yu and was about to run away, but Song Yu called her back again. Since you're already here, let me help you loosen up your muscles. Hearing Song Yu say that, Shin Yusin nodded with a blush. She really wanted Song Yu to help her stretch her muscles, but she felt a little embarrassed because she thought it would increase Song Yu's workload. But now that Song Yu has brought it up, she won't hold back. After the two went to the classroom together, Song changed her clothes, and Shin Yusin also changed into her dance costume. However, her dance costume is different from yesterday's. Despite her inner turmoil, where she constantly cursed Lin Loli and her ilk as vixens and shameless, she was actually dressed in her summer dance attire today. Fortunately, Song Yu was much calmer today after yesterday's ordeal and immediately began to stretch her. Teacher Song, you've been helping me stretch these past 2 days, and I feel like my muscles have loosened up a lot. As Song Yu began to loosen her muscles, Shin Yusin suddenly whispered something. You need to keep your muscles open. Remember to open them every day, otherwise it's because you didn't start training from a young age. This tendon could retract at any moment. Looking at Shin Yusin, Song Yu also composed himself and said with a smile. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Shin Yusin hesitated for a moment before speaking. Teacher Song, do you give lessons in private? How could that be? I'm not a real teacher. I'm just here to help out for a week. Hearing her ask that, Song Yu replied. Oh, I was thinking that if you taught me privately, I would be willing to buy your lessons so that you could help me stretch and guide me every day. But I guess I was overthinking it. You drive a Ferrari, you can't possibly be short of my tutoring fees. Looking at Song Yu, Shin Yusin sighed, then said somewhat helplessly. Looking into her bright, sparkling eyes, it wasn't hard to guess that she really wanted Song Yu to help her loosen her muscles, all for the sake of learning to dance better. Whether they have other motives or not, it's unclear. Upon hearing her words, Song Yu hesitated for a moment. To be honest, he had a good impression of Shin Yusin. This girl is first and foremost very beautiful, and then she's a bit too innocent. To other girls, she might seem a bit effeminate, but she definitely arouses Song Yu's protective instincts. Thinking about how she might get ripped off if she enrolled in someone else's class, Song Yu hesitated. Okay, I'll help out here for a week. You can come early next Monday or Tuesday, so I can help you stretch your muscles. As for the future, well, we'll see then. Then, if all else fails, I can find a place to work overtime for you. Really? What about tomorrow and the day after? Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Shin Yusin's eyes lit up instantly, and she looked at Song Yu expectantly. Aren't you going to rest tomorrow and the day after? Besides, we need to find a place, and it won't be that quick. My family situation is a bit complicated, so I can't take you back. I can't stay in your dorm, can I? I can't go into the girls' dorm. With a wry smile, Song Yu looked at Shin Yusin and said helplessly, how about we go to a hotel? I'll pay for it. Looking at Song Yu, Shin Yusin said with a serious expression, goodness, other people take female college students to hotels with ill intentions, but Song Yu takes girls to hotels to help them stretch. How ironic. However, since Shin Yusin had spoken, Song Yu nodded hesitantly. That would be fine, since he was originally free anyway. But soon, he had something to do. Just as he finished loosening the muscles around Shin Yusin's muscles, Gu Qinghan arrived. Seeing Song Yu loosening the muscles around Shin Yusin's muscles again, she couldn't help but frown. However, considering that Shin Yusin's basic skills were indeed not very good, he didn't say much. After changing his clothes, he and Song Yu started to instruct Shin Yusin. But before they could instruct her for long, the other girls arrived. Today, these girls are all quite neat, having changed into their summer dance costumes. Well, Song Yu's work has begun again, stretching, massaging. It's the 3rd day, and he's getting quite adept at it. My back still tends to bend over when I rest, which is really uncomfortable. And so, after the first class, without Gu Qinghan having to say anything, Song Yu began massaging her legs and waist. After they had finished massaging, Gu Qinghan took out a new dance outfit for Song Yu and said, here, go change into something clean, don't catch a cold. By the way, do you have time tomorrow or the day after? Tomorrow or the day after. There shouldn't be anything wrong. Although she had promised Shin Yusin to help her stretch her muscles, it would only take an hour or two. Song Yu was fine for the rest of the time. Then, Do you want to go to the movies with me tomorrow? There's an animated film that I've wanted to see for a long time. Hearing Song Yu say that everything was all right, Gu Qinghan stared into his eyes and asked with a grin. Chapter 25, Tianbao Pavilion. See you tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll pick you up around 10 o'clock. After the second class ended, Song Yu and Gu Qinghan parted ways. She couldn't skip work again today. Anyway, we're meeting tomorrow, so it doesn't really matter. After taking Song Yu out for another meal at the cafeteria, Gu Qinghan also escorted Song Yu to the parking lot. Watching Song Yu drive away in that brand new Ferrari she'd never seen before, she hummed a song and went back to her office to rest. Just as Song Yu drove his car out of the school, preparing to go to Tianbeige, which he had found online, he received a message from Shun Yusin and Lin Luoli. They had finished lunch and gone back to their dorm to rest. Shun Yusin naturally asked Song Yu when he would take her to practice the next day. After thinking for a moment, Song Yu decided to set it for 8 o'clock in the morning. As for where to practice, let Shun Yusin figure it out herself. Anyway, she said she was in charge of the venue. Lin Luoli came to ask Song Yu if he was free on the weekend, clearly wanting to ask him out. Tomorrow won't work, but I should have time the day after tomorrow. Seeing the message from Lin Luoli, Song Yu replied. Upon hearing Song Yu's response, Lin Luoli immediately responded. Okay, then Sunday it is. I'll come to see you in the morning. Okay, I have something to do in the morning. Around 10 o'clock, I'll come pick you up. I'm going to do some muscle stretching for Shin Yusin tomorrow, and I think I'll go again the day after, so it's better to come around 10 o'clock. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Lin Luoli naturally had no objections and immediately agreed with Song Yu. Why are you still so busy on weekends? Song Yu frowned as he put down his phone. Back when he was working, he often worked 996, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week, but at least he could rest on Sundays. Unlike now, why are weekends so busy? Perhaps it's true, as the failed old man Mantis said, that with great power comes great responsibility. Song Yu casually stuffed his phone into his pocket and muttered to himself as he drove. Tianbao Pavilion is not too far from Tianjiang Dance Academy, and it's also in the city center, so Song Yu arrived here very quickly. As he parked his car, the entire Tianbao Pavilion came into view. This is a building with 3 floors above ground and an unknown number of floors below ground. It has a very large area, with each floor feeling to be at least 10,000 square meters. The entire building is decorated in an antique style, giving it a very professional feel. Of course, these are all Song Yu's own feelings, but their family's reputation online is indeed the best. After parking the car, Song Yu carried his pair of Ming blue and white porcelain vases with intertwined floral patterns into the Tianbao Pavilion. As soon as I entered, a pretty waitress came to greet me. Hello, sir. How may I help you? As expected of a large store, even the waiters were very professional. Song Yu then explained that he was there to buy something. After confirming that Song Yu wanted to buy a pair of porcelain pieces, the waiter led him to a reception room and began to make him tea. After about 10 minutes of work, the door to the reception room opened, and 2 men, one middle-aged and one older, walked in. Upon seeing these 2 men, the waiter wisely withdrew from the room. Hello, sir. My name is Jun, and I am the current manager of this store. This is our appraiser, Teacher Deng. As the waiter closed the door, the middle-aged man extended his hand to Song Yu and introduced himself. My name is Song Yu. Hello, Manager Hua and Teacher Deng. After shaking hands with the other party, Song Yu and the others sat back down on the sofa. Then Jun and Teacher Deng also looked at the box on the table. I wonder, Mr. Song, who you intend to make a move this time? Oh, it's a pair of Xuanda-era blue and white porcelain vases with lotus scroll patterns. Upon hearing this, Song Yu didn't keep the other person in suspense. He still prefers to get straight to the point. He immediately opened both boxes. Then Manager Hua and Teacher Deng looked over immediately, and upon seeing this, they couldn't help but exchange a glance. It's safe to say that it's definitely true. The door was wide open, but just in case, it was better to be safe than sorry, so Teacher Deng put on gloves, carefully took out the pair of porcelain vases, and began to examine them closely. Body, glaze, base, rim, stamp. There are no problems with any of these. With the auction certificate and authentication certificates from several other masters, this pair of porcelain is indeed as genuine as it gets. So after watching for only about 5 minutes, Teacher Deng nodded to Jun. Then Jun also spoke to Song Yu. Mr. Song, there's no problem with your pair of treasures. I wonder what you're planning to do with them. Since I'm here, I'm naturally going to take action. Upon hearing what the other party said, Song Yu also explained his purpose. That's great, but I wonder how you're going to pay? Jun became excited when he heard Song Yu say he wanted to sell. I'd like to hear the details. Song Yu was indeed unsure how this product was sold, so he asked those in the know. Here's the thing. If you want to sell this item, there are two options that we can help you use, and then send it abroad or auction it domestically. The price will be higher, but we will charge a certain fee. There is basically no risk with your bottle. It's a genuine hard currency, and I can negotiate the commission rate down to 8%, which is the lowest in our industry. Of course, you can also choose to sell it directly to us. In that case, the price we charge will be none of your concern, but if a deal is reached, we can transfer the money today. Looking at Song Yu, Manager Hua spoke up. If I want to sell it directly, what price are you willing to offer? 8%, according to Song Yu's understanding, is indeed not high. Since the commission for auctioning artworks is usually between 10% and 15%, 8% is indeed a very sincere offer from the other party. But Song Yu was short of money right now, so he didn't plan to wait for any auction and directly asked about the value of the item. The price of Ming blue and white porcelain fluctuates greatly depending on the era. Late Ming pieces are not even as valuable as fine Qing dynasty pieces. The most valuable pieces are from the Yongle and Xuande periods. Yours is indeed from the Xuande period, and what's most valuable is that it's a pair. In our trade, there's an old saying, a pair is worth three. If it were a single piece, I can offer 65 million for this pair, and for this pair, I can offer 200 million. After a moment's hesitation, Jun spoke up directly. Upon hearing this number, Song Yu felt as if his brain had been struck by a hammer. Good heavens, that's 200 million? He originally thought he would be lucky to sell it for tens of millions. It seems that the options provided by this selection system are truly excellent. Chapter 26. Wealth and Honor Without Returning Home. Song Yu has a peculiar characteristic. When he is at a loss or shocked, he freezes, staring at the other person with a slightly furrowed brow. Judging from his constant attacks on these girls these past few days, you can tell that's the kind of person he is. At this moment, he was also shocked by the price of 200 million, and he just frowned and looked at the other party. Seeing Song Yu's expression, Jun felt a little guilty. He thought about the price he had quoted and wondered if there was anything wrong with it. Had he quoted too low a price? He couldn't help but look at old Deng beside him. After admiring the pair of vases, old Deng nodded with emotion. Then, noticing Jun's gaze, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. It seems this young Song is quite the expert. Indeed, a Xuande blue and white porcelain vase of this size would fetch between 65 million and 80 million renminbi at international auctions, though 80 million renminbi would be an exceptionally high price. So this pair of bottles can only sell for around 240 million. If sold like this, after deducting the 8% commission, the young man can earn around 220 million. Of course, this is the best-case scenario. The time and marketing costs involved are not low. It would take at least a year and a half. Nobody knows what will happen to Ming blue and white porcelain at that time. Okay, let's compromise. 200 million, you can't expect us to take the risk for nothing. Looking at Song Yu, Elder Deng spoke up. Upon hearing Elder Deng's words, Song Yu finally snapped out of his shock. He wanted to say, 200 million will do. But since they voluntarily added 10 million, he didn't say that 10 million was nothing. So he nodded at that moment. Okay, then it'll be 210 million. Okay, great. Sign the contract and transfer the money. Seeing that Song Yu didn't hesitate and readily agreed to the price, old Deng smiled and spoke up. Looking at Elder Deng's appearance, Song Yu knew in his heart that Elder Deng's status in Tianbao Pavilion was definitely higher than Jun's, and that Tianbao Pavilion might even belong to Elder Deng. However, since Deng Lao didn't mention it, Song Yu naturally wouldn't bring it up either. With the price agreed upon, Jun went outside in person as expected. When he returned, he had 4 contracts in his hand, followed by 2 other people. One of these 2 people is a notary public stationed here, and the other is a lawyer from here. The contract was made in quadruplicate to ensure the fairness of the transaction to the greatest extent. Song Yu glanced at the contract and saw that there were no small print or special clauses. All that's needed is for Song Yu to guarantee that this item wasn't obtained illegally. Song Yu even has an auction certificate, and the system has already arranged everything. So naturally, he has no problem. He signed the contract right then and there. Less than a minute after signing, his phone vibrated and a message came in with his bank information. Transaction alert. Transaction date, April 18th, 20XX. Transaction type, income, savings card ending in XXXX. Transaction amount, 210 million.00. Card balance, 210,203,367. Phew. Looking at the balance in his card, Song-yu quietly let out a long breath. Finally. On the 5th day after acquiring the system, I achieved financial freedom. Thinking of this, Song-yu couldn't help but feel pleased. Of course, he didn't show it too much. After all, his current persona is that of a rich man, and the other party, seeing Song-yu's distorted expression, probably thought he was feeling sorry for him. After all, judging from the watch Song-yu was wearing and the car he was driving according to the news from outside, he didn't seem like a poor person at all. I guess he was selling this because he was having some cash flow problems in his business, so Teacher Deng walked up to Song-yu. Young man, there's no hurdle you can't overcome. If you ever need to sell or buy anything in the future, come to me anytime. Oh, thank you, Elder Deng. Upon hearing Deng Lao's words, Song-yu was taken aback for a moment, then realized that he must have misunderstood. However, there was no need to explain at this point, and Song-yu smiled and agreed. Come on, let's add each other as friends. Remember us if you find anything good in the future. Seeing that Song-yu recovered so quickly, old Deng nodded in satisfaction. His composure in the face of adversity truly showed the demeanor of a great general. Old Deng then considered befriending Song-yu and added him as a friend on his phone. At this time, Song-yu also left Tianbao Pavilion. As he got into the car, he clenched his fist and clenched it. This time he finally didn't have to worry about money anymore. Ha. No, I have to find someone to share this with. Sitting down in his chair, Song-yu let out a long sigh and started looking through the contacts on his phone. As the old saying goes, to return home in wealth and honor is like wearing fine clothes at night. These were Song-yu's words, and Song-yu shared the same thought. If you have money and don't show off, then the money is meaningless. And to show off, you should definitely do it with your closest relatives. If it were before, he must have been looking for his parents and relatives, but unfortunately, after parents pass away, relatives also lose contact, so that's fine. Then you can only turn to friends. Yes, friend. Song-yu does have a few friends. As the old saying goes, even Qin Hui had 3 friends, so Song-yu also has 3 friends. Having found the group chat he and his 3 friends were in, Song-yu sent them a message. Song-yu. At everyone, what are you all doing? Come out and greet me. Stone. Damn, it's the middle of the afternoon. I was just about to take a nap. What's up? Xiangzi. You don't need to revise the plan today. Lu Tao. It's Friday today. Want to go out for drinks tonight? As soon as Song-yu sent the message, the other 3 people in the group also chimed in. Sure too, whose real name is Shirley, got this nickname not only because his name contains the character for stone, but also because, just like his name, he is both smelly and stubborn. He was stubborn and didn't know how to take things easy, so he offended a lot of people at work and school. Xiangzi, whose real name is He Chong, is much more shrewd than Shirley. He's almost a sales manager now. The last one, Lu Tao, well, he doesn't have a nickname. This is his real name. And his personality is just like that of someone who doesn't have a nickname. Very peaceful, moderate in everything he does. Currently, he passed the civil service exam and is just getting by in a state-owned enterprise, a life he can see the end of at a glance. The relationship between these 3 people and Song-yu is quite dramatic. They were classmates in junior high school, and even though they weren't in the same department in college, they were still classmates. It's easy to imagine that after 10 years of hanging out together, they spent their days playing video games and basketball, just wasting their time. Our relationship was exceptionally strong, but everyone got busy after we started working. At first, we would get together every week from time to time, then it became difficult to get together even once a month, and then it became once every few months. The last time they got together was probably in February. Chapter 27. Another neighbor? No problem, let's get together tonight. You guys choose the place, it's on me. Seeing that Lu Tao wanted to get together, Song-yu was naturally pleased and immediately agreed. Hey, what's this? Struck it rich. You did well on the last project, so you got promoted to team leader? Upon seeing Song-yu say it was on his behalf, Xiangzi and Shirtu both asked in confusion. No, I quit that lousy class. I was fired. I don't have to worry about money anymore. I'm financially independent now. Song-yu replied with a smile, looking at them. What's going on? The 3 were even more puzzled when they heard Song-yu say that he had been fired but was now financially independent. Then Song-yu only recounted how he was fired, but he didn't explain how he became financially independent. In fact, he hadn't finished making it up yet. I can only say we'll talk about it tonight. Let them guess. After the 4 of them set a time, Song-yu drove back to take a shower and change his clothes. As he drove back to the apartment complex, this time he didn't stay on the 55th floor, but took the elevator directly to the 56th floor, because he still had to climb one flight of stairs to get to the 55th floor. It would be better to just go straight to the 56th floor, open the door, go back to my room, and wash up. He was trying to save himself the trouble, but when he came out of the 56th floor, he suddenly saw a person, a woman, a young and very beautiful woman. The woman looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. She had a small face, big eyes that gave her an innocent look, and long, slightly curly black hair. She wore a gray sweatshirt on top and blue jeans on the bottom, which weren't tight and were just normal clothes. When Song-yu saw her, she was sitting cross-legged on a chair by the window, listening to music. The moment her eyes met Song-yu's, she was stunned, and then looked at Song-yu with a puzzled expression. You are. Oh, I live here. The two of them spoke almost simultaneously, asking each other questions. Then Song-yu pointed to the gate and spoke. Then, as if to prove that he did live here, he unlocked the fingerprint lock and opened the gate. Seeing that Song-yu had actually opened the door, the girl couldn't help but smile awkwardly and began to explain. Oh, sorry, I'm your downstairs neighbor. I live on the 54th floor. I usually come here to enjoy the view. Several girls who used to live here know this. They helped me move this chair. If it's inconvenient for you, I can also. Oh, it's okay. I don't usually go this way. They still live here. We're basically roommates. Upon hearing the other person's words, Song-yu waved his hand. Although the elevator lobby is part of Song-yu's home because it has 6 elevators per household, he doesn't intend to occupy it. Since Yan-han and the others know that the girl is here, there's no need for him to force her to leave. Thank you. After receiving Song-yu's approval, the girl nodded and sat down again to listen to the song. Song-yu didn't think much of it and went straight home. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, he found that none of the 6 girls were there today, not even Pan Lu. This shut-in rarely goes out, but Song-yu didn't seem to mind, given their current relationship. They weren't exactly close, but it was also a bit ambiguous. Anyway, Song-yu had things to do that evening, so he didn't bother with them. Soon, it was around 4:30 in the afternoon. Song-yu also went downstairs, drove the Ferrari SUV, and went to Lu Tao's workplace first. Of the 3, only Lu Tao is truly reliable. He's guaranteed to leave work at 5 p.m. Sure enough, at 5 o'clock, he saw Lu Tao walk out of the company, and then he honked his horn and called out Lu Tao's name. When Lu Tao saw Song-yu's head appear inside a Ferrari SUV, he was dumbfounded. Is this that Ferrari SUV? Okay, let's talk about it when we get up here. Let's go pick up those 2. Walking up to the car and looking at the brand new vehicle, Lu Tao was completely bewildered. Song-yu patted him on the shoulder and said with a grin, "Although I'm incredibly shocked," Lu Tao didn't say anything and immediately sat in the passenger seat. Then, in a state of shock, they drove all the way to Shirley's company. At this moment, Shirley also got off work. When he saw Song-yu's car, he was stunned. Well, seeing their shocked expressions, Song-yu's emotional state was greatly satisfied. This was exactly the kind of look he wanted. However, when Shirley got into the car and prepared to go find Hee-chong, a problem arose. That is, Ferrari, what kind of SUV can they make? Song-yu has never sat in the back seat of this car. If he had, he would know that the back seat is ridiculously small. It's small, hard, short, and rigid. Even a dog wouldn't sit on it. It's only good for a temporary fix. But there was no other way. Seeing that there was an SUV available, he couldn't bear to take a taxi, so he could only sit in the back seat and go with Song-yu and the others to pick up Hee-chong. After Hee-chong got on the bus, the number of people who looked shocked increased to 3. 2 of them huddled in the back, while Shirley seemed a bit more at ease, though he didn't huddle there for long. Because the restaurant they booked was near Hee Company. This is a barbecue stall. Song-yu and his friends used to come here often because it's cheap, delicious, and has a high cost-performance ratio. However, today, after the 4 of them sat down and ordered their food and drinks, the way Tu, Chongzi, and Lu Tao looked at Song-yu became strange. Brother, tell me the truth. Did you rob a bank? Where did you get the money? Do you have a distant relative who was actually a wealthy man who passed away and left you a large inheritance? I just looked at this car. It's 4,988,000 yuan, and the total cost will be at least 5 million yuan. Looking at Song-yu, they lowered their voices and started talking all at once. Hearing their words, Song-yu smiled calmly, then took out his new trifold folding paper, opened his online banking, flipped to the balance page, and threw it on the table. As they looked at his phone screen with suspicion, Song Yu suddenly felt the surroundings heat up because the three of them had already sucked all the cold air away. After counting Song Yu's balance, their gazes towards him became filled with shock, confusion, and bewilderment. I originally wanted to make friends with you as an ordinary person, but instead I was met with contempt and distrust. I'm coming clean. I'm actually a billionaire. Looking at the three of them, Song Yu also spoke with an arrogant expression. Chapter 28, 100 bags? Damn it, I despise you. Damn, you got a good deal by choosing this place to eat. Exactly, we should go eat seafood. I'll give you a good shave next time. Boss, give me 10, no 20 lamb kidneys. Seeing Song Yu's smug look, the three of them all gave him the middle finger, and Song Yu laughed and returned the favor by giving him 2 middle fingers in return. However, after the laughter subsided, they were still very curious about where Song Yu got his money. They've known each other since they were 12, and it's been 13 years now. They know Song Yu's family situation better than anyone else, even back when they were in college. Because Song Yu's parents had passed away and their house had been sold, they had provided him with financial assistance for a long time, when he had no money at all. Where will the money come from? Seeing their expressions, Song Yu lowered his voice and said, "You know about cryptocurrency, right?" "I know, it's almost gone viral right now." Upon hearing Song Yu's words, the three nodded in agreement. "Well, the country doesn't allow buying and selling anymore, so let's not talk about this anymore. But when I was a freshman in college, didn't I ask you guys if you wanted to buy some? You guys were still talking to me like that, saying you'd treat me to pizza if I wanted some. But I still secretly bought some. I recently sold them. The money came from selling cryptocurrency." Raising an eyebrow, Song Yu offered an explanation. This was the explanation he came up with after thinking about it all afternoon. "Damn it, I was careless." Upon hearing Song Yu's words, the others couldn't help but slap their thighs. It seemed that it really was. The group spent the whole night at an internet cafe, and Song Yu, who was getting a little tired, was reading the news when he unexpectedly came across cryptocurrency. He then asked them if they wanted to buy some. The others had also seen the news, saying that someone had spent tens of thousands of virtual coins to buy a pizza or something. They half-jokingly said that if Song Yu wanted pizza, they would treat him, and that was the end of it. But they did remember that Song Yu had apparently gone online to check how to buy cryptocurrency. Surprisingly, he actually bought it. This time, they really missed out on hundreds of millions. Oh no, my heart is about to flare up. Damn, financial freedom was once so close to me. Boss, 10 more kidneys, please. Sigh, it's all fate. But you, have you thought about how you're going to spend this money? What else can we spend the money on? Buy a house, a car, or a motorhome? No, he's bought a car, so he should buy a house now. Buy 100 units, rent them out, and you'll never have to worry about money again. Looking at Song Yu, the three of them truly looked sorrowful. They never imagined that they were once so close to becoming billionaires, but now they are only physically close. At the same time, they are also giving Song Yu advice. Well, I bought the house, and you've seen the car. But how to spend it next is another story. When you don't have money, it's not easy for money to make money grow. Now that you have money, it's not difficult for money to make money grow. Song Yu smiled at the group. He has a system, so he'll definitely earn more and more. He was still very confident, but by then, he wouldn't need to explain to them anymore. You have a house now? Aren't you going to invite us out for hot pot? Upon hearing that Song Yu had bought a house, Shirley asked, "It's true that they have this custom here. When moving, they usually invite friends over for a hot pot or something." Song Yu had invited them before when he moved. But right now, it's really not very convenient. Hey, don't even mention it. The house I bought is now rented out by the previous owner, so I still have a few roommates. I'll wait for a better opportunity and see when the time comes. Song Yu waved his hand, not going into details. Damn, you're a billionaire, and you're sharing an apartment with someone else and buying a second-hand house. Looking at Song Yu, He Chong and the others laughed and said, "You don't understand. Second-hand homes are like young married women. Get lost. You should find a girlfriend first." The three of them said with disdain as Song Yu was about to spout nonsense again. You should know that all three of them have had relationships. He Chong and Lu Tao still have girlfriends. And although Shirley said he broke up with his ex-girlfriend, he is still pursuing the receptionist at their company. Unlike Song Yu, who they know, this guy has never been in a relationship before. Upon hearing their words, Song Yu sighed helplessly. Sure enough, he couldn't fool them. However, he was still very confident. With his money, his looks, and his Lao AI template, finding a girlfriend in the future should be quite easy. I guess. Well, when it comes to this, Song Yu feels guilty again. Fortunately, at this time, the owners started serving skewers. As the barbecue was laid out, they also opened beer and happily drank there. The meal lasted until after 10 p.m. To be honest, all four of them had drunk a bit too much. Fortunately, Song-yu was still sober and specially called a designated driver to take them all home one by one. This time, it was the three of them who ended up in the back. As for Song-yu, after returning home, Yan-han and the others had already gone to rest. He went straight to his room, took a shower, and then lay down on the bed. He fell asleep shortly afterward. This was the first time he had been asleep at midnight since he got the system, and the system didn't seem to disturb him. He slept soundly until 6 a.m. the next morning when he was woken up by the urge to urinate. While he was in the restroom, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't drawn his selection yet. System. Ding. Congratulations, host. System refresh is complete. Please make your choice for today, host. Select an outfit. As soon as Song-yu opened the system, sure enough, the system had already refreshed the choices, and today's choice was a piece of clothing. Following Song-yu's gaze, we looked over there. The first option should be a suit, the second a jacket, the third an outdoor workwear piece, the fourth a pair of dress pants, the fifth a belt, the sixth a men's cologne, the seventh a bag, the eighth a backpack, and the ninth a pair of sneakers. Looking at these options, Song-yu immediately gave up on the suit, trousers, belt, men's cologne, and 2 bags. He hates wearing suits because he feels they make him look too stiff. And men's cologne. Even dogs don't wear it. Only dogs do. He didn't like either of the 2 bags. He didn't like backpacks. So the only options are jackets, outdoor workwear, and shoes. After thinking about it for a while, he still chose the shoes. Just as a pair of blue shoes with the letter H on them, packaged in a shoebox, appeared in front of him. The system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for choosing a pair of sneakers. You have received 100 Hermes backpacks. Chapter 29. Thanks. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Received 10 Hermes Kelly 25 Himalayan Nile crocodile leather bags. Hermes Birkin 20 Black House X10. Hermes Birkin 20 Blue House X10. Hermes Birkin 20 Gray House X10. Hermes Birkin 20 White House X10. Hermes Birkin 20 Brown House X10. Hermes 8X Baltic Inverted V Diamond Buckle Handbag X20. Hermes Kellywood Painted Wooden Bag, Saddle Leather, X20. Huh. Song-yu was stunned when he heard the system's notification. What the heck, 100 of them? Well, when he looked at the system space, it was already filled with countless Hermes handbags. Looking at this option, Song-yu's head was filled with countless black lines. What use would he have for this thing? He immediately washed up and then took the shoes back to his room. He glanced at the shoes first. They were Hermes. It was just a very ordinary-looking mesh sneaker, which happened to be his size 45. But if it has this label, the shoes probably won't be cheap. However, as he looked at the 100 bags in the space, he felt his blood pressure rising continuously. These shoes, how well can he wear them? And what's the point of this bag? And he didn't even know how much this thing was worth. No, even if it's valuable, what good is it? He really thinks this is a waste of emotion. Forget it. Let's get it done first. Scratching his head, Song-yu decided to get this thing out first. He remembered that there were 9 rooms on the second floor. Originally, there should have been only 1 master bedroom, 4 to 5 guest bedrooms, and the rest were used as a study, movie theater, game room, etc. But now, naturally, they've all been converted into rooms. There were 2 empty rooms, so he decided to use them to store the bags. With that thought, he went to a room and took all the bags out. When he finished packing his bag and walked out of the room, he suddenly saw Lu Zi yawning as she came out of her room. When their eyes met, they both froze for a moment. Song-yu was puzzled as to why Lu Zi was up so early on a Saturday. Lu Zi was also surprised that Song-yu was in that room. Fortunately, Song-yu reacted quickly. I immediately realized that Lu Zi was different from the other 5 girls. At least Yan-han, Zhu Yinin, and Ruan Qing'er had weekends off, but she was a saleswoman. Weekends are the busiest time of year, and as for the brand she works for. Huh? Lu Zi, if I remember correctly, you're from Hermes, right? Yes. Is there anything you want to buy? Nodding, Lu Zi also spoke. I'm not really interested in luxury goods, but my friend gave me a bunch of bags. I just brought them up. Could you take a look and see if they're worth anything? Oh, and there's a pair of shoes too. Upon hearing that Song-yu's friend had given him a bunch of bags, Lu Zi became interested and followed Song-yu to the room. As soon as she walked in, the first thing she saw was Song-yu's shoes, because they were the only ones that were exposed. The other bags are all inside Hermes handbags. Upon seeing these shoes, Lu Zi's eyes lit up. Your shoes are really nice. They're Hermes bouncing, which isn't sold in China. We can't even get them in stock. This navy blue, I think it should be close to 39,000. Huh? 39,000 for a pair of shoes. Hearing Lu Zi's words, Song Yu was completely bewildered. He thought the shoes might be expensive, but he estimated they would only cost a few $1,000s at most. In the end, the price was more than a few $1,000s. Hey, is this a luxury item? It's not that expensive. Let me see the bag your friend gave you. Wow, is that Kelly 25-inch Himalayan Nile crocodile skin? She patted Song Yu on the shoulder. Lu Zi had indeed seen too many luxury goods. To her, the shoes that cost 39,000 yuan were nothing special. But when he took the bag out, she lost her composure. Her eyes were filled with shock, and her pupils were constantly trembling. Seeing her like this, Song Yu was afraid that she would faint. It's just a bag. Is it really that big of a deal? Well, okay, for women, handbags might really be incredibly effective at making a statement. Hey, Lu Zi, calm down. He patted her on the back, and only then did Song Yu hear Lu Zi breathing again. However, she ignored Song Yu and immediately began rummaging through the bags. Kelly 25, a total of 10? Are these houses? Wow, 10 black houses, 10 blue houses, 10 gray houses, 10 white houses, 10 brown houses. Is this a Baltic V-shaped bag? And these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 20? There are also painted saddles, and 20 of those too? There are 100 bags in total? Seeing that Lu Zi was about to fall again, Song Yu immediately supported her. Well, she really knew it all by heart. Are these bags very valuable? Seeing that it took Lu Zi about 5 minutes to recover, Song Yu asked her curiously. Is it valuable? Remove the ma from the word. Well, okay, I forgot you're a big spender. But even if you are, these 100 bags are priceless. This Kelly 25 bag was auctioned off. You can't buy it directly. It would cost at least 2 million yuan to auction. These houses are all limited editions. Even the cheapest brown house costs over 1 million. Even the most expensive black house costs around 2 million. These two models also cost 1 million each. These bags of yours, conservatively speaking, might be worth 100 million. Let me check if it's real or fake. Wow, it's all real, all genuine products. Your friend, is he the owner of Hermes? Looking at Song Yu, Lu Zi said with a helpless expression. Hearing her words, Song Yu shrugged. His friend was much more powerful than Hermes' boss. After all, this is a legendary system. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Oh, by the way, here, this is for you as a thank you gift. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Seeing Lu Zi's shocked expression, Song Yu casually grabbed the cheapest saddlebag and stuffed it into Lu Zi's hand. While Lu Zi was still in a daze, he took the shoes and went downstairs. If Song Yu had won the shoes for 39,000 yuan a pair before yesterday, his biggest thought would probably have been to sell them. But now he's not short of money, so these things are nothing to him, and he doesn't feel bad wearing them. After changing his shoes, Song Yu left. He had even arranged for Shin Yusin to help him stretch. Meanwhile, Lu Zi didn't realize what was happening until she heard Song Yu close the door. She looked at the bag in her hand, then at Song Yu who had disappeared, and she was even more confused. Song Yu, what does this mean? Did he just give me a bag worth 1 million? Is he trying to keep her as a sugar daddy? Well, she doesn't really object. Chapter 30 forgot to bring it. Huh? Lu Zi, you haven't left yet. Just as Lu Zi blankly took her bag and went downstairs to prepare her breakfast, Yan Han and the others had also gotten up, even though they were off today. But their biological clock isn't so easy to adjust. At most, if they're sleepy, they can take a nap. But if they have that time, they'd rather go out and have some fun or go shopping. As soon as they went downstairs, they saw Lu Zi, the only one who needed to work today, still making breakfast. Hearing Yan Han's words, Lu Zi nodded blankly. Yan Han and the others, upon arriving, noticed the bag Lu Zi had placed beside her. Hey, where did this bag come from? This bag is so pretty. Sister Lu Zi, is this a new one you bought? Could I borrow it for a couple of days? I remember this bag. It seems to be very expensive. Lu Zi, you've struck it rich? Looking at the bag, the other 5 girls said excitedly almost at the same time. Sure enough, there isn't a single woman who doesn't like handbags. But when Guzhun looked at the bag, she frowned and said, because she remembered that the bag was very, very expensive. No. To be precise, it's not me who got rich, it's Song Yu who got rich. This morning, a friend of his sent him 100 bags, which are currently sitting in the empty room upstairs. I checked it for him and confirmed the amount. He just casually gave me this bag. Seeing everyone's puzzled looks, Lu Zi continued woodenly, still somewhat incredulous. Hiss, 100 bags? Are they all Hermes? Sister Lu Zi, how much is your bag? How much are the bags upstairs? Upon hearing what Lu Zi said, the others quickly asked. Yes, they're all Hermes. Mine is the cheapest. The expensive ones cost over 2 million. There are also quite a few houses. You know, many celebrities and socialites carry that one. However, mine isn't cheap either. It costs around 1 million. Listening to their words, Lu Zi took a deep breath and finally regained her senses a little. Then she spoke to the group. Hiss. Upon hearing what Lu Zi said, the other 5 girls exchanged glances and then ran back upstairs together. Then I heard them scream. Clearly, these bags were equally lethal to them, but Song Yu was unaware of this at the moment. He has never been interested in bags. After having breakfast, he drove to a small gate of Tianjiang Dance Academy. When he arrived, Shin Yusin was already waiting for him. As Song Yu parked the car, she happily jumped in. Teacher Song. Don't call me teacher when we're out. Just call me Brother Song, or just Song Yu. Hearing Shin Yusin's words, Song Yu also smiled and said, always calling me teacher. It really feels a bit awkward to me, especially outside of school areas. Okay, Brother Song. I've already booked a hotel nearby. Let's go. Looking at Song Yu, Shin Yusin readily agreed, and then pointed the navigation device at him. Song Yu glanced at the location on the navigation and saw that it was indeed not far from the school. He then stepped on the gas and drove over. Before long, he arrived at the hotel. However, upon seeing this, he couldn't help but frown. Something's not right about this hotel. This hotel is quite large, probably 6 or 7 stories high, and it looks rather clean and tidy. But the area around this hotel is full of adult product stores, which is not right. He may not have seen a pig run, but Song Yu must have eaten pork. Just because he didn't make appointments when he was in school doesn't mean others don't. So, this place doesn't look like a proper place to rest. However, since Shin Yusin had already jumped out of the car, Song Yu didn't say anything more. He then went into the hotel with her. Since she had already made a reservation by phone, all she needed to do was swipe her ID card. After paying the room fee and deposit, she happily took Song Yu with her into the elevator. They went straight to their room on the 5th floor. After they arrived at the room and opened the door, Song Yu's premonition grew even stronger. The room was dimly lit with a pinkish tint. In the center of the room was a huge round bed. The bathroom next to it was quite large, but it had 2 walls, and the other 2 walls were made of very transparent glass. Just as Song Yu had a bad feeling, strange sounds of morning exercise came from the next room. Okay, now he's certain that this is the hotel where students meet up for. You know. Shin Yusin seemed to have realized what was happening as well. Her face flushed red, and she looked at Song Yu cautiously. Hey, Chun, are you planning to sleep with me? Seeing her expression, Song Yu couldn't help but joke. No, that's not it. This. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Shin Yusin immediately objected, but then she suddenly wondered if her objection was disrespectful to Song Yu. She considered nodding, but after a couple of nods, she realized that nodding wasn't quite right. She froze completely in place, and seeing her like that, Song Yu rubbed her head. All right, it's just a 2-hour lesson. Go change your clothes. I have other things to do after I finish teaching you. Since we're already here, we might as well make the best of it. Anyway, they're just teaching normally, so there's no question of whether or not we'll sleep. Oh. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Shin Yusin immediately nodded in agreement. Although the noise from next door and the atmosphere in this room were awkward, it was ultimately just her and Song Yu who were here. As long as they kept quiet, there wouldn't be any problem. But when she opened her bag to find her dance clothes, she was surprised to find that she had forgotten to bring them. Brother Song. I forgot to bring it. Oh, what should we do then? If we go back to get it now, there won't be enough time. Maybe we should just forget about it and talk about it tomorrow. Upon hearing that Shin Yusin had forgotten her dance costume, Song Yu was speechless. This girl was really absent-minded. But since I didn't bring it, I guess I'll just have to forget about it. Otherwise, I'll just practice in this outfit. Gritting her teeth, Shin Yusin said to Song Yu, that definitely won't work. You've been practicing for 2 hours, you're bound to sweat a lot. If your clothes get wet, and it's only 15 degrees Celsius outside today, you'll definitely catch a cold if you go out. Shaking her head, Shin Yusin knew she couldn't not change her clothes. She'd catch a cold. Hearing Song Yu say that, Shin Yusin gritted her teeth and mustered her courage to look at Song Yu. Brother Song, if it really doesn't work, then I won't wear it. Chapter 31 Bewildered. What are you saying? Brother Song, Wait for me a moment. Upon hearing Shin Yusin's words, Song Yu instinctively wanted to say that she was spouting inappropriate nonsense, but Shin Yusin was clearly serious. She said something to Song Yu, and then ran into the bathroom. As mentioned earlier, the glass on both sides of the bathroom is completely transparent, so Song Yu subconsciously turned around as well. He was speechless for a moment. Not only do the women in his family treat him like a human being, but Shin Yusin also treats him like a human being? Could it be because of the Lao AI template? Lao AI entered the palace as a fake eunuch, and I do look somewhat sinister now. So these women are all unguarded around me. Damn, but the thing is, I'm a real man. Standing there helplessly, Song Yu muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Shin Yusin, who was in the bathroom, had already taken off her coat, leaving only her innerwear underneath. Actually, you can tell from Shin Yusin's innerwear that she's like a child who hasn't grown up. At this moment, her inner layer consisted of a flesh-colored sports vest on top and white cotton pants on the bottom. Many junior high school students probably wouldn't wear this style anymore, but she seemed quite happy with what she was wearing. However, at this point, another problem arises. That's because I didn't bring my dance costume, and naturally, I didn't bring any inner clothes either. If I sweat a lot while dancing, my inner clothes will get wet too. Especially the pants, which are pure cotton. She won't feel comfortable going back wet. Since things are already like this, looking at Song Yu's retreating figure, Shin Yusin hesitated for a moment. Then, Brother Song, I'm all better now. When Song Yu heard Shin Yusin's voice behind him, he turned around somewhat dejectedly, but as soon as he turned around, he immediately turned back. Goodness, she can't be that thorough, can she? No, you're exaggerating. It's all right. I was thinking that it would be uncomfortable if the clothes inside got wet, so I decided not to wear them at all. By the way, Brother Song, you have something to do and you have to go out later, so you should take them off too, so you don't catch a cold. That way it'll be fair between the two of us. Hearing Song Yu's words, Shin Yusin really didn't care. After putting her clothes on the big bed, she jumped in front of Song Yu with a smile, ready to help him change his clothes as well. Actually, Song Yu wanted to say that she had brought a dance costume, but Shin Yusin's next sentence made him a little hesitant to bring it up. Fairness. She's already in this state, so if I'm still wearing my clothes, wouldn't that be a bit unfair to her? Damn, how can this be related to fairness? I've been led astray by this little girl. But given the current situation, he didn't have time to think too much. He could only temporarily stop Shin Yusin and change his clothes himself. Well, he changed halfway, not wearing his dance costume at all. How strange, but it does fit the atmosphere here. As Song Yu was ready, he looked at Shin Yusin in front of him and said with a wry smile. Shin Yusin just chuckled and didn't say much. Okay, let's start practicing. After repeating the mantra several times in his heart, Song Yu, with a calm and unperturbed mind, began to seriously teach Shin Yusin. It started with stretching, then moved on to some details of classical dance, and finally included a relaxing massage. Even in a classroom with so many people, and with them all in dance costumes, Song Yu couldn't control himself. At this point, he couldn't control himself any longer, so he simply stopped trying and treated it as giving Shin Yusin another lesson. As for Shin Yusin, under Song Yu's guidance, she sweated significantly more than during normal classes. In just over an hour, less than 2 hours, her body became as limp as a puddle of mud. He was panting heavily, barely able to stand. Seeing this, Song Yu sighed helplessly. Heaven and earth can bear witness that he was indeed teaching Shin Yusin to dance, and there was nothing improper between them. Seeing Shin Yusin's appearance, Song Yu shook his head, glanced at the time, and realized it was almost time to meet Gu Qinghan. So he picked Shin Yusin up. I'll help you take a bath, and then we should go. Hearing Song Yu's words, Shin Yusin also gave a barely perceptible Then the two of them helped each other take a shower, changed back into their own clothes, checked out, and left. The two of them did not speak along the way. Song Yu was embarrassed, while Shin Yusin was truly exhausted. It wasn't until Song Yu drove Shin Yusin back to the side of the school that she finally calmed down a bit. Before getting out of the car, she looked at Song Yu and asked him a question. Brother Song, be here again tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting for you. Well, okay. Seeing Shin Yusin run off as soon as she finished speaking, Song Yu opened his mouth, intending to say something like, remember to bring your dance costume, but ultimately didn't say it. After watching Shin Yusin return to school, Song Yu shook his head and drove directly to Gu Qinghan's building. Gu Qinghan had been waiting at home for a long time. As soon as she heard Song Yu's message that he was downstairs, she immediately ran downstairs. She was dressed up carefully today, wearing a blue deep V dress underneath and a white fluffy cardigan over it. From her exposed calves, you could tell that she was also wearing black stockings. Wearing a pair of black high heels, she looked both innocent and alluring. Looking at Song-yu, she quickly ran over and sat directly in the passenger seat that Song-yu had already opened for her. Then she happily asked Song-yu, "Have you had breakfast?" "I've eaten, what about you?" "We've definitely eaten, so where should we go now?" Looking at Song-yu, Gu Qinghan asked with a smile. "Anything is fine. Didn't you want to watch a movie?" "But shouldn't we find something to eat for lunch now?" Song-yu asked curiously, glancing at his watch. He had never actually gone on a date with a girl alone before, so he really didn't know where they were going. "Okay, let's go shopping first and see what to eat. Then we'll watch a movie in the afternoon, and we'll talk about it after the movie." After thinking for a moment, Gu Qinghan made a rough plan for today, and Song-yu naturally had no objections. At that moment, Song-yu stepped on the gas and drove Gu Qinghan towards the nearby shopping mall. "What? Aren't we going to see a movie and have dinner?" Clearly, at this time, shopping was secondary in the mall. The main activities were eating and watching movies. Even if they weren't on a date, Song-yu knew this. Is Chapter 32 interesting? Phew, what a great day. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when Song-yu pulled Gu Qinghan back downstairs to her apartment building. They had a lot of fun today. They arrived at the mall around 10 a.m. and started shopping. Around 11:30 a.m., they had hot pot, then watched a movie in the afternoon, and spent the afternoon playing in the mall's arcade. Song-yu won quite a few plush toys for Gu Qinghan. Of course, he wasn't playing those claw machines, which are all guaranteed to win. It's not about skill or luck, it's just about how many times you try. He was playing small games like ring toss or toss. With Lao AI's template, Song-yu's reaction speed became extremely fast, and his success rate in catching these things was quite high. So they did indeed capture quite a few dolls. In the evening, they had dinner at a self-service teppanyaki restaurant in the mall. When they finished eating and returned, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. After the car was parked, Gu Qinghan got out, and Song-yu went to the back of the SUV and took out all the plush toys he had won for Gu Qinghan. "Are you in such a hurry to send me away?" Seeing Song-yu holding the doll and standing in front of her, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but lean closer and ask with a smile. No." Shaking his head, Song-yu quickly explained. "So you don't want me to leave? Or do you want to come upstairs with me?" Seeing Song-yu's explanation, Gu Qinghan tilted her head and asked him with a grin. Seeing her teasing expression, Song-yu couldn't help but blush. He didn't know how to answer. Just kidding. Today might be the happiest day I've had in years. Thank you. But I hope we can have this much fun more often in the future." After taking the doll from Song-yu, Gu Qinghan looked at Song-yu and said seriously, "Actually, there are already some other meanings in those words." Although Song-yu roughly understood, he wasn't sure. The 4 illusions he had always believed in told him that unless the other party explicitly told him, he shouldn't be a sycophant. Of course, even if they explicitly told him, it's also possible they're playing some kind of truth or dare game. As long as you don't fall in love, you won't feel heartache. Of course, it's a bit of an overstatement to say this now, but Song-yu does have some of the characteristics of a scumbag. He doesn't take the initiative, but he doesn't refuse either. However, he will take responsibility. "Of course, even if I'm no longer working at the dance academy, if you need me, we can go out anytime. I'm more free than you think." With a shrug, Song-yu looked at Gu Qinghan and began to speak. Upon hearing Song-yu's words, Gu Qinghan, for reasons unknown, suddenly tiptoed closer. Then, under Song-yu's puzzled gaze, she gently kissed Song-yu's cheek. "This is a reward for your performance today. I'm off." Without inviting Song-yu upstairs or anything like that, Gu Qinghan gently kissed Song-yu's cheek, blushed, looked at Song-yu, said something, and then ran home with the pile of dolls, leaving Song-yu standing by the car, somewhat bewildered. However, after Gu Qinghan sent the message that she had arrived home to Song-yu, Song-yu realized what had happened. What does this mean? After touching the spot where Gu Qinghan had kissed him, Song-yu shook his head. Never mind, at least today was over. There are only 3 days left. Oh, I'm meeting Lin Luoli tomorrow, and then on Monday and Tuesday, my mission will be completed. I wonder what kind of reward this long-term mission will give. After getting back into the car, Song-yu drove straight home. As usual, after parking downstairs, he took the elevator upstairs. However, he still went back to the 55th floor today. When he opened the door, he heard the sounds of water and playful noises coming from the bathroom on the first floor. It wasn't hard to guess that Yin Han and the others were probably taking a shower at this time. So Song-yu went upstairs to change his clothes, planning to take a shower after they finished. He sat on the sofa on the first floor and watched TV for a while. Before he could find what he wanted to watch, the bathroom door on the first floor opened, and Yin Han and the others walked out with smiles on their faces. Upon seeing Song Yu sitting outside, the girls' expressions turned playful. The most excited was Zhu Yining. She practically ran over and jumped into Song Yu's arms, trapping him on the sofa with her arms and legs. She looked at Song Yu with a grin and said, "Tell me, are you interested in our sister Lu?" Huh? Song Yu looked puzzled as he listened to Zhu Yining's words. No need. You think you can just give away a bag worth $1 million like that? And you still have something to hide? Seeing Song Yu's surprised expression, Guzhan walked over from the side and said with a smile, "Song Yu, I can't accept this bag. It's too valuable, $1 million. I don't know how many years I'd have to work to earn that much." After Guzhan finished speaking, Lu Zi took the bag back and placed it next to Song Yu, saying this. Seeing their expressions, Song Yu waved his hand. "Hi. I have no other thoughts about you, Lu Zi. Of course, don't misunderstand. It's not that you're not good-looking or anything, but we've only known each other for a few days. It would be disrespectful to say that I have feelings for you now. As for this bag, just take it. You saw it earlier. I have plenty upstairs. It's really not an issue. Consider it a thank you gift." Looking at Lu Zi's expression, Song Yu said casually, "Wow, this isn't like you at all. You were so stingy when we were discussing rent a few days ago, and now you're suddenly so generous." Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Yin Han walked over at that moment, looking at Song Yu with a sly smile, and said in a sarcastic tone, "It's different. I need the money. I can't afford to lose money on rent. As for this bag, I don't need it. I'll give it to Lu Zi. Don't refuse." With a shrug, Song Yu looked at the girls and spoke earnestly. He has a use for money, but this bag is not very useful to him. He doesn't need to sell it now, so there's no need for him to sell it. Sell it. So the only thing left is to keep it and give it to a woman later. In his eyes, this bag was a completely negative product, utterly useless. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Lu Zi hesitated. To be fair, she really liked the bag, but at the same time, she understood that she couldn't accept such an expensive gift. Just as Lu Zi was looking conflicted, Pan Lu suddenly smiled and offered some advice. He said he'd give it to you, so just take it. We can tell you really want it. If you're really embarrassed. At worst, you can be his girlfriend, then it'll be perfectly legitimate, right? Chapter 33, Beverages Again? Xiaolu, what nonsense are you talking about? Upon hearing Pan Lu's words, Lu Zi blushed and cautiously glanced at Song Yu, muttering a complaint. Exactly, I think you're the one who wants to make these. Why don't you go first and set an example for us? At this moment, Yin Han, who was standing next to Pan Lu, also spoke up. It's not that serious, it's just a bag. If Sister Pan Lu wants one, you can just pick one out. Consider it a thank you gift for buying me the Coke. Upon hearing Yin Han's words, Song Yu immediately began to explain again, but Pan Lu, as expected of someone who draws such comics, is no pushover. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, she giggled. A thank you gift of Coke? That's quite a generous gift. A bag, what woman doesn't like that? But, I don't want one right now. Remember to leave the door open for me tonight, just in case I really want one someday, and end up staying in your room. As she spoke, Pan Lu raised her eyebrows at Yin Han. Hearing her words, the girls next to her started laughing and joking around. I surrender. I'm going to take a shower. Seeing their unruly behavior, Song Yu raised his hand and spoke up. There was no way around it. Just like he said, these women, for some reason, had absolutely no wariness of him. This is how it is when they're playfully teasing each other. As mentioned before, after they've taken a shower, their pajamas are practically the same as if they're not wearing anything at all. No, from some angles, they're even more sexy than if they weren't wearing anything at all. Now that they're playing around, they don't care about anything else, and Song Yu can't stand it. So they could only surrender and ran off to the bathroom to take a shower. As for Song Yu running away like that, the girls exchanged glances and then smiled. This Song Yu is quite interesting. Touching her chin, Guzhan spoke first in a low voice. Yes, why don't you consider him, Lu Zi? Hearing Guzhan's words, Pan Lu, who was standing next to her, continued to ask. Ladies, am I considering other people's affairs? What's their net worth? What's mine? She rolled her eyes. In these matters, was it really her place to take the initiative? She was just a saleswoman. Although she earned a considerable income, at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month, and sometimes even around 100,000 yuan, she was, in essence, just an ordinary office worker. She lives here solely to elevate her social status. Many of their clients, especially some nouveau riche, are very picky about the people they serve. They not only care about the person's appearance, temperament, and clothing, but also where the person lives. Because if she stayed in an ordinary place, they would look down on her and think that Lu Zi was not worthy of serving them. As long as they stay in Tianjin City, they won't just treat Lu Zi as a waitress. They might even feel a sense of satisfaction. Look, those rich people living in Tianjin City, they get to enjoy the services they provide. But Lu Zi knew very well that there was a significant gap between her and those who were truly wealthy. If you can't be the boss, be the mistress. Just like my dad, I know he has several women outside. And with our help, you might just be able to take over the Song family. Hearing Lu Zi's words, Zhu Yining also spoke up. Well, my dad goes without saying. I know at least 10 of them. He has only himself to blame now. Hearing this, Gejun, who was standing next to him, nodded in agreement. You can't think like that. What if Song Yu is a pure love god of war? Ruan Xing'er said with a wink, but as soon as she said that, she was looked at with disdain by the 5 girls next to her. He smells of at least 2 women's perfume on him today. Do you think he still has a pure love for the god of war? If you were as handsome, had such a great physique, and were so rich, would you only like one woman? Hee. You didn't read those kinds of books, and your brain went blank, did you? Zhu Yining and the others teased Ruan Xing'er after bumping into her. Her face flushed red, and she was somewhat at a loss for words. The commotion outside had nothing to do with Song Yu at this moment. After entering the bathroom, he soaked himself in the large bathtub. My mind had long since gone blank. After all, he's been quite busy these past few days. Yes, it's painful yet pleasurable. The only saving grace was that everything was moving in a positive direction. After soaking for about 10 minutes, he got up, took a shower, drained the water, tidied up, changed his clothes, and returned to his room. As soon as he got back, he received messages from Lin Loli and Gu Qinghan. Similar to the day before yesterday, Gu Qinghan asked if Song Yu had arrived home, while Lin Loli sent him a bunch of photos. Ask yourself what you would like her to wear on your date tomorrow. Song Yu was speechless at this. He is really bad at matching, so he really can't give any advice. Fortunately, Lin Loli didn't expect Song Yu to give her any advice in the first place. She was simply showing off her best side. Song Yu didn't fall asleep tonight. He played on his phone until midnight. Right after midnight, the system refreshed on time. Ding! Congratulations, host. System refresh is complete. Please make your choice for today, host, and select a beverage to drink. Drinks, and a car again? This was the first time Song Yu had encountered a repeated option, so he immediately began to examine it carefully. However, this time there weren't as many brands of beverages. There was only one brand, Diao. Speaking of this brand, it's a prime example of how the beverage industry can be proven wrong. Originally, this brand was highly regarded in China. It refused foreign investment and hired patriotic celebrities as spokespeople, which made it almost a national beverage. Everyone in China drinks this brand of beverage. But things are unpredictable. As his business grew and he introduced more flavors and brands, he ran out of steam and went out of business not long ago. Foreign capital acquired 85% of their shares, and now Dayo is a completely foreign beverage company. This caused its brand's positive image to plummet. It's not even as good as those brands that were originally imported from abroad. After all, brands like Coca-Cola are now produced by COFCO, so they might have a more authentic origin. However, now that the system has presented it, Song Yu is not going to give up the reward just to avoid drinking it. At this moment, Song Yu saw 9 options. Original, orange, lychee, pineapple, lime, frozen pear, peach, prebiotic, summer black grape. Looking at these 9 flavors, since they were all from the same brand, Song Yu really didn't know which to choose. In the end, he chose his favorite lychee flavor, and the next second, a large glass bottle of beverage appeared in his hand. Chapter 34, Act 2, The Date. Thump, 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 hiccup. As Song Yu tilted his head back, the entire bottle of beverage was poured into his mouth. It has to be said, Song Yu really does drink beverages very fast. Just as the last bite entered his stomach, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finishing the Dayo lychee-flavored drink. Reward, Rolls-Royce family bucket. It really is a car, but this time it's a Rolls-Royce. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Song Yu immediately looked into the system's space, and sure enough, he saw a row of cars in the system. However, it was much less than the Ferrari one, because at this moment, there were only 10 cars in front of Song Yu, 5 of which were currently being sold, and the other 5 were cars that had been discontinued. As Song Yu looked over, The arrangement of the cars inside also came into his view. Of the 5 cars currently for sale, one is a Phantom, the new long wheelbase series released last year. The base price is 9.86 million new Taiwan dollars, and the total price is NT dollar 10.876402 million. Another car is a Ghost Black Knight. The fruit cart cost 5.76 million, bringing the total to 6.36 million. There are 2 Cullinans. One is the normal Black Knight version, originally priced at 7.45 million, and the total price is 8.223467 million. It's a modified version of a Maserati, BB Forged Blue. The bear car is 13.88 million, and the total price is 15.313157 million. There's also a standard version of the Shining, originally priced at 5.75 million, now totaling 6.344735 million. There are 5 more cars, all of which are discontinued models. 3 of them are Phantoms. It's clear that Rolls-Royce relies on the Phantom for its sales volume. 2 of them are from 9 years ago. The Peak Journey Collector's Edition, priced at 14.88 million, totaling 16.415752 million. One of them is the Phantom Limited Edition, priced at 13.88 million, which is more expensive than the Cullinan in total. I don't know why, but it costs 15.423416 million. There's also a Presidential Edition that came out 19 years ago. This car is definitely outdated now, but it's still considered a new car. The car was priced at 18.88 million at the time. The total price is now as high as 20,826,412. The other 2 are 4-seater sports cars. One of them is a top-mounted Phantom Black Knight, originally priced at 5.9 million, but the total price is 6,514,444. There's also a Yaoying convertible sports car, also the Black Knight version, originally priced at 6.2 million, but the total price is 6.845223 million. Songyu did a quick calculation. 10 cars, excluding those with numbers below 1,000, totaled 113.14 million. That's pretty romantic. Looking at the number, Songyu couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. However, he couldn't get the car out right now. Firstly, because he had something to do tomorrow, and secondly, because people didn't work on Sundays. So if you want to do it, you have to wait until Monday. Fortunately, the system can be left running for 2 more days, otherwise it would be awkward. Thinking of this, Songyu turned around, plugged in his phone to charge, and then fell asleep. Before we knew it, it was the next morning. As usual, Songyu got up before 7 o'clock, and after washing up, he quietly left home. He didn't run into Lu Zi again today. He didn't know if Lu Zi was avoiding him or if she was still asleep. After going downstairs and getting in his car, Songyu first had breakfast and then went straight to the side gate of Tianjiang Dance Academy. He had already made a phone call before coming, so when he arrived, Shin Yusin was already waiting for him there. "Brother Song." As Shin Yusin got into the car, she sweetly greeted Songyu. Have you eaten?" "Have eaten." "All right, let's go practice." "Where to today?" "Let's go to the same hotel as yesterday. I've already made a reservation." Hearing Songyu's question, Shin Yusin blushed and then said with a somewhat unfocused look. Upon hearing her words, Songyu's body trembled involuntarily. A voice echoed in his mind. Could it be that she forgot her dance costume again? However, he didn't ask. Instead, they drove directly to the hotel. After arriving here, the 2 went to their rooms. They were quite familiar with the place, but it seemed that no one was doing morning exercises today. When Shin Yusin came out of the bathroom after changing her clothes, Songyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sure enough, this little girl still didn't bring her dance clothes, and she was in the same state as yesterday. Well, as the old saying goes, once is never enough. Since she was already prepared, Songyu had no reason to hesitate and quickly changed his clothes as well. Then, just like yesterday, he held her legs with his hands. Well, it was a bit strange, but he was definitely holding her legs and started teaching Shin Yusin to dance. After more than an hour, nearly 2 hours later, Shin Yusin collapsed onto the bed again, unable to move. She had thought that she was prepared today and should be able to finish teaching in 2 hours, but she overestimated herself and underestimated Songyu, who was basically no different from yesterday. Songyu also took a shower with her, and after they changed their clothes, they took Shin Yusin back to school. "Brother Song, is there any tutoring tomorrow?" Before getting off the bus, Shin Yusin looked at Songyu timidly and asked in a low voice. "You have class tomorrow, so you should come early. I'll help you stretch." Hearing Shin Yusin's words, Songyu was speechless. Goodness, is she addicted to tutoring? Oh, what about after Tuesday? Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Shin Yusin was clearly disappointed. Then she looked at Song Yu with wide eyes and asked curiously, "Let's talk about it on Wednesday." Scratching his head, Song Yu himself didn't know what to do after Wednesday, so he could only say to wait and see. Not receiving a definite answer, Shin Yusin was clearly disappointed, but she also knew that she couldn't ask too much since Song Yu was only tutoring her voluntarily. She couldn't have it all, or Song Yu would hate her. So she nodded and got out of the car. After she got out of the car, Song Yu drove directly to the main entrance, where Lin Luoli was already dressed up and waiting for him. Today, Lin Luoli was wearing a JK uniform. She wore a white blouse with lace trim. She wore a blue plaid pleated skirt, showing off her long legs, paired with two kinds of socks that bunched up at her ankles. Song Yu didn't know what they were called, and a pair of beige sneakers. It truly blends sexiness and youthful beauty perfectly. Anyone who stays at this stop, whether a student or a passerby, will be a hit. His gaze couldn't leave her. Many people sighed helplessly after they saw Lin Luoli get into Song Yu's car. Needless to say, this top-quality cabbage has been snatched up by a pig again. Indeed, this world is a world that only cares about money. But Lin Luoli wants to say, even if it's about looks. They couldn't stand Song Yu either. Chapter 35 Sashimi. Compared to Gu Qinghan, Lin Luoli, the current student, clearly has a lot more fun. All she knows is watching movies and playing claw machines. Song Yu followed Lin Luoli, and the two first played 2 rounds of Werewolf. At noon, they found a restaurant with high online ratings and ate Sichuan cuisine. In the afternoon, she took Song Yu to play an escape room game. Honestly, this is quite exciting. Even if you know it's fake, it's still quite startling when a ghost suddenly appears while Song Yu is seriously solving the problem. After playing in the escape room, she took Song Yu to an ice rink, not roller skating, but a real ice rink. After skating for 2 hours, the two went to eat barbecue. But this barbecue was different from the one that Song Yu and Shirley had eaten. It was a music-themed barbecue bar. Eating barbecue while listening to people singing and dancing on stage was really a bit too lively. Song Yu had been to nightclubs before. I went with Shirley, He Chong, and Lu Tao. He went twice. The first time he went, he didn't sleep well for a week after returning home because the loud music made him very uncomfortable. He specifically looked it up online and found out that he had neurasthenia. I can't go to noisy places. The second time I went was to confirm if that was the reason, and it turned out to be. He never went to a nightclub again. At this point, the barbecue bar was almost like a nightclub, just not as chaotic, but Song Yu found that his neurasthenia seemed to have improved. Indeed, he now has a new template, and his physical abilities have been greatly improved. These past few days, he's been sleeping whenever he wants without any insomnia problems, so his neurasthenia may have gotten better. Song Yu and Lin Luoli played there until after 9 p.m., when Song Yu finally drove Lin Luoli back to school, since they had to close the doors and turn off the lights at 10 p.m. If it were someone else, they might have deliberately driven slower so that Lin Luoli wouldn't be able to get back, but Song Yu is clearly not that kind of person. He wouldn't stoop to playing these games to fool young girls. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't know there was this option. As Song Yu parked his car, Lin Luoli smiled and looked at him. "Brother Xiaoyu, I had a lot of fun today." Unlike Shin Yusin, who is a cute and naive girl who needs to be reminded, Lin Luoli started calling Song Yu Brother Xiaoyu shortly after getting into the car today. She clearly knew exactly when to call someone teacher, when to call them brother, and when to call them something else. "I'm also very happy. I didn't know there were so many things to do. I thought that when we went out to play, it was just to go to the amusement park when the weather was nice, and to watch movies, eat, and play video games." Looking at Lin Luoli, Song Yu also said with emotion, "Hee, actually amusement parks are a lot of fun too. How about we go to the amusement park next week?" Looking at Song Yu, Lin Luoli tilted her head and said, "Sure, but I'll have to see if I have time then. I can't guarantee when I'll be available." Song Yu subconsciously agreed, but then he remembered that who knew if there would be any new tasks next weekend, so it was better not to make any promises. I know, someone like you is definitely unreliable when it comes to timings, but remember, I booked a day in advance." Hearing Song Yu say that, Lin Luoli also said to him. Then, before she unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the door, and got out of the car, she suddenly leaned close to Song Yu. Then he gently kissed Song Yu's lips. Yes, this time it was his lips, not his cheek. Song Yu was stunned when he was kissed. Goodness, although he knew that Lin Luoli was much bolder than Gu Qinghan. Wasn't this a bit too bold? "Hey, this is a thank you gift for playing with me today, and it's also a stamp, so don't forget me. I'm off." Seeing Song Yu's stunned expression, Lin Luoli smiled mysteriously, then quickly got out of the car and ran into the school. Watching Lin Luoli's retreating figure, Song Yu sat in the car in a daze again. He was ambushed yesterday and ambushed again today. He was starting to doubt whether this Lao AI template was really real. He remembered that Lao AI had saved Lu Buwei and Qin Yiren, and had managed to break through the encirclement of dozens of assassins on his own. Logically speaking, even if his combat strength is not as good as Xiang Yu or Li Tsuanxiao, it should still be quite high, right? How come he couldn't react to the sneak attack? Damn, next time, I'll definitely take the initiative. Muttering to himself, Song Yu drove to a place where it wouldn't get in the way. He waited until Lin Luoli sent a message saying that she had returned to her dorm before driving home. When he got home, it was already past 10 o'clock. Although it was Sunday, Yin Han and the others obviously didn't stay out too late. After all, they all had to go to work tomorrow except for Pan Lu and Guzhan. So when Song Yu came back, they were all already asleep. As for Song Yu, after taking a shower, she returned to her room. She chatted with Lin Luoli and Gu Qinghan for a few minutes before they went to sleep. Only Song Yu was scrolling through her phone, preparing to choose her options for the day before going to sleep. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was midnight. As soon as midnight passed, the system notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host. System refresh is complete. Please make your choice for today. Choose a plate of sashimi and eat it all. You will then receive your reward. Sashimi? Hearing the system's prompt, Song Yu frowned as he looked at the option in front of him. 1. Carp sashimi. 2. Salmon sashimi. 3. Sea bream sashimi. 4. Octopus sashimi. 5. Mackerel sashimi. 6. King salmon sashimi. 7. Yellowtail sashimi. 8. Bluefin tuna sashimi. 9. Red snapper sashimi. Song Yu had another illness before, which he didn't mention. That means he also has a bad stomach. It's a family trait. His grandparents both had bad stomachs, and his father's stomach was even worse. Therefore, Song Yu also suffered from stomach problems and enteritis since childhood. He always kept his distance from raw things. He was a little embarrassed that they were now asking him to eat sashimi, but he definitely couldn't refuse. After hesitating for a moment, looking at the options, he realized that he didn't know what many of the fish were. The only ones he was sure of were salmon and bluefin tuna. Bluefin tuna, that should be the most expensive, so I'll go with that. I can't really eat a whole one, can I? Taking a deep breath, Song Yu also chose bluefin tuna. The next second, a plate of bluefin tuna sashimi, weighing about 1 pound and already cut into various parts, was served, along with a prepared wasabi soy sauce and chopsticks. After hesitating for a moment, Song Yu also picked up a piece, dipped it in some sauce, and put it in his mouth. The first bite, the first thing I noticed was fishy. Chapter 36 Dining Partner. Ugh, I can't spit it out. Ugh, it tastes awful. Covering his mouth, Song Yu dared not chew anymore and swallowed the large piece of bluefin tuna belly whole. Then he felt like he was about to die. In fact, the ingredients provided by the system are all top-notch and the freshest. If you like sashimi, you will probably enjoy it immensely, because the meat has an excellent texture and almost no strange taste. However, fish is fishy, which is indeed difficult for someone like Song Yu who doesn't eat sashimi to accept. Some people might say he's wasting resources, but what's the point of not eating even the best food? Just like Bear Grylls said, that giant insect has 6 times the protein of beef, but only a small number of people can actually eat it. So looking at the remaining sashimi, he hesitated, wondering if he should go downstairs and fry the fish before eating it. However, he rejected the idea as soon as it came to mind. The system clearly states that you should choose a plate of sashimi and finish it, rather than choosing a plate of fish and finishing it. Therefore, it is impossible to change the nature of this fish. If all else fails, just mix it with a drink and swallow it. After hesitating for a moment, Song Yu had no choice but to bite the bullet and, like taking medicine, prepare to swallow the fish and meat. Considering that he might vomit or spray during the delivery, he did not eat in the room. Instead, he carried the fish to the lobby on the first floor. As he walked toward the kitchen, he saw another figure staring blankly at the refrigerator. Okay, this is none other than Guzhan. When Guzhan turned around and saw that it was Song Yu, her eyes immediately fell on what Song Yu was holding. What's for dinner today? Can't you just eat properly? Bluefin tuna, the best spot. Do you want some? Seeing Guzhan's eyes gleaming with greed, Song Yu couldn't help but laugh. He had seen Guzhan eat dinner. Sometimes it was a small bowl of vegetable leaves, and sometimes it was a cup of green, sticky liquid. It would be a miracle if she didn't go crazy from hunger at night after eating that stuff. So Songyu also offered some advice to Gujun. Eating? You don't understand. I'm lazy, I don't like exercising, and I'm prone to gaining weight. I gain weight no matter what I eat. I really can't lose weight without starving myself. As soon as Songyu asked her if she wanted to eat, she immediately took the plate, put a piece of fish in her mouth, and showed an expression of enjoyment on her face. At the same time, she told Songyu about her diet. You still need to lose weight? You're probably around 67 or 68 pounds. Do you weigh 100 pounds? Looking at Gujun's appearance, Songyu also estimated and said, pretty accurate, barefoot, 1.672 meters tall, weight 93 kilograms. Gujun said to Songyu while eating fish, 93 pounds. Do you still need to lose weight? If you don't reduce it, at least keep it. By the way, why aren't you eating? Gujun waved her hand and said with a smile, then realized that Songyu hadn't touched his chopsticks today. You know, the last time the two of them ate Wagyu beef late at night, most of it ended up in Songyu's stomach, but today he showed no intention of eating it at all. I don't eat raw food. Shaking his head, Songyu explained. If you don't eat raw food, why did you buy this? My friend just brought it over. He got a big tuna and brought it over for me to try. Your friend is really strange, doing this in the middle of the night. Hearing Songyu's words, Gujun couldn't help but smile, but at this moment she was too lazy to care about such things. She was starving, and tuna, well, it wasn't low in fat either, but it was still better than eating staple foods or pork. So the pound of tuna was quickly swallowed by her, and as the last piece of tuna went down her throat, the system notification sounded on Songyu's end. Ding! Congratulations, host, for finishing the bluefin tuna sashimi and obtaining the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak family bucket. Audemars Piguet Royal Oak? What's that? Hearing the system notification, Songyu was stunned for a moment. He really didn't know what this Audemars Piguet Royal Oak was. He had never heard of it before. However, when he saw that 18 watch boxes had appeared in his system space, he realized that it was a watch. Does a beverage represent a car and food represent a watch? Thinking about it, the last time I ate Wagyu beef, I received a Patek Philippe watch, and today I ate bluefin tuna, which received an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. Phew, I'm full. Thank you for the fish. I'm going back to sleep now. Just as Songyu was wondering what the watch was, Galu finished eating and said to Songyu with satisfaction. Songyu nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then called out to Gujun. Are you hungry every night? Basically, you wouldn't. Want to buy me all my late-night snacks, would you? Don't do that, because I'm afraid I'll fall in love with you. Upon hearing Songyu's words, Gujun also looked conflicted. What are you thinking? But sometimes my friends do bring me food. If I can't finish it, I'll just message you on WeChat. She rolled her eyes at Gujun. She thought Songyu was some innocent young man. Such words wouldn't work on him. However, it is indeed possible to share food with her. Hee hee, no problem. I'm available anytime. I'm going to sleep now. Gujun waved to Songyu and went back upstairs. After clearing away the plates and chopsticks, Songyu returned upstairs and with a wave of his hand, took out the 18 watches. When he opened the watches, he was almost blinded by the light. Sure enough, compared to men's watches, women's watches were much more dazzling. Songyu took a look and found that the most expensive watch among them was a green one. The full name is Audemars Piguet Royal Oak 15554 BC 8.1274 BC.01. It's covered in emeralds. The dial, the strap, the case, all of them are. And the price is terrifying, 24,768,000. Okay, having gotten used to my own steel watch that costs over 200 million, with so many gemstones, 20 million doesn't seem too expensive after all. The second most expensive piece is one that is inlaid with rubies, priced at 12,384,000. The third piece is inlaid with sapphires, worth 9,364,000. The fourth piece is studded with diamonds and costs 6,051,000. Then there's a light green savorite, priced at 5,893,000. A yellow chrysoberyl, also priced at 5,893,000. And a blue spessartine garnet, priced at 5,801,000. A pink piece, called pink tourmaline, cost 5.46 million. A blue piece called tanzanite is worth 5.203 million. And an amethyst piece is also worth 5.23 million. The remaining 8 pieces are all quite similar, either platinum or rose gold with diamonds, and their prices are also very close. The most expensive one is 2,408,000, There are 2 for 1,925,000, 2 for 1,828,000, 1 for 1,456,000, and 2 for 1,351,000. The total value of these 18 watches is 98,264,000. Well, it's just SOSO, less than 100 million trash. Chapter 37. Can you drive? Sleep, sleep. Song Yu casually put the watches into the watch-shaking box provided by the system, stretched, and went to sleep. He was quite tired from playing all day. Most importantly, tomorrow will be the 6th day, and he'll have to go to work as usual. The day after tomorrow will be the 7th day. He's getting closer and closer to the reward, and he's actually quite excited. Lying in bed, Song Yu soon drifted off to sleep. The night passed quickly, and the next day at the same time, Song Yu got up, washed up, got dressed, and drove to Tianjiang Dance Academy. In the parking lot, he saw Shin Yusin waiting for him again. There wasn't much to say, so I took her to the classroom and we started stretching. However, it was obvious that Shin Yusin's condition was different from the previous 2 days when she was stretching. Firstly, because she was wearing a summer dance outfit today, and secondly, because the stretching time was short, less than half an hour. Gu Qinghan arrived, so the two didn't have much time to interact, which made Shin Yusin quite upset. Clearly, she preferred the stretching she did the previous 2 days to this normal stretching. As for why, she must feel it works better. That must be it. Unlike today, where we hadn't really interacted much, the other girls arrived, and then, as usual, they warmed up. Song Yu helped them stretch, Gu Qinghan taught them dance moves, and Song Yu gave them massages. Song Yu had initially thought that Lin Loli would be a bit bolder today, but Lin Loli's behavior was no different from before. Perhaps the students are still afraid of the teacher. The class ended quickly. During the half-hour break between classes, Song Yu was also massaging Gu Qinghan's legs and back. However, compared to last week, the two seemed to have become more familiar with each other after playing together all day on Saturday. For example, while Song Yu was massaging Gu Qinghan's legs, Gu Qinghan was also massaging Song Yu's shoulders. Yes, she sat directly behind Song Yu, almost pressing her entire body against him, and the two of them massaged their own shoulders. When she was massaging his lower back, she sat directly in Song Yu's lap. Both of them could easily feel each other's breathing. About 10 minutes before the next class, Gu Qinghan pressed down on Song Yu's hand. Then, under Song Yu's gaze, she leaned in directly. This time, she didn't touch Song Yu's cheek, but gently touched his lips. Good heavens, she actually raised the interest rate. Song Yu had made a vow yesterday, and he didn't want to be passive like this again. So when Gu Qinghan came closer, he put his arm around her waist and leaned in closer to her. Song Yu's action startled Gu Qinghan, but she did not dodge or block him, because she also liked this feeling. About 3 minutes later, she pushed Song Yu away. Hurry up, change your clothes, and go to the toilet. The other students are coming. While panting heavily, Gu Qinghan said in a low voice. Oh, hearing Gu Qinghan say that, Song Yu responded, but a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Seeing Song Yu's gaze, Gu Qinghan pulled him aside and whispered something. Wait until tonight. Let's go out for dinner together tonight. Okay. Seeing Gu Qinghan's blushing face, Song Yu smiled. Well, it seems he wasn't the only one looking forward to certain things. He then went to the restroom and changed into another set of dance clothes. When he returned to the dance studio, Gu Qinghan also changed her clothes. Soon after, the female students from other classes arrived, and the teaching continued. After 2 classes, Gu Qinghan took Song Yu to eat at the cafeteria again, and then watched Song Yu leave. She was in a very good mood and hummed a song as she returned to the teacher's office. As for Song Yu, he drove straight to the small square without surveillance cameras that he had found last time. The cars in his system space have been parked for a day and a half, and they will be exposed in another 12 hours, so Song Yu should deal with these cars first. After confirming that no one was around, he waved his hand and brought the cars out. Should I rent a warehouse? This car appears quite frequently. If it stays here all the time, it'll cause problems sooner or later. And what if it's not even a car? Is it a yacht? Or an airplane? I'll ask Zhuinin later if there are any warehouses or similar facilities nearby, and we can rent one. Looking at the 10 brand new cars in front of him, Song Yu muttered something to himself before driving straight back to the residential area. After parking, he went to the property management office first. He needs to rent a parking space again. Brother Song, what brings you to the property management office? As soon as Song Yu arrived at the property management office, he saw Zhu Yinyin. She had just finished lunch and was slacking off when she saw Song Yu. She couldn't help but ask him in surprise. Oh, I'm here to rent parking spaces, 10 more, and I'll also pay the property management fees while I'm at it, Song Yu said with a smile, looking at Zhu Yining. Upon hearing that Song Yu was here to rent a parking space again, Zhu Yining was stunned. Song Yu has another car? Just how many cars does he have? Those 21 Ferraris have been parked in the underground garage for almost a week, and she's only seen Song Yu drive 2 of them. Now 10 more have arrived, and she doesn't know if he can drive them all. However, she didn't say much, since they were all Song Yu's cars anyway. She immediately picked out 10 empty parking spaces very close to his and entered the license plate number of his new car. This time, Song Yu paid for a year's worth of parking fees, including 11 months' worth of the original 14 parking spaces, and also paid for a year's worth of property management fees. Honestly, that's a lot of money. Parking spaces cost 2,200 yuan per month, a total of 14 spaces for 11 months and 10 spaces for 12 months. That adds up to 602,800. The property management fee is 19,264.8 yuan per month, which is 231,177.6 yuan per year. Of course, when the property manager heard that Song Yu was going to pay so much money, he immediately rounded it down to 230,000 yuan per year. The parking fee was also rounded down by 2,800 yuan. In total, Song Yu spent 830,000 yuan. Of course, money was spent, and the property management prepared quite a few small gifts, but Song Yu planned to have Zhu Yining take them back in the evening. As for now, he had to go get his car. However, before leaving, he looked at Zhu Yining. Can you drive? I learned it when I was in college. Nodding, Zhu Yining also got her driver's license while in college. I originally planned to drive to get off work after graduating from university, but who knew that I would rent here and only need to walk 3 minutes to get off work, so there's no need to drive anymore. But now, it just so happens that I can do Song Yu a favor. Chapter 38. A proper SUV is still the most comfortable. You bought 10 more Rolls-Royces. Standing in this small square, Guzhan looked at Song Yu speechlessly. After Song Yu learned that Zhu Yining could drive, he invited her to help him drive his car back. Zhu Yining also made a phone call to Guzhan and Pan Lu, who should be at home. It's obviously much faster when 4 people drive together. The 2 of them didn't refuse and immediately changed their clothes, joined Song Yu and the others, and then came to the small square. Guzhan couldn't help but complain. She knew Song Yu was rich, but this wasn't the way to spend his money. When Song Yu heard her words, he could only shrug and indicate that this wasn't what he wanted either. But the system gave it to him, and there was nothing he could do about it. Come on, drive, drive, drive. Compared to Guzhan, who was complaining, Pan Lu was much more excited and immediately started shouting. According to Zhu Yining, Pan Lu can also drive, and she drives quite well, except she's a bit reckless. At first, Song Yu might not have understood what she meant by tiger, but he soon found out. After Song Yu and the other 3 got into the car, everyone tried it out first, since they had never driven this car before. Only Pan Lu got in the car, figured it out, and after pressing the accelerator, brake, and start the engine, she released the handbrake and sped off. Just as they were about to crash, she turned the steering wheel, pulling the car onto the road. Damn, it's my new car. Song Yu was stunned by Pan Lu's actions. This super stunning bespectacled girl usually seemed a bit dull, but how come she was so fierce when she drove? However, it's clear that her driving skills are indeed quite good, at least much better than Song Yu's current driving skills. After Pan Lu had already driven away, Song Yu, Zhu Yining, and Gu Jing'an drove away from the small square. After returning the car to the underground parking garage, Song Yu met up with Pan Lu again, and they went back here together. After another round of driving, there were only 2 cars left. This time, Song Yu didn't let Pan Lu drive them anymore. Instead, he and Guzhan each drove 1 car back. To be honest, Song Yu originally didn't have much of a concept of cars. In his opinion, Rolls-Royce was probably no different from Ferrari. But after driving 3 cars today, he realized there was a big difference. None of those Ferraris, whether FUV or sports car, are comfortable to drive or ride in. The sports car seats are very hard, and lying down in them is very uncomfortable. As for the FUV, although sitting in it is okay, the back seats are not comfortable for a human to sit in, and the front seats also obstruct the view when driving. That being said, Ferrari wasn't originally designed for driving comfort. Their core design philosophy was to show off. As for Rolls-Royce, to be fair, even its sports cars are designed to be very comfortable to drive. As for executive-level sedans and the Cullinan, they're nice to sit in, but driving them, well, they're just as uncomfortable to drive. because this car doesn't have any driver assistance features whatsoever. This car is meant to be driven by a chauffeur. Everywhere you look, there's an old money vibe, but honestly, how many young people actually like that old money style? Anyway, Songyu actually prefers the tech style. Unfortunately, it seems that the system can't appreciate the futuristic designs of cars, whether they're from Huawei or BYD. However, I heard that there's a pretty good BYD U9X recently. I don't know how much it costs. I hope the system can give me one. If it only costs a few million, I'll buy it myself. After all, Songyu isn't short of money these days. However, those two Cullinans were still quite good to drive. That Mansour Custom Edition feels lighter to drive. Although there's no difference in power or other aspects, it's definitely more comfortable. The Darth Vader version is also good. The back seats are comfortable, and the front seats are also nice to drive. So quietly, Songyu's original thoughts about the LaFerrari and FUV were now shifted to these two Cullinans. Well, these two cars would be his main vehicles from now on. As for the other cars, we'll talk about them later. After Songyu and the others drove back to the underground parking lot and parked, Zhu Yining went to work. Although she works here entirely through connections, she does nothing, yet the property management has to treat her like royalty. But she still didn't give anyone an excuse to find fault with her, and she worked quite diligently, even though her monthly salary was barely enough to cover her rent. As for Songyu, Guzhun, and Pan Lu, they returned home. Songyu took a shower first, and then watched TV with Guzhun and Pan Lu in the living room on the first floor. It's obvious that after spending a few days together, although they often don't act like human beings and dress rather inappropriately in the air. However, the relationship between the group improved significantly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's friends with Guzhun and Pan Lu now. Among them, if you were to say who has the worst relationship, it should be Ruan Qinger. Even Yin Han would occasionally banter and make sarcastic remarks with Songyu. As for Ruan Qinger, he probably didn't exchange more than 20 sentences with her. This girl was a bit too introverted. However, Songyu didn't mind. He'd take it slow and get to know each other. It had only been a week. He planned to stay here for at least a month. Of course, it's possible that he'll continue living here a month from now, since he seems quite happy living here. And just like that, the afternoon passed by in the blink of an eye. Around 4 o'clock, Songyu went downstairs, drove his new car, a Mansour Cullinan BB Forged Edition, and headed straight for Tianjiang Dance Academy. He waited there for a while before picking up Gu Qinghan. When Gu Qinghan saw that Songyu had changed cars again, she was a little surprised, but she didn't say anything. It was quite normal for Songyu to change cars. After the two got into the car, they went out to eat together. Tonight, they ate roast duck together. It's a branch of Huangqing Quan Maod in Tianjiang. The taste is alright. Songyu doesn't really like poultry. Whether it's chicken, duck, or goose, he always feels there's a chicken manure smell. However, this place was pretty good, probably because it was freshly baked, and he and Gu Qinghan enjoyed their meal quite a bit. After dinner, Songyu drove Gu Qinghan home. When they arrived at her building, Gu Qinghan unbuckled her seatbelt. Just when Songyu thought she was about to open the car door and get out to go home, she suddenly rolled over. She sat down in Songyu's lap and, without giving Songyu a chance to say anything, moved closer to him. This time, Songyu reacted quickly, immediately putting his arm around her waist and moving closer as well. As night deepened, so too did the atmosphere between the two. Chapter 39: Overestimating One's Abilities. Huff, 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 huff. Do you want to come upstairs with me and take a look? After an unknown amount of time, when Gu Qinghan was truly out of breath, she reluctantly left Songyu's face and said to him while panting heavily. They were both adults. Even if Songyu had never been in a relationship, he knew what it meant to go home with her at this time. For a moment, he did feel a pang of inner conflict. Don't misunderstand. He naturally likes Gu Qinghan. How could he not have any thoughts about such a beautiful woman? He's not some innocent puppy. Since she's already taken the initiative, he definitely won't refuse. The main dilemma is that tomorrow is his last day at work, and if he misses his shift, it will be a problem. But now, if he were to say, "It's not possible today," or "forget it," then it's very likely that he would actually mean it. Therefore, at this point, he really had no need to refuse. Despite all that thought he had, it only took him a second before he nodded. "Let's go?" Seeing that Songyu had agreed, Gu Qinghan smiled and then got out of the car on Songyu's side, and Songyu also got out of the car. Then he went to Gu Qinghan's house together. Despite Songyu and Gu Qinghan's current state, this was still Songyu's first time visiting her home. Gu Qinghan's home is not small. It's a standard two-bedroom apartment with a living room, and the usable area is about 60 square meters. However, of the two rooms, the smaller one has now been converted into her dressing room and dance studio. Her usual living space consists mainly of her bedroom and living room. So when Song-yu walked in, he noticed that the girl's home wasn't very tidy. There were quite a few clothes and other items piled up on the sofa. But now is not the time for hygiene inspections. Just as Song-yu entered the house and looked around, Gu Qinghan had already locked the door. She then turned around and stood directly in front of Song-yu, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering to him, "Shall we continue, or have a glass of water and rest? Or perhaps, have some wine?" Song-yu smiled as he looked at Gu Qinghan, whose eyes were shining but who seemed somewhat evasive. He knew that Gu Qinghan had never been in a relationship. She was pretending to be calm and collected at this moment, but in reality, she was more flustered than anyone else. As for Song-yu, although he didn't understand either, he still knew how to get straight to the point. Without hesitation, he swept her up in a princess carry, and amidst Gu Qinghan's gasp, strode towards the bedroom. The following scenes were deleted because the censors said we didn't like them. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. When the scene reappeared, Gu Qinghan had already closed her eyes and fallen into a deep sleep. Since it was her first stage performance, she should have been unable to hold on much longer. At the crucial moment, her indomitable spirit and the flexibility of a dancer made her want to fight back, but unfortunately, she only faced more violent suppression. She really overestimated herself. At this moment, she was completely exhausted, but Song-yu beside her did not change at all, and did not even have much physical strength depleted. This Lao AI template is really exaggerated. If I chose Su Xian, I would ascend to heaven on the spot. Shaking his head, Song-yu said with some emotion. He was clearly not satisfied yet, but considering that Gu Qinghan was already exhausted, and that he wasn't the kind of person who would hurt her, he carried her to the bathroom to take a shower, changed the sheets, and then put her on the bed. He didn't rush to lie down and sleep with Gu Qinghan. Although it was almost 11 o'clock, don't forget that Song-yu still had to go back that night. He needs to be home at least at midnight. Otherwise, who knows if the system will consider his task incomplete. After checking on Gu Qinghan and confirming that she had fallen into a deep sleep, Song-yu took her key and quietly left her house. Driving, Song-yu quickly arrived home. Fortunately, it was only a little past 11:40 when he got home, so there was still time. Song-yu lay on the bed and quietly waited for the system to refresh. At exactly 12 o'clock, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. System refresh is complete. Please make your choice for today, host. Please choose one serving of fruit to eat. Food again? Or is it another watch? Looking at the system hesitantly, Song-yu muttered to himself. But as he said before, there was no way he wouldn't choose it. So Song-yu also looked at the fruit in front of him. 1 is an orange, 2 is an apple, 3 is a bunch of grapes, and 4 is a small box of cherries. Just to clarify, cherries are the same as regular cherries. Don't listen to other people's nonsense. Cherry is actually a transliteration of the English word cherries, which means cherry. If anyone ever says that cherries aren't cherries again, I'll slap them and call them a foreign worshiper. 5 is a cantaloupe, 6 is a durian, 7 is a star fruit, 8 is a box of blueberries, and 9 is a box of strawberries. Song-yu glanced at it and immediately identified it as cherries, also known as sweet cherries, because that was his favorite. He immediately chose it, and a box of cherries, weighing about 2 pounds, appeared in Song-yu's hands. Song-yu didn't keep the cherries to himself. As he was about to go downstairs to wash them, he sent a message to his dining companion, Guzhan. "We have big cherries, want some? Wait for me, I'm coming." The message was sent, and Guzhan replied in less than 3 seconds. Then, Song-yu and Guzhan opened the door almost simultaneously, and the two of them went downstairs like thieves. I found a bowl, washed the cherries, and started eating them one by one. Wow, your friend really went all out this time. These cherries must be 6J each, right? No. Your friends always give you things that are just for fun. Wagyu beef and bluefin tuna, mostly with large bellies, are all expensive. While eating, Guzhan sighed and said that she also wished she had such a good friend. Unfortunately, there's only one system, and it's with Song-yu. So when she heard what he said, Song-yu didn't answer. He just smiled, but he ate the cherries very quickly. By the way, you didn't change your clothes? I remember you were wearing the same outfit when you went out this afternoon. Fortunately, Guzhan knew that everyone had their own secrets, so she didn't intend to pry. However, She was a little surprised to see that Song Yu was still wearing the same clothes he wore when he accompanied her and Pan Lu to watch TV that afternoon. Moreover, Song Yu didn't come back after she took a shower that night, and she really didn't know when he got home. Chapter 40 Substitute Teaching? Hey, I have something to do. I have to leave in a bit. You're quite busy. TSK. It's good to be busy. Keep it up. Take your destiny into your own hands. Hearing Song Yu's words, Guzhen suddenly became serious. After patting Song Yu on the shoulder, she resumed eating cherries with a cheerful smile, as if she hadn't been the same person just moments before. 2 pounds of cherries, especially the 6J ones, which are particularly large. There wasn't much food, and the two of them chatted as they ate, finishing their meal in no time. After finishing the cherry blossoms, Guzhen went back to sleep, while Song Yu went back to his room first. Just as I finished eating the cherry, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for finishing the cherry. You are rewarded with 15 pairs of choppered red carpet earrings. Choppered earrings? Earrings, I guess. Even though they didn't give us a watch, what's the point of these? With a slight raise of his eyebrows, Song Yu took out the 15 pairs of earrings. Next to the 15 pairs of earrings were invoices and receipts, which Song Yu then examined carefully. Okay, this thing is actually more expensive than an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak watch. The most expensive choppered red carpet 840121-1001 is an earring pendant made of 4 huge diamonds. Price, 47.05 million. Damn, these earrings are almost as expensive as Song Yu's second most expensive watch, his Patek Philippe, which costs 49.01 million. The third most expensive one isn't as expensive as this one. The third most expensive sapphire one is only 46.34 million. However, the most expensive item is only this earring. The second most expensive item was a pair of sapphire earrings, priced at 11.57 million. The third most expensive item was also a diamond earring, priced at 8.22 million yuan, while the fourth most expensive was a pair of emerald and diamond earrings, priced at 7.59 million yuan. The fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth most expensive pieces are all priced the same, and they are all made primarily of emeralds and sapphires, but their designs differ slightly. 2 pairs are normal earrings, and 2 pairs are tree-shaped. The regular earrings have the same design, but they resemble trees. The sapphire earrings feature heart-shaped gemstones and are also made of emeralds and sapphires. They are priced at 6.46 million. Similar to the first two, there are 2 more earrings, identical except for the gemstones, priced at 5.85 million. There's also a pair of sapphire crystals, priced at 4.55 million. 1 pair, designed to resemble orchids, is priced at 6.19 million. The cheapest is a set of earrings designed to resemble tree vines, priced at 4.1 million. 15 pairs of earrings, totaling 126.81 million. Song Yu casually placed the earrings in the dressing room and left. He had considered whether to give some to Gu Qinghan, since she was now his woman. But after thinking it over, he decided to bring Gu Qinghan to choose for herself, so she could take whatever she liked. She likes them all. She can take them all. He's not stingy with his woman. After leaving home, Song Yu took the elevator to the underground parking lot, drove straight back to Gu Qinghan's home. He quietly returned to her house, put the keys back in their place, took off his clothes, and then held Gu Qinghan in his arms, falling asleep blissfully. I have to say, it's really comfortable to sleep while holding a girl. The girl was soft and fragrant. It felt so good. Of course, this was just a thought before falling asleep. After falling asleep, because the human body dissipates heat, it would be too hot to sleep while hugging, so the two of them would separate in the middle of the night. But he still slept very soundly. He slept soundly until 7 o'clock the next morning. While Song Yu was still asleep, he suddenly felt his nose was itchy, so he rubbed it with his hand. Then he caught a few hairs, opened his eyes and saw that, sure enough, Gu Qinghan had woken up at some point and was looking at him with a grin. Oh, so you dare to flirt with me so early in the morning. Don't move. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I feel like my whole body is falling apart, like it's about to break. Seeing Song Yu get up and try to hug her, Gu Qinghan's expression changed drastically, and she said in a panic. God knows how agonizing it was for her to wake up needing to pee and go to the toilet, and it was all Song Yu's fault. Well, even if I bear some responsibility, the main responsibility definitely lies with Song Yu. I'm sorry, are you alright? Should we go to the hospital to get checked out? Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Song Yu quickly replied, What are you looking at? Going to embarrass yourself? It's okay. I'll be fine in a couple of days. Looking at Song Yu's silly appearance, Gu Qinghan blushed and rolled her eyes at him before whispering, "Oh, I see. What about today's classes then?" Given the situation last night, Song Yu couldn't back down, but today, the last day of the mission, is indeed a bit troublesome. I've already asked for leave, but you have to get up, because I told the headmaster that you'd be covering my classes. Hearing Song Yu say this, Gu Qinghan lazily replied. Upon hearing her words, Song Yu opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll go to class and bring you some food when I get back. Hee hee. Okay, I want beef noodles. Seeing that Song Yu agreed, Gu Qinghan also said with a smile. Although Gu Qinghan didn't have to go to class this morning, Song Yu still carried her to the bathroom to wash up, and then went to the breakfast shop she had mentioned. I bought her breakfast, ate with her, and settled her in before driving to Tianjiang Dance Academy. When he arrived, Shin Yusin was already waiting for him. Without saying anything, the two began their morning stretching. However, they continued until about 7:50, when Shin Yusin looked at Song Yu with some confusion. Teacher Song, where is Teacher Gu? Her? She's not feeling well today, and took the day off. I'll teach your class for a bit. Song Yu said casually, listening to Shin Yusin's words. But upon hearing him say that, Shin Yusin couldn't help but frown. Her sixth sense told her that Teacher Gu's discomfort might be related to Song Yu. However, what troubled her even more was that she wished Teacher Gu hadn't come. Does that mean I can spend some time alone with Song Yu in that kind of way, just like on Saturdays and Sundays? Just thinking about it made her feel like she was being scratched by a cat. It was very uncomfortable. But it was no use being upset. The opportunity had already been missed, and soon the other classmates arrived. When they saw that it was only Song Yu and not Gu Qinghan, they were all taken aback, but they had no objections. They were happy to be able to interact with Song Yu alone without Gu Qinghan watching over them. So, after they changed their clothes and started stretching, Song Yu clearly felt that it was different from usual. Chapter 41 Huge Reward. Teacher Song, look at my leg. I bumped it on the corner of the table yesterday, and it's all bruised. Could you massage it for me? Teacher Song, could you help me spread my legs from behind? I like this position. Teacher Song, would you like a massage too? I can give massages too. As Song Yu stretched the muscles of the girls as usual, the girls began to ask all sorts of questions. Faced with their blatant flirting rather than pleading for help, Song Yu was speechless and said, I can't help you. However, for the sake of this last day of work, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and start helping them with some minor issues. After finally finishing their stretching, it was time to start teaching dance, but they weren't really focused on dancing. Instead, they started massaging Song Yu. Feeling over 20 delicate faces pressing against his abdomen, chest, back, and arms, Song Yu's waist bent higher and higher. What was going on? Fortunately, this class has a time limit. An hour and a half later, the music signaling the end of get out of class started, and they had no choice but to change their clothes, feeling rather dejected, and then reluctantly said goodbye to Song Yu. However, after everyone else had left, Lin Luoli stayed behind. Seeing that Lin Luoli hadn't left, Song Yu also looked at her. Lin Luoli, is there anything else? Hee hee, Teacher Song. Teacher Gu, she must have slept with you, right? It was Lin Luoli again, still as direct as ever with Song Yu. She leaned closer to Song Yu and whispered. Upon hearing her words, Song Yu's face flushed red instantly. What kind of lewd words were these? Don't lie to me, or I'll ask Teacher Gu when she comes back tomorrow. Do you dare? Song Yu said speechlessly, looking at Lin Luoli's expression as if she had everything under control. Hee hee, what's there to be afraid of? But Teacher Song, the main reason I asked this is to remind you not to only think about Teacher Gu, but also about me. Looking at Song Yu, Lin Luoli also stepped forward and said with a serious expression. Actually, she had already prepared herself not to go back to school that night on Sunday. The school turns off the lights and conducts dormitory checks from Monday to Thursday, but no one cares if you don't go back to school on Sunday. But Song Yu had already brought her back by then, so she couldn't very well insist on spending the night with him. As a result of this unexpected turn of events, Gu Qinghan beat him to it. So at this moment, Lin Luoli was actually a little anxious, eager to sleep with Song Yu as well. Looking at Lin Luoli's burning gaze, Song Yu was momentarily at a loss. What should he say or do? He had absolutely no idea. Seeing Song Yu's expression, Lin Luoli smiled and walked over, then put her arms around Song Yu's neck and leaned in. Song Yu had sworn not to be passive anymore. So this time, as soon as she came closer, Song Yu instinctively put his arm around her waist and moved closer as well. After a long while, the two separated, and Lin Loli looked at Song Yu with a smile. You should be spending time with Teacher Gu today, right? So tomorrow? Or Friday? Let's talk about it on Friday. Seeing Lin Loli's expression that said she wouldn't leave unless he set a time, Song Yu hesitated and said something. It was inexplicable. How come he didn't know that he used to be so popular? If he was so popular, why was he still single for so many years? Now he was acting like he couldn't handle the kindness of a beautiful woman. Seeing that Song Yu had agreed and put her on the schedule, Lin Loli smiled and turned to leave the classroom. Only Song Yu remained, arranging his time alone. However, before he could make arrangements, the students for the next class arrived, so he had no choice but to continue teaching. To be honest, these girls from other majors were also very interested in Song Yu. He was handsome, had a good physique, was rich, had a good personality, and could dance. He was indeed their dream man. But because he didn't seem to be a classical dance major, they had more contact with Song Yu. So at most they changed into summer dance costumes and didn't have much physical contact with Song Yu. It's obvious that Song Yu is having a much better time. Soon, the class ended. Just as the music signaling the end of Get Out of Class started, the system notification also officially sounded in Song Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You will serve as a teaching assistant at Tianjiang Dance Academy for 1 week. Rewards are now being distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the property rights of Ruihin Financial Center. What? Upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, Song Yu's pupils dilated instantly. Without even changing his clothes, he immediately took out his phone to check. Actually, he is very familiar with the Ruihin Financial Center. Because his former employer, Via Technologies, was located here, and this building was a famous landmark in Tianjiang City, Song Yu was checking his detailed information at that moment. According to online sources, the Ruihin Financial Center is 456 meters tall, with 92 floors above ground and 5 floors underground. It is the largest office building in Tianjiang, housing more than 200 companies, many of which are branches of the top 100 companies in China or even the top 500 companies in the world. The entire building is divided into 8 areas, with the 72nd floor and above being rented to a 5-star hotel. Floors 52 to 71 are only rented out to large companies. Floors 4 to 51 are divided into different areas, with some shared by 2 companies, some by 3, some by 4, and some by 1 company per office. Below the 4th floor are shopping malls and restaurants, which are extremely popular. The total land area is 15,000 square meters, and the total area is 1,455,000 square meters. However, apart from the parking lot and some public areas, the area that can be rented out is 1 million square meters. If Song Yu remembers correctly, the rent is 16 yuan per square meter per day, which means the daily rent is 16 million yuan, and the annual rent is 5.84 billion yuan. Of course, a year's rent is already this much money, and the prices in this housing market are even more terrifying. I heard that it cost more than 30 billion yuan to build, and now, based on the average price of office buildings in Tianjiang, it would sell for about 47,000 yuan per square meter. That means that we are only calculating based on the buildings that can be sold. At this point, the price of this building reached a staggering 470 billion. 470. 100 million. Looking at this number, Song Yu couldn't help but gasp. Good heavens, this is really something. According to the latest Yanhuang Rich list, his current net worth ranks him among the top 70 in Yanhuang. This system is truly terrifying. I pinched myself, and it hurt. It wasn't a dream. This time, I'm truly financially free. Chapter 42. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Of course, Song Yu wouldn't naively believe that he was truly among the 70th generation of the Yanhuang lineage. He's not a high school student or a college student. He has been working in society for 3 years. Therefore, he has some understanding of how to calculate a person's money, just like those people with assets of tens or hundreds of billions. Their wealth is not measured by how much money they have. Rather, it's about how much money they can control. For example, Jack Ma's net worth is around 465 billion yuan on the surface, but in reality, he controls the entire Tencent company. Tencent currently has a market capitalization of 5.51 trillion Hong Kong dollars. That is 4.9664 trillion renminbi. This is more than 10 times his original net worth. Those families and clans with a long history of Yanhuang culture may not have a single member whose wealth makes it onto the rich list. However, The wealth accumulated by their family is even more terrifying than that of these people. Of course, Song Yu has no access to these things now, but he will not underestimate himself. After all, he had only acquired the system a little over a week ago. He believed that his future wealth would be far more terrifying and extravagant than that of these people. With wealth comes corresponding power, and then, I'm thinking too much now. I'd better figure out how to take over this building first. After muttering something under his breath, Song Yu didn't bother with eating or anything. He changed his clothes and drove straight to Ruihin Financial. As he drove this way, he also pulled out the contract and called the current property manager of Ruihin Financial, whose name was on the contract. Don't let his position as a property manager fool you. He actually wields considerable power. He not only manages sanitation, security, and appliances, but also controls who rents the place. Song Yu knew before that the boss of Via Technologies often gave this guy gifts in hopes of getting his help. But now, he was the boss of Via Technologies. This sudden change of status was really great. Soon, Song Yu drove to the outside of Ruihin Financial. After parking his car nearby, he walked over and prepared to enter through the employee entrance at the back. Just then, a group of people suddenly came out from inside. Upon seeing these people, Song Yu raised an eyebrow. As the old saying goes, it really is true that enemies meet on a narrow road. The person who came out at this moment was none other than Luo Qiong, the former boss of Via Technologies who had fired him. To be honest, for a large number of business owners who are capable of building a successful business, the biggest enemy is not national policies, the tax bureau, or tax increases from any particular country. He was a spendthrift son. Via Technologies, originally owned by Luo Daqiang. He may not be the best boss, but at least he deserves the title. He pays the money he's due, distributes the benefits he's entitled to, and never fires anyone arbitrarily. Most people in the company still appreciate his kindness. This is also why he was able to develop a parts manufacturing company into a company with a net worth of hundreds of millions in just over 20 years. Even now, Ruihin and his team have rented half a floor here, which is quite impressive. Unfortunately, he ended up with such a son who not only cheated on him with his secretary, causing him to suffer a stroke and be admitted to the ICU, but Song Yu doesn't know if he's out now. And he even fired Song Yu. In fact, all the company's veterans know that Song Yu cannot be fired, at least not now. Before being fired, Song Yu was leading a development project worth approximately 1 billion yuan. Now that Song Yu is gone, there is naturally no one to take over. But no one will remind Luo Qiong. After all, Luo Qiong has already shown what a foolish and tyrannical ruler is, and now there can only be one voice in the company, and that is his voice. The people around him are all lackeys in the company. Just like now, many of the people around him are guys that Song Yu and the others used to look down on. He's good for nothing but flattery. These kinds of people aren't useless. For example, when Luo Daqiang needs to take people out for social events, he needs these kinds of people to flatter the other party's boss. But if you keep them around, it's really courting disaster. As for the other company, they certainly won't remind them. After all, if they succeed in making the product, they might earn a small amount of money, but if they fail, Via Technologies breached the contract, and the penalty for breach of contract will be more than the money they made. Even if Via goes bankrupt, it won't be able to fill this hole. Just as Song Yu saw them, these people also saw Song Yu. Then, Luo Qiong, who was walking in the middle, suddenly changed her expression and became extremely ugly. You little brat, you dare come back. Standing in front of Song Yu, Luo Qiong spoke with eyes blazing with anger. What? Via is so powerful now that it bought Ruihin Financial, so I can't come anymore. Looking at Luo Qiong with amusement, Song Yu couldn't help but smile and say something. Before he had the Lao AI template, Song Yu might not have been so tough. After all, the other side outnumbered him. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. But now, with the Lao AI template, beating these few rotten potatoes and stinky eggs is no problem at all. Therefore, he also needs to appear much more relaxed and assertive at this time. Hey, Song Yu, you've worked at the company for several years now. The company has been kind to you and nurtured you. How could you go to the Labor Arbitration Committee? Exactly, what good does this do you? Are you that desperate for money? TSK, you won't be able to do the same job during labor arbitration. Let's drag this out for 6 months and see if you starve to death first, or if the company pays you money first. Some people's vision is limited to this. After all the training the boss has given you, are you even human? Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Luo Qiong's lackeys also began to mock and ridicule him. Song Yu then understood why they were so unhappy with him. It turned out that the labor arbitration team had come to investigate. No wonder Luo Qiong is acting like his father has died. Oh, wait, if his father really died, he'd probably be very happy. Song Yu, go and withdraw your labor arbitration application now, and I'll give you a chance to find a job. How about it? Listening to these people's words, Wei Sheng's female secretary, who was also Luo Daqiang and Luo Qiong's mistress, came up and looked at Song Yu with a smug expression. In her mind, Song Yu would definitely agree to her request. After all, she had noticed that Song Yu often spied on her before, so how could Song Yu dare to refuse her suggestion now? Now, Chapter 43, The Powerful Security Guard. You bunch of dogs, if you want to eat shit, go eat it yourselves. Why are you dragging me along? Shameless. I'll watch how you bankrupt him. Remember, don't ask for wages later, or I'll really look down on you. As for you, you're nothing but a piece of trash, a used woman. Find me a job? Do you make keys? How many keys do you make? Seeing these people speak so arrogantly, Song Yu was so angry that he laughed, and then he started attacking them. Hearing Song Yu's words, the expressions of the people on the side turned particularly ugly, especially the secretary. Song Yu and the others used to secretly watch her, firstly because the secretary was indeed quite good, and secondly, naturally, to guess what the secretary was doing in the boss's office. Although Song Yu said he wouldn't refuse, he wasn't going to eat any shit. He even asked her to find him a job. Who did she think she was? You? Song Yu, are you crazy? How dare you insult us? We're doing this for your own good. You're the one biting the hand that feeds you. Boss, look at him. He actually dared to insult me. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, these people immediately erupted in anger. However, those few sycophants only dared to shout from the sidelines. On the contrary, the secretary held Luo Qiong's hand and said coquettishly, and Luo Qiong was indeed a good-for-nothing. Upon hearing her secretary's words, he immediately flew into a rage, roared Tao, and rushed over to attack Song Yu. At the same time, his subordinates were also eager to try. If Luo Qiong dared to go up, they would dare to go up too. But their courage only lasted for about 2 seconds, because just as Luo Qiong rushed over to hit Song Yu dodged Luo Qiong's kick by sidestepping, and then retaliated by throwing a punch that landed heavily on Luo Qiong's face. With a muffled thud, Luo Qiong was instantly knocked to the ground by Song Yu. How could a rich second-generation heir who indulged in excessive drinking and womanizing possibly contend with Song Yu, who resembled Lao Ai? After that punch, he was stunned, seeing stars, and lay on the ground, unable to get up for a while. His lackeys, upon seeing this scene, instinctively stopped in their tracks, staring at Song Yu with utter bewilderment. What they usually call him doesn't matter to them, but if he rushes in and gets beaten up, then they'll be the ones who suffer. They never knew Song Yu could fight. As for the secretary, she was completely bewildered and looked utterly lost. Just then, several security guards suddenly ran out, clearly having seen a conflict outside and coming to see what was going on. What's going on? Why are they fighting? You've come at the right time. This guy isn't an employee of our company anymore. He came here to cause trouble and even hit our boss. Quick, arrest him. As soon as the security guards arrived, the secretary immediately called out. Upon hearing the secretary's words, the security guards didn't hesitate and rushed towards Song Yu. For them, it seems there's no need to know who's right and who's wrong. They say Song Yu came to cause trouble, so Song Yu came to cause trouble. This act of aiding and abetting evil has certainly broadened Song Yu's horizons. He knew before that Ruihin's security guards were arrogant, but he never imagined they would be this arrogant. You're the one causing trouble. Arrest him. It looks like we're going to teach you a lesson today. You think you can cause trouble here, Ruihin? Seeing the security guards approaching and about to arrest him, Song Yu narrowed his eyes. It seemed that a fight was inevitable today. He then took off his watch and placed it on his fist. This move was learned from Batman to increase critical hits. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Just as Song Yu was preparing to have a good go at these security guards, another group of people suddenly ran over from a distance. They were wearing the same uniform and looked like property management staff. The one running in front was a fat man in his 40s. He was already out of breath after just a few steps, but he still gritted his teeth and charged forward. Manager Lu. The security guards froze on the spot as they watched the group rushing over. They looked at Lu Ren with bewildered expressions. They had dealt with many troublemakers before, but Manager Lu had never shown any reaction to them. Why did Manager Lu personally come downstairs today? What's going on? As Manager Lu and the others ran over, he braced himself on his knees and roared angrily. Yes, This guy caused trouble and even hit the boss of Shengwei Company. So we're going to take him under control and then call the police. Upon hearing Manager Lu's words, the security guard also spoke up. Control him? What right do you few security guards have to control someone? If you want to call the police, then just call them. Hearing the security guard say, "Go left," Manager Lu roared angrily. Then, one of his men walked up to the still bewildered security guards and whispered something. "The new boss of the building is coming today, so you guys better keep your eyes peeled." Understood. Upon hearing this, the security guards' eyes lit up and they nodded. They're not stupid. What if the new boss had just arrived and happened to see them having a conflict here? That would undoubtedly have a huge negative impact on their property management. So it's no wonder Manager Lu was so angry. But the building has changed owners, and they really didn't know that. Consider yourself lucky. Call the police. Thinking of this, several security guards surrounded Song Yu, and one of them spoke directly to the person next to him. But when they heard that the police were going to be called, the faces of the VIA employees changed. Police officers are different from these security guards. The police will review the surveillance footage, and they'll find out that it was their small business owner who rushed out to attack Song Yu first, only to be knocked down by Song Yu with a single punch. To put it mildly, it was a mutual fight. To put it more seriously, Song Yu acted in self-defense because he only threw one punch, did not follow up, and did not cause much harm. So there was no question of excessive self-defense. In self-defense, there is only one strike, and Song Yu's performance was without fault. So as soon as she heard that the police had been called, the secretary immediately said, "Let's just leave it at that. The police coming won't have a good impact on you or our company. Let's just leave it at that. Let's help the boss up and get out of here. Hey, you're really lucky, kid. They're not going to pursue this anymore. Get lost." Hearing the secretary say they wouldn't pursue it, the security guard glanced at Song Yu sideways and said arrogantly before turning to leave. But at that moment, Song Yu spoke up. "Wait, did I say you could leave?" Chapter 40, For They Can't Be Wrong. Damn, you're really getting cocky now. You're really taking advantage of me. You think you're so great. Are you looking for trouble, kid? Upon hearing Song Yu's words, the security guards immediately turned around and looked at him with displeasure. Even Lu Ren and the others who had just rushed over couldn't help but frown, looking at Song Yu with some dissatisfaction. In their eyes, Song Yu was just here to cause trouble. They should just leave him now and not pursue the matter, but he still dared to act so aggressively. Seeing their expressions, Song Yu also looked at Lu Ren. "Manager Lu, right? What? You've already forgotten my voice so soon after we just finished the call." Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Lu Ren was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered who the voice belonged to, and immediately Lu Ren's head began to be covered in sweat. "Mr. Song." Trembling, Lu Ren approached Song Yu, feeling as if his heart was about to stop. "You've really given me a surprise. I had no idea this building belonged to your property management company until you told me." Song Yu patted Lu Ren on the shoulder and began to speak with a smile. No. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding." Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Lu Ren was almost in tears, but Song Yu shook his head. "No, there's no misunderstanding. I've worked here for 3 years. I've seen how arrogant your property management is before, especially the security guards. TSK, did these security guards save your life? Otherwise, I really can't understand why you would protect them so much." After leaping over Lu Ren, Song Yu looked at the security guards and said calmly. The security guards also sensed something was wrong. Did this guy know Manager Lu? So although they were very dissatisfied, they didn't say anything more and just stood there with their eyes darting around. "Mr. Song, that's not right of you. They were just doing their job. You can't cause trouble for them just because they stopped you from causing trouble." Just then, the man who had been telling them that the new boss was coming stood up and spoke up. "Oh, I'm causing trouble? Who told you I'm causing trouble?" Looking at this person, Song Yu continued to speak. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, the man frowned. He had witnessed the situation earlier. The owner of VIA Technologies was indeed lying at Song Yu's feet. Therefore, he had preconceived the idea that Song Yu was causing trouble. Could there be some other reason behind this? It didn't matter. Even if there was another reason, the one in the wrong was definitely Song Yu, not them. "Shut up, Mr. Song. Today's events are all our fault." Just as the man was frowning in thought, Lu Ren rushed over and said anxiously, "Wait a minute, I haven't asked you yet." Song Yu interrupted Lu Ren directly, then looked at the man and asked with a serious expression, "Head of the security section, my surname is Zhang." Looking at Song Yu, Section Chief Zhang introduced himself. "There are security cameras here, right? If you don't know, Ask the security room. That guy kicked me first, so I knocked him down. If the police come, they'll say it was self-defense, but here, it's me causing trouble. Haha, Manager Liu, you've got excellent management skills. Pointing to the surveillance cameras and the Weisheng employees who were fleeing in disarray, Song Yu said with a smile. Hearing Song Yu's sarcastic words, Section Chief Zhang looked at the security guards, who in turn looked around. They had indeed not asked anything. Mr. Song, there's no need to get angry over them. Let's go to the office first. I'll handle them. Seeing the security guards speechless after being questioned, Lu Rin sighed. Well, this time it was all over. But he still had to swallow his pride and walk over to Song Yu, asking him to go to the office first. After Song Yu walked forward, he immediately turned around and looked at the security guards and the head of the security department, surnamed Zhang. You're fired. Starting tomorrow. No, starting right now, you're no longer security guards for this building. Take off your clothes now and leave. And you too, you're fired. No, brother-in-law. Upon hearing Lu Rin's words, the head of the security department immediately spoke anxiously. In his view, regardless of Song Yu's identity, Lu Rin should protect him, since they were on his side. But Lu Rin did not give him another chance to speak. If you don't want your sister to suffer the consequences along with you, shut up and get out of here right now. After saying this in a low voice, Lu Rin immediately put on a smiling face, ran to Song Yu's side, and led Song Yu upstairs. Seeing Lu Rin and Song Yu's actions, Section Chief Zhang and several security guards were dumbfounded. What's going on? How could they get fired with just one sentence? They've done this before. At most, you could just apologize. Why can't you do that today? Suddenly, one of the security guards remembered what Section Chief Zhang had just said to them. Section Chief, you just said the new boss is coming. Could that guy's surname Song be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This building is worth at least tens of billions now. How could a young man in his 20s possibly own it? Is he the boss's son? Or his spokesperson? Upon hearing Section Chief Zhang's question, another security guard chimed in. Upon hearing this, Section Chief Zhang clapped his hands. That was the only possibility. If it was his son, then it was troublesome. But if it was just a subordinate, that might not be the case. With that thought in mind, he immediately walked into the building. Only the security guards remained, standing there, completely bewildered. What were they supposed to do? No one had told them yet. However, it's clear that these people are overthinking things. How could Song Yu possibly keep them around? Actually, Song Yu had already considered changing property management companies, so the first thing he said after sitting down upstairs was to ask Lu Rin. Manager Liu, how many years are left on your property management company's contract with our building? There are still 3 years left, Mr. Song. I am truly sorry. I never imagined things would turn out this way. Please give us another chance, and we will definitely correct our mistakes. Seeing Song Yu immediately ask about the contract, Lu Rin was almost in tears. He knew that if he lost Ruhin Financial, he was finished on every level, finished. The property management fee at Ruhin Financial Center is charged monthly at 24 yuan per square meter per month. This price is too high. It's worth noting that the Ruhin Financial Center has a total of 1 million square meters available for rent, which means that the property management company would receive 24 million yuan per month or 288 million yuan per year. If he loses this lucrative opportunity, the property management company owner will devour him alive. Chapter 45 Installation. What's the rush? There are still 3 years left. Seeing Lu Rin's eagerness, Song Yu smiled and said something, then gently tapped the table and continued. Whether the contract will be terminated early depends mainly on your performance. First of all, I don't want to see any of your original security guards here anymore. Secondly, please pay more attention to the cleaning services and hire more people. I've worked here for 3 years, and I know how badly your property management company is doing. Don't make excuses. With 280 million yuan in property management fees per year, you definitely don't use more than 50 million yuan for salaries. Your company must be making at least 200 million yuan. I'm not the same company I used to be, where I didn't care about anything else as long as I collected the money. Now I'm a person, and I have to have a reputation. Looking at Lu Rin, Song Yu also spoke slowly. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Lu Rin nodded hurriedly beside him. Indeed, their property management company had been living too comfortably in the past. Of the 280 million yuan in property fees, the company had to collect at least 220 million yuan every year. The remaining 60 million yuan would naturally be deducted from their hands at each level. This has led to a shortage of cleaning staff. Sometimes the restrooms on each floor are not cleaned even once a day, and the trash cans are not emptied for 2 or 3 days at a time. The security guards are also arrogant and act like they have a big authority. Song Yu had worked here for 3 years, so he was naturally aware of the shady things this property management company did. Previously, this building was managed by the group that developed it. They didn't care about these things. As long as nothing went wrong and the rent was collected, they turned a blind eye to everything else and let the property management company take care of it. But now that this place belongs to Song Yu won't let them live as comfortably as before. Upon hearing what Song Yu said, Lu Ren immediately nodded in agreement, saying that he would resolve these issues promptly. Also, what's the current situation regarding lease renewals by various companies? Of course, managing the company is a minor issue for Song Yu. His main purpose in coming here today is to collect rent. Ruihin Financial Center, who knows? Although rent is paid in installments, such as every 6 months or a year, each company signs a different contract, so the rent payment time is slightly different. The rent due date is next month, and there are about 17 or 18 companies that need to pay their rent. It must be said that Lu Ren, the property manager, is not entirely useless. At least he is quite knowledgeable about the rent payment situation of the companies in the building. Immediately, he told Song Yu about the rent payment situation. Okay, I'll schedule a time with them and we'll sign a new contract. From now on, the rent won't be paid through the company account. By the way, via technologies, when will their lease be renewed? Song Yu asked after hearing Lu Ren's question. Them? They should also be the ones who have to pay rent next month. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ren answered seriously. Okay, then let's inform them that we're not renting it to them anymore. In fact, when renting out office space in such buildings, people tend to rent older units rather than new ones. If a company can consistently rent from a particular company, it signifies stability, which is a good thing. If Song Yu suddenly came up with this idea, Lu Ren would probably advise him not to turn down money. But via technologies, getting them out there shouldn't be any problem. Because he knew that Song Yu was originally with Via Technologies, there must be a huge conflict between the two sides, especially since their junior boss had just tried to kick Song Yu. Although Song Yu hit him, this conflict was definitely not something he could resolve. At this point, the best option is to listen to Song Yu. No problem, I'll tell them not to send any money. Lu Ren said seriously as he looked at Song Yu. Hee, it's not that I'm petty, but when it's time to renew the lease, I guess they won't be able to come up with the money. By the way, I need to arrange for someone to work in your property management company. Is that all right? In Song Yu's view, Via Technologies was definitely doomed. The chaotic management and nepotism were minor issues. The biggest problem was that billion-dollar project. The compensation alone will be enough to bankrupt Via Technologies. Of course, he will still demand his N+1 bonus. As for what he said about arranging for someone to come in, that's easy to understand, just like in Tianjiang Wanyan City. There are also people arranged by various parties inside their property. The developers, and even the suppliers Zhu Yining were all placed in the scheme because they couldn't keep the entire property a monolithic entity. What they were doing was unknown to the employers above. If they were to secretly cause trouble down there, they wouldn't be able to stand it. So it was inevitable that Song Yu would send people inside. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Lu Ren immediately spoke up as well. Of course, no problem. We already have such a designated spot here, and we will definitely follow your rules. Hearing Lu Ren say this, Song Yu nodded. Seeing how understanding he was, he couldn't stay angry any longer. Seeing Song Yu's instructions, there was nothing more for the time being. At this moment, Lu Ren also came over, holding a black card in his hand. Mr. Song, this is the VIP card for the Jiangming Qianyu 5-star hotel, upstairs. It comes with a presidential suite, and all expenses are covered by our property management. I know you don't need this, but it's just a small token of our appreciation from the property management company. Looking at the black gold card in his hand, Song Yu smiled. Well, he only knew that the people in this building would give gifts to the property management, but he never thought that the property management also had to give gifts. Looking at the VIP card, Song Yu didn't hesitate and immediately took it. With a presidential suite, he no longer needs to go to hotels frequented by students to help Shen Yusin practice. And if there's nowhere else to eat in the future, we can come here to eat without spending any money, which is perfect. You guys really know how to handle people. Alright, that's enough for today. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. It's up to you what you do next. After glancing at Lu Ren, Song Yu put away his black gold card and left amidst Lu Ren's apologetic smile. However, he did not go directly back to Qinghan's home. Instead, he took the elevator and went straight to the 72nd floor of the hotel. He wanted to pack some food to take back with him. He hadn't forgotten that neither he nor Gu Qinghan had eaten lunch. While waiting for them to cook, Song Yu picked up his phone. He wasn't joking when he said he was going to send people here. As for who, it seems he only has 3 options. Shirley, He Chong, and Lu Tao. Tao. Let's see which of the 3 is willing. Chapter 46 New Job? Brother-in-law, what's the deal with this guy surnamed Song? Are you really going to fire me for him? Less than 5 minutes after Song Yu left, Section Chief Zhang came up to Lu Ren with a wronged expression. Lu Ren can be considered a successful person. He manages the properties of Ruihin Financial, earning the group 280 million annually. Of course, this includes his salary, maintenance costs for elevators, lights, access control systems, and the largest expense, taxes. Their company earns at least 150 million yuan a year from this. Given the wealth it generates for the company, his income is naturally quite high. They receive at least 2 million yuan in salary and bonuses each year. With so much money, he's obviously not a good catch. He has been married 3 times so far. His first wife, who lived in the countryside, was abandoned long ago. His second wife was a simple-minded woman, whom he also kicked out. Now, his third wife is the older sister of this section chief Zhang, a stunningly beautiful woman with a master's degree in finance. I've been with him since I was 26 or 27, and it's been more than 10 years now. He was quite satisfied with his wife. The only problem is that his wife is a brother-supporting demon. Her younger brother is truly useless at everything, eats everything without leaving a trace, and has absolutely no sense of propriety. Just like now, he still doesn't understand why he drove him away. Not only you, but all your brothers and all the security guards must be replaced. Not one of them will be spared. Looking at Section Chief Zhang, Lu Ren also spoke seriously. Why? Is that guy's surname Song the new boss's son, or just one of his men? If he's just a man, why are we afraid of him? We can try to get in touch with the new boss. Just like before, as long as the rent is collected, he doesn't care how we manage it. Upon hearing Lu Ren's words, Section Chief Zhang became furious and immediately started arguing. He's neither the boss's son nor a subordinate sent by the boss. He is the boss. Besides, things have changed now. Your methods don't work in his hands anymore. Do you understand? Seeing his brother-in-law's appearance, Lu Ren suppressed his anger and growled at him. He's the boss? How old is he? He's the boss. Brother-in-law, if you don't want to help me, or if you want to get rid of me, just say so. I'm not stupid. Well, this section Chief Zhang really is too stupid. Once he's made up his mind about something, he doesn't care about the truth. What he wants is what he thinks, and what he believes is the truth, and what he doesn't believe is just an excuse. After saying that, Section Chief Zhang slammed the door shut and left. Watching his departing figure, Lu Ren felt a headache coming on. He had no idea how he'd ended up with such a jerk. Anyway, it's finally open. Meanwhile, upstairs on the other side, Song Yu opened WeChat and tagged his 3 best friends. Stone, it's this time again. What? Is the big boss treating us to dinner again? Xiangzi, let me say it first. I'm free tonight. I'm available anytime. I can give him a good beating today. Lu Tao, damn, I might not be able to make it. Our section chief is going to play ball after get off work, and I can't leave. Song Yu looked around at the group of people, and the 3 of them replied almost simultaneously. However, Song Yu hadn't come to invite them to dinner. He had to spend the evening with Gu Qinghan and didn't have time to deal with them. So he simply typed his message. Song Yu, eat my ass. I have something to do tonight. I tagged you guys to ask if anyone wants to change jobs. Xiangzi, wow, the big boss is already planning to take us flying. Stone, what kind of job is it? Our company is laying off people right now, and everyone's panicking. If your job is good, I'll quit and work for you instead. Lu Tao, Stone, why don't you wait until N+1 before you leave? Sure too. I've only been with this company for less than a year. At most, I'll lose 2 months' salary. If Song Yu's job is better, I'll just quit. Song Yu, what kind of job is it anyway? Seeing Song Yu's message, everyone started talking, with Sure Tu being the most concerned. As mentioned earlier, Stone's nickname is just like his personality, stubborn and inflexible. Therefore, he often clashes with others in the company because of his overly straightforwardness. If layoffs are to be implemented, those who remain will fall into 2 categories: those with connections or those with exceptional skills. Shirley's skills were decent, but definitely not outstanding. He also lacked connections and might have offended his colleagues and superiors, so he had a feeling that this round of layoffs might involve him. It's really uncomfortable to feel like you're being judged by others. Ruihin Financial Center, you know, it's mine now. I need someone to come here and keep an eye on them, to prevent them from causing trouble. Stone, your personality is quite suitable. Would you be interested in coming to help me? Stone, Lu Tao, Xiangzi. As Song Yu finished speaking, all three of them couldn't help but ask themselves a series of questions. Before Song Yu could even ask them what they thought, the others started to speak up. Xiangzi, I recognize every single word you say, but why can't I understand them when they're put together? Lu Tao, Ruihin Financial Center. You mean that Ruihin Financial Center, right? Stone, that 92-story building? Wouldn't that be worth tens of billions? Is it yours? Seeing the three of them looking somewhat incoherent and shocked, Song Yu smiled. Indeed. Returning home in glory is like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Having money but not showing it off is like having no money at all. Song Yu was quite pleased to see their shocked expressions. Yes, it's mine. So, are you coming or not? Come on, wait for me. I'll resign right now and come find you. Upon hearing Song Yu's confirmation, Shirley immediately spoke up. Don't worry, I have things to do this afternoon and evening. Just come find me here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, Shirley replied immediately upon hearing Song Yu's words. He has no problem with how much money he makes each month. This also shows complete trust in Song Yu's performance. Of course, Song Yu certainly wouldn't let him work for nothing. Although he hadn't told Lu Ren how much money he would make in a month, it definitely had to be much more than he earned at his previous company. Otherwise, he would be letting his brother down. They agreed to meet tomorrow, and after discussing this matter, Song Yu had finished preparing the packed dishes. He then happily took the food and drove back to Gu Qinghan's house. Right now, compared to other things, he clearly wanted to go back and be with Gu Qinghan more. Although he knew that Gu Qinghan couldn't withstand it at the moment, Song Yu was still happy to simply be with her. Chapter 47, A New Mission? Ugh, I'm exhausted. I mean, don't you really have any other girlfriends? Why don't you go find one? Don't worry, I definitely won't be jealous. You can have a few more if you want. Looking at Song Yu with a hint of resentment, Gu Qinghan first shook her hand, then rubbed her cheek. After returning from the hotel, Song Yu naturally had a meal with Gu Qinghan first. Then, the two watched TV in bed. However, as they watched, Song Yu's hands became a little restless. Although he tried hard to restrain himself, as the old saying goes, once you've tasted the marrow, you'll crave it, and it's not so easy to control yourself. Fortunately, Gu Qinghan knew her own physical condition, so she used other methods, but it was clear that even with other methods, she was not able to withstand it. To be honest, no girl is born wanting to share her man with someone else, no matter if that man is rich, powerful, an athlete, or an emperor. But Song Yu might be an exception. Gu Qinghan realized that it would be difficult for one woman, or even 2 or 3 women, to deal with Song Yu alone. Although Song Yu wasn't as powerful as Su Xian, he was clearly beyond the realm of ordinary people. For the first time, she began to waver in her belief in pure love. Compared to her own life, pure love didn't seem to be that important. At least that's what she thought at the moment. Too bad, no. Song Yu said helplessly, shrugging, even though Lin Luoli had already made some gestures. But Song Yu had already scheduled her for Friday, and he didn't have any other options for the next few days anyway. If it really doesn't work, just bear with it. But honestly, I could tolerate it before I had a girlfriend, but it's really hard to tolerate after I have one. I don't care about that. You can find a few girlfriends yourself. It's okay if you find a lot. I'll let you have them. Gu Qinghan rolled her eyes at Song Yu and patted him lightly, saying in a slightly coquettish tone. Song Yu grinned at this. Could this be considered being ordered to pick up girls? He hesitated for the first time, thinking, I should have known better than to schedule Lin Luoli for Friday. How about we ask Shin Yusin and Lin Luoli to come with me to that hotel suite tomorrow? After hesitating for a moment, Song Yu also remembered the hotel suite he had seen today. However, this presents another problem. We must get them back before 10 o'clock. This is really confusing. Then let's talk about it on Friday. As for tomorrow, Gu Qinghan should have recovered by now. Yes, Shin Yusin can also go to the hotel with them. Don't misunderstand. Song Yu teaches Shin Yusin to dance. He will only stay overnight at the hotel with Gu Qinghan. I need to go home at midnight. Song Yu had initially thought that today would likely follow the same pattern, but he was clearly overthinking it. You could say that Gu Qinghan was somewhat frightened. So after Song Yu and Gu Qinghan finished dinner, Gu Qinghan immediately sent Song Yu back home. It wasn't just that Gu Qinghan was afraid Song Yu wouldn't be able to control himself. It was mainly her own fear. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself. What if, right? After all, it's her own body, and she still needs to take care of it. So, Quite helplessly, around 7 p.m., Song Yu drove home. By the time he got home, Yin Han and the others had already returned. After spending more than a week together, they had become quite familiar with each other. After Song Yu accompanied them downstairs to watch TV for a while, they prepared to take a shower. Well, maybe it's because they've become more and more familiar with each other that they've stopped treating Song Yu like a human being, especially as a man. A few days ago, when Song Yu told them to wear more clothes, they were still wearing some clothes at least, but now, they really wished they didn't even need to wear clothes. At this moment, Yin Han was only wearing a colorful striped belly band, which completely exposed her belly and abs, while her lower body was only wrapped in a bath towel. There was nothing else besides that. Oh, and a pair of slippers. Zhu Yining and Ruan Qing'er were dressed a little more conservatively, only wearing low-cut pajamas that reached their upper thighs. Well, I don't know what they were covering up. Pan Lu was even more direct. She came out wearing only a bathrobe, the straps of which were loosely tied, looking as if they might fall off at any moment. Lu Zi was dressed the most formally, wearing a black, low-cut tank top with a pair of thong pants tied at the sides. You know, those kinds of pants. And this was the only pair of pants among these girls. Ge Jun, the last one, was only wearing a black sheer nightgown top, and she walked past Song Yu from behind. Well, she didn't even try to cover herself up. Watching their actions, Song Yu was speechless. No wonder when they first suggested sharing an apartment, he was the only one who brought up the inconvenience. It's because they've never considered themselves human beings at all. Well, you can't really say that. At least on the first day, they were still human. But I don't know when it started, their wariness of Song Yu did gradually disappear. Even now, if Song Yu walked into the bathroom on the first floor and suggested they shower together, they probably wouldn't have much of an objection. Shaking his head, Song Yu figured he couldn't resist anyway, so he might as well try to accept it. With that thought, he continued watching TV. After about half an hour of showering, the 6 girls came out and went straight back to their rooms. Song Yu also went to the bathroom for a bath to wash away his fatigue before returning to his room. Then I calmly scrolled through my phone, ready to see what choices the system would give me at midnight. But no matter what choices the system gives him, at least one thing is certain. He should be able to get a good night's sleep tomorrow and won't have to get up so early. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Is it finally time to enjoy life? I'm actually starting to look forward to it. But will the system really let him live so comfortably? Time flew by, and it was already midnight. It was just past midnight when the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. System refresh is complete. Please make your choice for today. Select a job and work for 1 week. Huh? Work again? Another week of work. Upon hearing the system's notification, Song Yu raised an eyebrow. Why were these work tasks piling up one after another? However, considering that he had just acquired a building worth 47 billion today, he wasn't too conflicted. He just wanted to choose carefully this time so that he could get a good night's sleep. As he looked at the system's options, 9 new professions appeared before him. Chapter 48 The Band. 1. Go work as a waiter/waitress at a KTV. 2. Go to a foot massage parlor to work as a technician. 3. Join a band as a guitarist. 4. Work as a veterinary assistant at a pet hospital. 5. Go to a car wash to wash your car. 6. Go work as a delivery person for a week. 7. Work as a photographer at a photo studio for a week. 8. Work as a trainer at a gym for a week. 9. Go to the escape room and become an NPC. Looking at the 9 professions presented before him, Song Yu couldn't help but purse his lips. This time the options were all right. There weren't any jobs like garbage disposal plants that were completely unacceptable, but truly good jobs are few and far between. He was immediately rejected as a waiter at the KTV. He had already said he needed a good night's sleep. Being an NPC in a secret room is one thing, but being an NPC in a place where there's no sunlight is also scary. His current fighting strength is considerable, but that doesn't mean he's daring. He rejected all of those jobs, running errands, going to photo studios, gyms, veterinary hospitals, foot massage parlors. The only options left are to become a guitarist in a band or to work as a car wash. However, after a slight hesitation, he also rejected the car washing profession because he remembered that after he chose a profession, the system would give him certain basic skills. Before, he couldn't even jump rope properly, let alone dance. But after becoming a teaching assistant at the dance academy, his dancing skills improved to the point where he could compete in the Tally Cup. If we categorize it into levels such as beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster. Even if the abilities provided by the system don't reach the grandmaster level, they should still be within the advanced to master level. It's at least at the top level in the world. Even if it's not top 0, it's still top 1 level. Clearly, the skill level of a guitarist or any musical instrument is more useful than simply washing a car thoroughly. Therefore, Song Yu also chose this option at this time. System, I've chosen to become a guitarist in the band. By the way, System, if I can't go home tonight because of this mission, who's responsible? Please rest assured, host, the system will not issue conflicting tasks. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, host, you have chosen the band's guitarist. Please contact this person before 10 a.m. tomorrow. Asterisk. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, the usually unintelligent system surprisingly became intelligent for once, and then saved a number in Song Yu's phone. After glancing at the number, Song Yu didn't pay any attention to it. He simply turned around and fell asleep. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, after finishing Shirley's work, I'll go find the other party, which will be just right. And so, Song Yu fell asleep contentedly. When Song Yu got up again, it was already 8 o'clock. I managed to sleep in a little longer than usual, and although I still woke up quite early, it was much better than usual. After washing up, Song Yu also left his room. Today was different from usual. Only I went out. Everyone else got up except for Pan Lu. Seeing that Song Yu had just gotten up, they were a little unaccustomed to it. After greeting Song Yu, they prepared to go to work. As for Song Yu, he drove out to have breakfast as usual before leisurely driving to the Ruhin Financial Center. When he arrived, it was exactly 9 o'clock, and at the entrance, he saw Shirley looking anxious, pacing back and forth. Hey, where's the millstone? Looking at Shirley, Song Yu couldn't help but smile and say, Damn, you're finally here. I'm not late, am I? It's my first day at work, so don't make a bad impression. Huh, you change cars? This is a Cullinan. Upon seeing Song Yu finally appear, Shirley hurriedly said that he had impulsively resigned yesterday. After returning home, even if he didn't say anything, he was definitely uneasy. He didn't ask Song Yu what he was supposed to do, nor did he ask how much money he would make working there. I resigned entirely out of sheer faith in Song Yu. If things go wrong, it'll be a real problem. It's not just a work-related issue. The trust between him and Song Yu's friend will also be compromised. He was most anxious when he arrived early today, only to find that Song Yu hadn't shown up yet. However, now that Song Yu has arrived, he feels relieved. Want to get in the car and go for a drive? Take some photos? Song Yu said with a smile, looking at Shirley's expression. No need. Let's talk about work first. What exactly do I need to do? Although Shirley did want to get in the car for a ride, he felt that this was more important than his work. You don't have to do anything. You're here to represent me. Your job is to find fault and nitpick. If anyone gives you a gift, if they do anything illegal, or if anyone makes you unhappy, just tell me. That's your only job. Will it work? Hearing Song Yu's words, Shirley looked conflicted. This didn't sound like a job at all. Can it work? Remove the can and may, and it's fine. Let's go. Song Yu patted Shirley on the shoulder and pulled him into the building. He had to admit that Lu Ren was quite efficient. He hadn't left until after 1 a.m. yesterday. As a result, that afternoon, aside from everything else, the security guards were completely replaced. It makes sense, since it's much easier for Ruhin Financial to hire security guards than other places. First of all, the security guards here have proper contracts, which means they will be paid social insurance and housing fund. At the same time, the basic salary is 6,500 yuan per month, and if you include overtime and bonuses, it's nearly 8,000 yuan. In Tianjiang, a city where the average income is only around 5,000 yuan, working as a security guard for 8,000 yuan is something everyone would be desperate to get into. Recruiting security guards is quite easy. This time, with Song Yu's photo, it was clear that Lu Ren had made a lasting impression on everyone, and no one dared to stop Song Yu from coming. With Shirley by his side, Song Yu went straight to the property management office on the 5th floor. As soon as they entered, Lu Ren greeted them. Hello, Mr. Song. Yes, Manager Lu, this is Shirley, my best friend. I'll leave him in your care. Looking at Lu Ren, Song Yu shook hands with him and then introduced Shirley, who was standing next to him. Okay, Mr. Shir and I will definitely work together to help you protect this Ruhin Financial Center. Lu Renki is very good at dealing with Song Yu's rhetoric. He wouldn't take credit for Song Yu's work or act like an old man. Instead, he immediately said in a friendly tone that he would work together with Shirley. Hearing his words, Song Yu nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more words with Lu Ren, he turned and left, leaving Shirley to follow Lu Ren to the manager's office. As Shirley settled down, Lu Ren poured him a cup of tea, placed the 2 contracts in front of him, and began to explain with a smile. Chapter 49, Showing Off, is Human Nature. Mr. Sure, our property management company has always assigned positions to the client. You would be our deputy manager here. Normally, all I need to do is keep an eye on everyone checking in. 9 to 5, everything is just like a normal workday. Of course, if you need to take leave or anything, you can just ask someone else to keep an eye on things. Seeing Shirley looking somewhat bewildered as he examined the contract, Lu Ren chuckled and said, that's fine, but the salary. Listening to Lu Ren's explanation, Shirley pointed to the work section, which now read, Base salary, 28,500. Performance-based pay and bonuses are calculated separately. Oh, this is the basic salary for our property manager. To be honest, my basic salary is also this much, but our property management company is doing quite well, so the money will be more later. That's about right. You can earn around that amount each month. Looking at Shirley, Lu Ren also quietly pulled out a 5. Upon seeing this number, Shirley couldn't help but gasp, feeling as if his heart was about to stop. 50,000. You know, he used to earn 6,500 a month at that company. He originally thought that he could maintain the same salary at Song Yu's company, or even that his ideal job would only cost 8,000 a month. As a result, Lu Ren directly offered him 50,000. All you have to do every day is work from 9 to 5 and watch others clock in. Is this the power of capital? Is this what it feels like to gain power through back channels? Suddenly, the boss's lackeys, whom he used to look down on the most, underwent a complete transformation in his mind. 150,000, that's 600,000 a year. If you add year-end bonuses and various benefits, wouldn't you have an income of around 700,000 yuan a year? 700,000 a year. I'd be willing to be a lackey, or even a dog, let alone a lackey. All he wants to do right now is shout. What's wrong with being a dog? Of course, he still had his pride and refrained from shouting. But Lu Ren hadn't finished speaking yet. Moreover, our property management offers a perk. This is a VIP card for the 5-star hotel upstairs. You have a monthly allowance of 20,000 yuan, which you can use to go upstairs for meals. You can bring as many people as you want, and whoever they are. Lu Ren gently patted Shirley's hand and said with a smile. Looking at Lu Ren's kind smile, Shirley felt his hands trembling uncontrollably, but he still took the card and nodded to Lu Ren. However, 5 minutes later, a photo of the card appeared on Song Yu's phone. Old Song, do you think Lu Ren is trying to trick me with some kind of sugar-coated bullet? 50,000 a month, plus a credit card with a 20,000 limit on unlimited meals. Is he setting me up? Hearing Shirley's words, Song Yu couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, his choice to send Shirley to the property management company was the right one. Don't worry. No, I have one too, but it's of a higher grade than yours. This is public relations money that the property management company should spend. They make 200 million a year from this building, so it's normal for them to spend a little to maintain relationships. You can accept it. Then I'll keep it. This is awesome. Damn. I'm going to find Xiangzi and Lu Tao and show off. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Shirley couldn't help but shout excitedly, and then he couldn't wait to go find He Chong and Lu Tao. As for Song Yu, he was still slowly moving through the traffic. Fortunately, it was still early, and the place he was going to wasn't far, so he could just keep running. He is quite peaceful now, but it's clear that He Chong and Lu Tao are anything but. When the two men received the video message from Shirley as soon as they arrived at work, they were both puzzled. But thinking about it, Shirley went to the job that Song Yu introduced him to today, and maybe he wasn't happy with the job, so he wanted to complain. So the two of them went to the bathroom and turned on the video call. As soon as the video started playing, they saw Shirley smugly waving a card while looking at the two people on the phone. What's wrong? Speak up. We can't stay in the bathroom for too long. Is the job Song Yu found for you not very good? That's true. I feel like I can't realize my self-worth. Looking at the two of them, if Shirley hadn't been covering his ears, his mouth would probably have been grinning from ear to ear. Speak like a human being. Seeing his smug look, He Chong and Lu Tao asked him with some confusion. I'm now the deputy manager of the property management at Ruihin Financial Center. You two should watch your words. I make 50,000 a month, not including the social insurance and housing fund contributions. All you need to do each day is watch them check in. This is so boring, so pointless. And how did you know that I can spend 20,000 yuan a month on food and drinks at the 5-star hotel upstairs with this card? Looking at the two of them, Shirley couldn't hold back any longer and said with a smug look on his face. Upon hearing his words, He Chong and Lu Tao suddenly felt their jobs weren't so appealing anymore. You earn 50,000 a month, plus 20,000 for food and drinks, and you don't have to do anything but watch your employees clock in. At that moment, their hearts skipped a beat. They were indeed afraid that their brother would suffer, but they were even more afraid that their brother would drive a Land Rover. They were already frustrated enough with Song Yu, but now they had another one, Shirley, who was clinging to Song Yu's coattails. If they could turn back time, they would both want to fight for this job, but now, they can only wait for another opportunity. It's really heartbreaking. After Shirley finished showing off to them, the two of them returned to their workstations somewhat dejectedly. She took out her phone and sent Song Yu a crying emoji. Needless to say, Song Yu knew why the two of them were crying, but he took it slow and wasn't in a hurry. He didn't have many people he could use, and these three were definitely the first ones he would choose. As for the future, he thought of his 6 sisters at home. If he had to say who he was closest to, it would naturally be Gu Qinghan, but Shin Yusin and Lin Loli would also be fine. But at this moment, one of these 3 people was a teacher and the other 2 were students, and it was not easy for them to change jobs. They might be the only ones they could turn to. Just as Song Yu was thinking about these things, he drove to an old residential area, following the address given to him after the phone call. Honestly, this neighborhood must be at least 30 years old. It looks quite dilapidated everywhere. At this time of day, only some elderly people are playing downstairs with their grandchildren who don't have to go to school. This doesn't look like a place with a band at all. Just as Song Yu arrived and got out of the car, looking around in confusion, a gothic girl dressed in a very punk style walked over from a distance. Looking at the unfamiliar Song Yu, she couldn't help but ask, "You are Song Yu?" Chapter 50 Punk Girl. "It's me, you must be." Hearing what the girl said, Song Yu also looked at her. This girl looks to be in her early 20s. She's not very tall, probably around 1.66 or 1.67 meters. Well, there's no way around it. I'm used to seeing girls over 1.7 meters tall at the dance academy and at home. So seeing someone of normal height suddenly makes her seem a bit short. This girl must be very pretty, with a round face, a pointed chin, and big eyes. Although she's wearing heavy smoky makeup, you can tell she's a natural beauty. Her long hair was combed into several dreadlocks, which hung casually around her head. She was wearing a leather jacket covered in studs. Of course, the temperature in Tianjin was only in the teens, so she couldn't actually wear it properly. Therefore, she left the jacket open, revealing a black tank top underneath, which showed off her really good figure. She wore a short leather skirt, fishnet stockings, and black leather boots. It looks punk, rock, goth, and rebellious at first glance. Well, these are the only words Song Yu can think of. An Yi, my name isn't Yi, just call me Yi. You drove this car to be a guitarist. The money I gave you isn't even enough for your gas. While Song Yu was sizing her up, she was also sizing him up. But to be honest, her first impression of Song Yu wasn't very good. Because Song Yu doesn't look like someone who plays rock music or makes music, he looks a bit too refined. He was wearing ordinary casual clothes and sneakers, which looked like Hermes. If she wasn't mistaken, the car he was driving was a Cullinan. It exuded an aristocratic air of wealth, Song Yu. Someone like that playing music? They don't look like they're from the same group at all. It doesn't matter. I just have a dream of making music, and I'm just doing this part-time for a few days. By the way, our band is here. Hearing Yi's words, Song Yu smiled and waved his hand, explaining why he had come to apply for the job. I was also curious about where their band was. This way, after glancing at Song Yu, Yi didn't say much. She walked straight to a garage next door, took out a key, and opened the garage's roller shutter door. As the door clattered open, a dilapidated but tidy area came into Song Yu's view. In the very center of the garage, there was a drum set, an electronic keyboard, a standing microphone, and an electric guitar and an electric bass. We usually practice here. We practice at 10 a.m. every day and start performing at 8 p.m. for an hour, ending at 9 p.m. Our original guitarist is hospitalized and will probably be discharged in about a week. You're a temporary worker, paid 200 yuan a day, including lunch. Of course, whether you can handle it or not, we'll have to try to find out. Entering the garage and turning on the lights, Yi took out a lollipop from her pocket, tore it open, and put it directly into her mouth, while saying to Song Yu, "Would you like to try them out?" After touching the instruments, it was clear that they were all quite old. But Yi and the others must have taken good care of it, because there wasn't a speck of dust on it. Wait a minute, they'll be here soon. We'll see how strong you are then. Shaking her head, Yi raised an eyebrow as she looked at Song Yu's confident demeanor. As the old saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. Could this Song Yu really be a master? If it were yesterday, Song Yu could say that he knew absolutely nothing about musical instruments. The only song he could play was The Doll and the Bear Dance, which he learned in elementary school. But now, he's a master among masters. Not long after, footsteps could be heard outside. Soon, 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, walked in, chatting and laughing. The girl has a sweet and cute style, and she's not bad-looking either. Although she's not quite as pretty as an EE, she's definitely a super cute little girl. She was wearing a white t-shirt, a pleated skirt, and thick gray stockings. Her long hair was tied into pigtails, probably to increase attack speed. The other 2 men had the exact opposite body types. One was fat, and the other was thin. The fat one probably weighed 240 or 250 pounds and had a big bald head. To be honest, he looked more like a chef than a musician. The skinny one is probably almost 1.9 meters tall, very thin, with long hair and glasses. He looks like he's been on drugs, but that's just an appearance. He's probably a good person in reality because he walks without any problems. When the 3 of them saw Song Yu, the girl's eyes lit up. Wow, what a handsome young man. Is this the guitarist you found? Well, whether it will work or not, we'll have to try to find out. And said coldly after hearing the girl's words. Then let's give it a try. Hey buddy, you're so handsome. You'd be more like a celebrity than someone who just looks like a musician. Upon hearing an words, the 2, one fat and one thin, smiled and addressed Song Yu. Hearing their words, Song Yu didn't say much. After all, saying more is not as good as actually showing it. So Song Yu walked directly to the electric guitar, picked it up, and tried it out. After confirming that the pitch was correct, he immediately picked up a high note with the pick, and as the high note gracefully fell back down, a piece of music with a strong melody also started playing. He was playing Fade to Black, a representative work of metal music which combines complex solos with highly narrative melodies. It is the best piece to showcase the explosive power of the electric guitar, as the old saying goes. A true expert's skill is immediately apparent. Perhaps an and her band aren't famous, but they've been playing music for several years now, and they can tell how good Song Yu is just by listening to him. However, it was precisely because they could tell immediately that they were even more shocked. They could all tell that Song Yu was actually extremely talented. With such skill, he could easily join some big bands. Why would he come to their small band, which couldn't even get into music festivals and could only perform in bars at most? Could it be that he has ulterior motives? However, they were quickly stunned into forgetting all about it, because after Song Yu finished playing the electric guitar, he didn't stop there. Instead, after putting down the electric guitar, he picked up the bass and played a piece on the bass, and then went to the keyboard and played a piece called Flight of the Bumblebee. Finally, I came to the drum set and played a few notes. After playing all the instruments, he looked at the 4 people who were already in a state of utter shock. Did I pass? Chapter 51. Pick anything. Of course it passed. Boss, are you trying to replace our entire band with this move? Wow, that's amazing. This guy is not only handsome, but also incredibly skilled. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, the 3 who entered later immediately exclaimed excitedly. Even an looked at Song Yu with shock. A very handsome guy who drives a Cullinan and plays musical instruments so well. Coming to be a guitarist in her own band for 200 yuan a day? No matter how she thought about it, it felt a bit strange. But she really couldn't understand what Song Yu could possibly want. So no matter what the reason, her band hit the jackpot. Just as an was thinking, she suddenly noticed that the others were all looking at her. She knew they were waiting for her final decision. Ahem, congratulations, Song Yu. Welcome to our band temporarily. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. Brother, I'm counting on you. Upon hearing an words, the 3 of them laughed and started talking. Then, while introducing themselves, they added Song Yu as a friend and pulled him into the group chat of the 5 of them, including the injured guitarist. They sent Song Yu the sheet music for the performance that night. Song Yu also learned about the situation of these people. The band's lead singer, owner, and leader is this punk girl named an The girl with the sweet-looking pigtails is named Zhou Qianqian. He is the bassist in the team. That chubby boy, named Bao, just like Song Yu thought, used to be a chef, but because he liked music more, he switched careers to become a drummer. The tall, thin guy is named Zhang Hao, nicknamed Mouse, and he's a keyboardist. After confirming Song Yu's strength, everything went quite smoothly. Song Yu glanced at the score, memorized it briefly, and then the group began practicing together. At first, there were indeed some minor issues due to a lack of teamwork, but after about 10 minutes, Song Yu, with his strong abilities, was able to perfectly accommodate these people. Even an the lead singer, could feel that she had never sung so comfortably before. So much so that after more than an hour of practice, she waved her hand and shouted, "Today, to celebrate Song Yu joining the team, let's go eat hot pot. Yay, at least I don't have to eat boxed lunches anymore." Upon hearing that there was hot pot with mutton, Zhou Qianqian immediately exclaimed happily. Well, she seems to be happy all the time. As for Da Bao and Hao Zi, they also looked very happy, which made Song Yu hesitate. Aren't the boxed lunches tasty? It's alright, but if you eat at the same place every day, you'll get tired of it no matter how delicious it is, Da Bao whispered beside Song Yu. Our band only earns 1,200 yuan a day from performances. 200 yuan goes to each of us, and Yi has to take care of maintaining the instruments and feeding everyone lunch. It's a miracle if we can even squeeze out that much money. You'll get used to it. After Da Bao finished speaking, Haozi chuckled and said something as well. Pursuing a musical dream is very expensive. Song Yu was aware of this, so he naturally had no objections. The group of 5 then went to a nearby hot pot restaurant and had a hot pot meal there. Then the group went home. They told Song Yu that they had arrived at the band's performance venue before 7:45 p.m. And Yi had also left, and Song Yu drove home. It was Wednesday, and apart from Pan Lu who was still drawing something, there was no one else at home. Song Yu then returned to his room and started scrolling through his phone. Before I knew it, it was already 4 p.m. Don't forget, Song Yu is going to pick up Gu Qinghan today, and while he's at it, he also has to tutor Shin Yusin. Although Song Yu also missed the tutoring on Saturdays and Sundays, with Gu Qinghan around, he still felt that tutoring should continue as normal. So, the message he sent to Shin Yusin was to tell her that he would be teaching dance. As for whether she will bring it or not, why was Song Yu secretly hoping she wouldn't bring him? Regardless, she still had to go. As Song Yu drove towards Tianjiang Dance Academy, Gu Qinghan and Shin Yusin were already prepared and heading towards the school gate. When the two met at the school gate, they both saw each other. Song Yu didn't hide it from them, so they knew that they would be picked up by Song Yu together. Gu Qinghan remained quite calm, putting everything else aside. Even if she knew that Shin Yusin and Song Yu had that kind of relationship, she wouldn't care. It wasn't that she was generous. Rather, it was because she knew she couldn't handle Song Yu alone, and she knew about her classmate Shin Yusin. She's introverted, has a good work ethic, and is pretty. Her only flaw is her lack of basic skills. If she were to go with Song Yu, I wouldn't be too surprised. However, Shin Yusin felt a little guilty when she looked at Gu Qinghan. After all, she had heard that Song Yu and Gu Qinghan had already confirmed their relationship and her tutoring with Song Yu. Therefore, she felt somewhat uncomfortable when facing Gu Qinghan at this moment. However, Gu Qinghan was much calmer. Seeing that Shin Yusin seemed a little shy, she walked over and put her arm around Shin Yusin's shoulder. Calm down. Who knows, you might be getting extra tutoring from me and Song Yu every day from now on. Teacher Gu this. Hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Shin Yusin was speechless. She didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Song Yu arrived at that moment, driving his custom-made Cullinan. Gu Qinghan and Shin Yusin knew their place. Gu Qinghan sat in the front passenger seat, while Shin Yusin sat in the back. Then Song Yu stepped on the gas and drove the two of them back to his home. Yes, he didn't take them anywhere else, but went straight back to his home. It wasn't that he wanted to instruct Shin Yusin on dance at home. He had already contacted the restaurant above Ruhin Financial Center, and they would go there for dinner later, and then he would instruct Shin Yusin in the presidential suite. The reason I'm bringing them back to my home now is to give Gu Qinghan some things. Although Song Yu was stingy, he was very generous to his woman. All the women's watches, earrings, and bags in his house were prepared by Song Yu for Gu Qinghan. So today she can choose whatever she wants. Oh right, there are also cars downstairs. Gu Qinghan has a driver's license, so she can choose whichever she likes. Chapter 52 This is nothing. Wow, is this your home? As Song Yu drove past Tianjiang Wanyan City, Gu Qinghan said with anticipation. Yes, that building over there, the top floor, the 55th and 56th floors, is my home. I have to live here for some reasons now. I was living with 6 other girls who were tenants of the previous landlord. The landlord had run away and the leases hadn't been renewed, and I was in a hurry to move in. So now you're basically sharing an apartment with me. Listening to Gu Qinghan's words, Song Yu did not hide the fact that he was currently sharing an apartment with 6 girls. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Gu Qinghan looked at him with a puzzled expression. Aren't these 6 girls pretty? No, she's quite good looking. Of course, you're the best looking. Hearing Gu Qinghan say that, Song Yu subconsciously replied, but after saying that, he realized that he shouldn't have been so straightforward, so he immediately tried to make amends. Hey, no need to make excuses. Didn't I already say I hoped you'd find more girlfriends? I can't handle it all myself. But since these girls are so beautiful, you didn't make a move on them? Gu Qinghan waved her hand. She was really clear-headed now. She didn't care at all whether Song Yu had found other women. On the contrary, she was even looking forward to Song Yu finding more women. Therefore, she was shocked that Song Yu could live so peacefully with these 6 girls. What kind of talk is that? I'm not that kind of person. He gave an awkward laugh. Although, the women in his house didn't really treat him like a human being, he had never actually done anything inappropriate with them. Really, upon hearing Song Yu's words, Gu Qinghan also glanced at Shun Yusin sitting in the back row with amusement. Heaven and earth can bear witness. She and I really only taught dance. Nothing happened. Looking into Gu Qinghan's eyes, Song Yu also lowered his voice and said softly, I know, just don't scare the kids behind you. Seeing Song Yu's eager look, Gu Qinghan smiled and said casually. As Song Yu's car drove into the underground parking lot and parked in his spot, Gu Qinghan and Shin Yusin looked around in shock at the luxury cars. Tianjiang Wanyan City, as expected of the most prestigious community in Tianjiang. Do all the residents here drive cars of this level? Although Gu Qinghan didn't know how much these cars cost, but with Rolls-Royce and Ferrari involved, it's clear they're not cheap. These cars are actually all mine. I remember you can drive, right? If you see one you like, just drive it away. Looking at Gu Qinghan, Song Yu took her hand and said to her, all of this is yours. Oh, upon hearing Song Yu's words, Gu Qinghan and Shin Yusin behind him both gasped. They knew Song Yu was rich and owned a car, but it didn't have to be this exaggerated. For a moment, Gu Qinghan was somewhat dazed. On one hand, her mind was telling her that she couldn't accept it. After all, her relationship with Song Yu was equal, well, not in some aspects that would be scrutinized, but as an independent woman, she could earn her own money, and her family's financial situation wasn't bad either. She's with Song Yu, not because she's after his money. But on the other hand, another voice told her that she didn't need to be so independent now, and that she just needed to listen to Song Yu. This contradictory feeling left her somewhat bewildered. As for Song Yu, he naturally had no idea what Gu Qinghan was thinking. He still thought Gu Qinghan was choosing a car. Don't rush to choose a car. Let's go choose something else first. Seeing Gu Qinghan's expression, Song Yu smiled, then pulled Gu Qinghan and Shin Yusin straight to the elevator. Taking the elevator, we quickly arrived at the 55th floor. When he opened the door and led the 2 women in, they both gasped again and simultaneously exclaimed in surprise, Wow, Song Yu's house. It is indeed a bit too luxurious, so luxurious that it's hard for anyone not to be amazed when they see his house for the first time. After giving the 2 a brief tour of his home, Song Yu led them upstairs to the 2nd floor. First, I went to the place where I stored my Hermes backpack. Their eyes widened at the sight of the remaining 99 backpacks. Well, for girls, bags are indeed incredibly attractive. Even Shun Yusin, who had never been in contact with these luxury bags in the previous 19 years, couldn't take her eyes off them when she looked at them. Take whichever one you like. I have a roommate who works at Hermes, and she said this Kelly 25 is the most expensive. Why don't you take all 10 of them? I have many hands, and they still took them all. This thing is too valuable. Hearing Song Yu's words, Gu Qinghan found it difficult to tear her gaze away from the bags, and then said with a wry smile, This is considered valuable? This is a car, which is probably the cheapest thing I've given you. Well, in that case, take one for now. Just let me know if you want more. These bags are all yours if you want. Hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Song Yu smiled and waved his hand. A bag worth over 2 million is considered expensive? Who does he think he is? This is the cheapest of the gifts he's giving, considering the watch and earrings he'll be giving later are worth tens of millions. Seeing Song Yu hand her a Kelly 25 bag made of Himalayan Nile crocodile skin, Gu Qinghan could only accept it with a wry smile, while also wondering what else Song Yu was planning to give her. But she soon found out. After she left the room with her bag and Song Yu, the 3 of them went to Song Yu's room. They only had time to glance at Song Yu's room briefly before Song Yu pulled them into the walk-in closet. The clothes in the walk-in closet were very ordinary. These are all Song Yu's old clothes. He likes to wear outdoor or casual clothes. There's no need to buy high-end custom-made items or luxury goods. He's always thought those are just a waste of money. His clothes were simple, but the innermost cabinet in his walk-in closet was anything but simple. That was where he kept his watches and earrings. It's said that women are like birds. They have no resistance to anything that's unpredictable or magical. This was the case at the moment. When Gu Qinghan and Shen Yusin saw the watch and earrings in Song Yu's wardrobe, their eyes were drawn to them again. At this moment, Song Yu also took out a watch and a pair of earrings from inside and placed them in front of Gu Qinghan with a smile. Chapter 53 Forced to Accept. Do you like it? Try it on. This thing looks incredibly expensive. How much does it cost? Gu Qinghan asked hesitantly, looking at the watch and earrings Song Yu was holding. Song Yu didn't hide it from her, since the price of this item was very transparent. She could find the price on Baidu by taking a picture of it. Not to mention, there was an invoice inside the box. This watch is an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. This one is the most expensive. It's emerald green, and it costs 24,768,000. These earrings are from Chopard and cost 47.05 million. Looking at Gu Qinghan, Song Yu also spoke calmly. Hiss. Okay, I'm getting chills again. What the hell? A watch costs nearly 25 million, and a pair of earrings costs 47 million. What's going on here? Is this a robbery? Of course, Gu Qinghan knew that robbery wouldn't bring in that much money, since money itself is a very heavy thing. Even an armored truck would have a hard time carrying over 70 million yuan in cash at once. Oh, no, because you also have to consider the bag she's currently holding worth over 2 million yuan, and the car Song Yu is going to give her. 10,000. Thinking of this, Gu Qinghan felt as if her heart had stopped for a second. She had only slept with a man she liked, and on the third day, this man wanted to spend 80 million on her. How can this be so unrealistic? Just like those toxic motivational quotes and mindless short dramas she used to watch, things like working as a cleaner with 2 kids, or a domineering 20-year-old CEO who won't marry anyone but her. Would such a thing really happen in the real world? Of course, she was neither a cleaner nor a mother of 2 children. Her time with Song Yu was her debut stage. Even so, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? As for Shen Yusin behind her, she was even more confused. At the same time, her worldview is slowly collapsing. It's often said that you shouldn't meet someone too amazing when you're young, otherwise you'll easily end up alone. At this moment, Shen Yusin felt exactly like this. When she saw Song Yu, a man who was tall, handsome, had a great physique, a good personality, was exceptionally skilled in his profession, was incredibly wealthy, and was so generous to his woman. If you let her look at other men, she really can't help but compare them to Song Yu. As the old saying goes, comparing people will only lead to misery, and comparing goods will only lead to waste. For her to meet a man like Song Yu, or even better than him, in the future is not only a pipe dream, but also a myth. It's just too difficult. Looking at these things, Gu Qinghan was already somewhat at a loss and had fallen for them. She wanted to refuse, but the words just wouldn't come out of her mouth. There was no way around it. Song Yu had given too much. Song Yu ignored her and simply put the earrings and watch on her. Gu Qinghan was his first official girlfriend, so naturally he wanted to give her the best of everything. After putting on the watch and earrings, Gu Qinghan didn't dare to move at all and almost cried, afraid of losing the earrings or damaging the watch. She stood there hesitating for a long time before slowly picking it up and putting it back in the box. Don't like it? Then it's all yours. Take it back and pick whatever you like. Wear it however you like. Song Yu asked with some doubt as he watched Gu Qinghan take the things off. No, I really like it, but this is really too expensive. Gu Qinghan was so shocked when she saw that Song Yu was going to give all these things to her that she stammered. Hey, what's the big deal? To me, you're the most important person. Song Yu waved his hand dismissively and continued. He was right. He refreshed these things every day compared to these luxury items. It's obvious that Gu Qinghan is more important. Phew. Okay, stop unleashing your damn charm. I want these 2 items, but I'll leave them with you. Otherwise, if these 2 items are at my house, I won't be able to go to work because I'll be afraid someone will come and steal them. Wearing them to work is even more out of the question. These earrings cost 47.05 million. Even a fraction of that, 50,000, I wouldn't dare wear it. If I lost it, I'd have to kill myself to atone for it. Looking at Song Yu, Gu Qinghan swallowed hard and then said seriously. Hearing Gu Qinghan say this and seeing her serious expression, Song Yu scratched his head. Okay, as long as she accepts it, that's fine. As for where to put it, just leave it here for now, and we'll talk about the rest later. However, at this moment, Song Yu still put the watch and earrings in a separate space. From now on, this will be Gu Qinghan's space. She doesn't dare take the watch and earrings back now, but she'll definitely take the car and bag. She could just hold the bag in her hand. As for the car, Song-yu looked around and finally decided to give her the Ferrari 12 Cilindri that was currently on sale. Looking at this luxury car, which costs 6,586,800 yuan for the base model and 7,271,707 yuan for all the extras, Gu Qinghan was on the verge of tears. She was really scared of what would happen if she got hit. Although Song-yu said there was full insurance and it didn't matter, she was genuinely scared. After she took the car keys and went downstairs with Song-yu, the two prepared to drive to Ruihan Financial Center, since they would be eating and attending classes there. As for Gu Qinghan, Song-yu didn't let her ride in his car anymore, but instead drove the Ferrari in front. Honestly, Gu Qinghan's driving skills are really bad. Of course, it's mainly because she's afraid to drive, so she drives very slowly. But luckily, she's driving a Ferrari. Although this car is difficult to drive, once it's on the road, there are very few people who don't recognize it. After seeing the driver erratically swerving and being a woman, virtually no other car dared to dart around her. The journey to the Ruihan Financial Center was relatively uneventful. After parking the car in the parking lot, Song-yu took the nearly exhausted Gu Qinghan and the dazed Shin Yusin to the hotel by elevator. It wasn't until all the dishes Song-yu ordered were served that the two of them finally came to their senses a little better, but when they saw what Song-yu had ordered, they were speechless again. Because Song-yu ordered so much food, it was really good. Song-yu ordered a whole table of food, including rock dragon, giant crab, and steak. However, compared to the shock he had just experienced, the food was nothing special. The three of them ate together and soon, having finished their meal, they went to the presidential suite that had been reserved for Song-yu. All right, you should go change your clothes. I have a performance later. Song-yu clapped his hands and said to Shin Yusin, "A performance?" Upon hearing Song-yu's words, Shin Yusin and Gu Qinghan both looked at him in confusion. Chapter 54 Two-Person Guidance. Oh, I promised a friend I'd be their guest guitarist for a week. The performance starts at 8 o'clock, so we have an hour and a half left for class, Song-yu said, noticing the two girls' puzzled looks. You can play the guitar? Upon hearing Song-yu's words, the two women looked at him in surprise once again. Yes, I can play guitar, bass, piano, violin, cello, drums, French horn, trumpet, suona, etc. Basically, anything that makes a sound, I can play. Looking at the two of them, Song-yu also spoke seriously. However, all I got in return was a roll of their eyes. They clearly didn't believe me. Song-yu is only 25 this year. It's already incredible that he dances so well, and now that he can play the guitar, that's even more incredible. If he really can play every instrument, he's no longer human, he's a monster. However, Song-yu wasn't lying. He really could do everything. After all, it was the system that had given him that ability. However, they didn't believe it, and Song-yu didn't have much to say. They would find out when they watched the performance. As for now, Shin Yusin was going to change her clothes. Upon hearing Song-yu's words, Shin Yusin suppressed her shock and went to get her backpack to change her clothes. But as soon as she opened the backpack, her face instantly turned red. I took the wrong backpack. Looking at the bag, Shin Yusin also whispered. The bag she was carrying was actually a bag issued by Tianjiang Dance Academy, which all students received. Normally, people don't memorize it, since girls of this age all care about their appearance. Even if the bag you carry isn't a brand name, it still has to be good looking. This canvas bag from Tianjiang Dance Academy does look a bit outdated, especially the name of Tianjiang Dance Academy on it. Well, perhaps for many people, this name actually evokes a unique sense of excitement. Today, for some reason, Shin Yusin's roommate, Xiao Peng, actually took out this bag. Shin Yusin's three roommates are Lin Luoli, Xiao Peng, and Xiao Haiming. Only Lin Luoli, and she do not have boyfriends. Xiao Peng's boyfriend is her childhood friend and high school classmate. Although they are not studying at the same university now, they live in the same city, so the two often go out on dates together. Xiao Haiming also has a boyfriend from the same school. He was her dance partner when Xiao Haiming was practicing Latin dance. However, they both changed majors later. Xiao Haiming went to classical dance, while her boyfriend went to folk dance, but their relationship is still very close. At this moment, the bag belonged to Xiao Peng. She has a date with her boyfriend tonight. As for why she's carrying this bag, it's probably for a different kind of thrill, as mentioned earlier. At this moment, the bag certainly couldn't contain dance costumes. When Shin Yusin took the contents out of the bag, even Song-yu couldn't help but blush. Several pairs of stockings of different styles, Two small, oval-shaped machines. A box of raincoats that hasn't been opened yet. A bottle of lubricant. Looking at these things, it goes without saying what Xiao Peng and her boyfriend went to do. Song Yu actually had some impression of Xiao Peng. This girl was quite pretty, with a small oval face, big eyes, long eyelashes, and fair skin. She was indeed a very beautiful girl. If Lin Luoli and Shun Yusin can be rated 95 points, and Gu Qinghan can be rated 97 or 98, then she can easily be rated around 90. She is the kind of person who could instantly become a super high-value internet celebrity if she went live. She's even comparable to some celebrities. She seems quite quiet and reserved. But I never expected this girl to be so adept at it. Teacher Song, Teacher Gu, what do we do now? We can't just not wear it again. Just as Song Yu was shocked by Xiao Peng's skillful maneuvering, Shin Yusin also muttered hesitantly. Again. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan raised an eyebrow and looked at Song Yu. At this moment, Shin Yusin realized that she might have said something wrong. When she looked at Song Yu in a panic, she saw Song Yu roll his eyes at her. But there was no point in hiding it now, so Song Yu said, "This little girl came to me for tutoring on Saturday, but she didn't bring her dance clothes. I was worried she'd get sweaty from practicing in her clothes and catch a cold, so she didn't wear any. But we were just practicing dance, nothing else. I believe that if you really did something, you wouldn't be going out with me on Saturday. But you're really something else, aren't you? The girl wasn't even dressed, and you just stood by and did nothing." Hearing Song Yu's words, Gu Qinghan gave him a disdainful look. She wasn't disdainful of Song Yu's womanizing ways, but rather of him for not taking advantage of the opportunity that was already within his grasp. Looking at Gu Qinghan, Song Yu was at a loss for words. What should he say at this moment? All right, go take off your clothes. I'll take mine off too. You take yours off too. Next time you come for extra lessons, you won't need to wear dance clothes anymore. We'll practice like this. However, Gu Qinghan ignored Song Yu and started talking to Shin Yusin. Then, in front of Shin Yusin and Song Yu, she started changing her clothes first. Seeing Gu Qinghan's actions, Shin Yusin also immediately stood up and started changing her clothes. In the end, only Song Yu was left. Well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Before long, all three of them had returned to their original state. And then? What then? There was no then. It didn't matter if the reviewers were watching, because Song Yu actually started teaching dance. Of course, there will be some contact when teaching dance, and this will continue as the hour-and-a-half class ends. Song Yu was covered in sweat, while Shin Yusin and Gu Qinghan had already collapsed onto the bed. This kind of stimulation was even more exaggerated for them. Seeing their condition and knowing that it was almost time, Song Yu could only carry them to take a shower together to wash away the sweat. After taking a shower, the two were finally able to stand up straight. They then went downstairs with Song Yu, got into Song Yu's car, and drove straight to the bar that an E had told him about during the day. When Song Yu arrived at the bar, it was already 7:40. After handing the car keys to Gu Qinghan, Song Yu jogged to the back door. After making a phone call, he saw an E walk out of the back door. When she saw that Song Yu had arrived, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Come on, let me introduce you to the security guards here. Then you can come in by yourself tomorrow. We can also go over tonight's music together." After saying that, an E led Song Yu into the bar. Chapter 55 Obsession. "How are you? Have you recovered?" As Song Yu went into the bar, Gu Qinghan, who was in the passenger seat, couldn't help but ask Shin Yusin in the back seat. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Shin Yusin blushed, then sat up straight instantly, nodded almost imperceptibly, and said in a very soft voice, "Yes, Teacher Gu, I'm all better now. This won't do. This is nothing, and you're already taking so long to recover. If you were really with Song Yu, you'd probably need a whole day to recover." Looking at Shin Yusin, Gu Qinghan also teased her with a smile. Hearing what Gu Qinghan said, Shin Yusin's face turned even redder, and she stammered, This is enough. I can't imagine, Teacher Gu, that really." Seeing Shin Yusin's intermittent state, Gu Qinghan also looked out at the starry sky, his thoughts drifting back to the night before last. Well, how should I put it? The impact was probably 100 times stronger than before. Just now, the two of us could hold on for an hour and a half, and we were only a little weak in the legs. If you were really with Song Yu, I feel you probably wouldn't last even 10 minutes. Huh? Is it that exaggerated? Then wouldn't that mean? Hearing Gu Qinghan say this, Shin Yusin blushed, and said that in her mind, the tutoring just now was already the limit, But now Gu Qinghan said that being with Song Yu might be 100 times better than that. For a moment, she was a little scared. Hey, you don't understand. That feeling, you'll get addicted. How should I put it? Right now, you might like Song Yu. You might even love him, but after experiencing it, you'll be completely infatuated with him. You'll think about him all the time, and when you do, you'll find it hard to control your emotions. How about it? Do you want to stay tonight and help me out? Gu Qinghan said with a sigh, looking at Shen Yusin, and extended an invitation to her. I'll listen to Teacher Gu. Although listening to Gu Qinghan's words made her a little scared and worried, her curiosity and attachment to Song Yu still made Shen Yuqing nod. As for the school's rules against staying out overnight, she had long since forgotten about them. These were minor issues. But at this moment, Gu Qinghan shook her head. Never mind. This should be your first stage performance, so it's better to leave you with a complete stage performance. Friday is reserved just for you. Looking at Shen Yusin, Gu Qinghan also smiled and spoke. Friday? Maybe not. Teacher Song and Lin Luoli have plans. She had overheard what Lin Luoli and Song Yu said that day, and she was sad about it for quite a while. Lin Luoli? Then, Saturday night, shall we? However, Gu Qinghan didn't seem to care. In addition to Shen Yusin, there was also Lin Luoli, who was arranged to join her immediately. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Shen Yusin looked at her with some hesitation. Teacher Gu, aren't you angry? If I were dating a normal boyfriend, I would definitely be angry, but with Song Yu, I really can't get angry. It's not just because he gave me nearly 80 million worth of things today, money and stuff. Well, he gave me too much, and it's true that I couldn't refuse. But most importantly, it's about him as a person. You'll understand once you and Song Yu are truly together. Seeing that Shen Yusin still looked puzzled, Gu Qinghan clapped his hands. All right, let's go see Song Yu's performance. Hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Shen Yusin nodded and then got out of the car with Gu Qinghan. Looking at the bar called Big Tree House in front of them, they walked in through the main entrance. Once inside, they looked around. This bar wasn't a nightclub, not a place for dancing, but it didn't seem like a quiet bar either. Because it's obvious that the bands this bar hired all play rock music. They found a corner seat, ordered 2 drinks, and waited for Song Yu to appear. At this moment, Song Yu was already preparing to continue. After going over the tune with an E and the others again, it was already 8 o'clock, and tonight's performance officially began. As soon as the beat started, they rushed onto the stage. Despite her short stature, an E possessed immense energy, and upon entering the stage, she shouted loudly, "Dear brothers and sisters, welcome to the Big Treehouse Bar. On behalf of our band and the bar staff, I extend my warmest welcome to you. Now let's dedicate the song, 'We Are All in a Hurry,' to all our friends and family. Let's get this party started." As an E's last note faded, Song Yu's electric guitar instantly soared into the high notes. Looking at Song Yu, who could really play the electric guitar and seemed to be particularly good at it, Gu Qinghan and Shen Yusin were both stunned. Song Yu was indeed far beyond their imagination. However, the electric guitar solo didn't last long. After a 4-beat interval, an E immediately moved on to the intro. In the past, when an E sang, she always felt like she couldn't sing to her heart's content. But today she can unleash her voice freely because no matter how she performs, Song Yu's electric guitar will always be there to support her. Moreover, Song Yu's skill level can also help others improve. Tonight's performance was truly amazing. Even the drinks sold better than usual tonight, clearly showing that everyone was very satisfied with an E and her band's performance. Soon, the first 2 songs were finished. This bar has 2 resident bands, each performing for an hour. An E and her band started the show, and then the other band continued performing until 10 o'clock. An E performed a total of 6 songs during the 1-hour concert, including some breaks in between. The first 2 songs were explosive, then a gentle one, a fun one, followed by a love song, and finally a high-energy ending. It can be said that the arrangements were quite good. The 2 songs today were so energetic that they really got the crowd going, and the atmosphere was great throughout the venue. After the 2 songs ended, an E glanced at Song Yu beside her. Her eyes sparkled. She had to admit that Song Yu's performance was really good. She had been worried that Song Yu might be stage frightened. But now it seems that Song Yu was born to play music, if it weren't for their guitarist, with whom they had a life-or-death friendship. She even considered having Song Yu replace that person, but then she thought, Song Yu drives a Cullinan. Would he really stay in this small band playing music forever? Don't joke around. Chapter 56, They Drive a Cullinan. Phew, that feels so good. I haven't felt this good in ages. That's right, Brother Song's electric guitar is really amazing. He can not only lead us, but also cover for us. He can hit high notes with ease, and Song Ji's electric guitar can keep up. That's amazing. I feel like we might have a chance to compete in a music festival. Ha ha ha, you're dreaming. As the hour-long performance came to an end, Song Yu and his band bowed and left the stage, allowing his second band to take over. Backstage, Da Bao, Hao Zi, and Qian Qian excitedly chatted. As for Song Yu, he just smiled when he heard what they said. Are you kidding me? The system gave you this ability. Are you just messing around with me? Tomorrow at 10 a.m., be there on time to practice tomorrow's song. Don't be late. After everyone breathed a sigh of relief, an E spoke to Song Yu. Hey buddy, I have a minivan. Where are you? I'll give you a ride. Upon hearing an E's words, Da Bao, who was already impressed by Song Yu, immediately spoke up. It's all right, no need. I drove here too, and I have a friend with me. Let's meet again tomorrow. Hearing Da Bao's words, Song Yu waved his hand. It wasn't that he was trying to embarrass Da Bao, but Gu Qinghan and Xin Yusin were waiting for him. Compared to these friends he had only just met today, it's more important to spend time with your woman first. Okay, see you tomorrow. Seeing that Song Yu had said that, an E also spoke up. Then Song Yu turned and left. After he left, Da Bao looked at an E with a puzzled expression and asked, E, even if Song Yu has a car, we can still give way to him. Please be polite. That's right. E, I feel like you have a lot of issues with Brother Song. Song Yu is a capable person. He came to help us, so we should really be polite to him. Looking at an E, the three of them asked in confusion. But all she got in return was a glare from an E. You're being polite, but there's really no need to give them a ride. Didn't you see a Cullinan in front of our rehearsal hall when you came here today? That's Song Yu's car. Cullinan. Why does that sound so familiar? I did see a big blue truck. It belongs to Song Yu. Oh, I remember now, Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Mostly red is the standard color. Damn, does that mean the one that costs millions? Upon hearing an E's words, the group was stunned for a moment. After saying several things at once, they finally realized what she meant and looked at an E with embarrassed expressions. Those who drive Cullinans certainly look down on their little vans, but at the same time, they become even more curious about Song Yu. At this moment, Song Yu had already returned to the parking lot through the back door. Gu Qinghan and Xin Yusin were already back in their car. As soon as Song Yu returned, their eyes lit up again when they looked at him. I didn't expect you to actually play a musical instrument. Teacher Song, you look so handsome on stage. As Song Yu got into the car, the two of them smiled and said something. That's right, don't you even know who I am? Hey, what else do you know that I don't know about? Tell us so we can be mentally prepared. Seeing Song Yu's smug look, Gu Qinghan patted him and said, I won't tell you that now. You'll find out later. What else can Song Yu do? How would he know? What he knows depends entirely on what tasks the system assigns him and what tasks he takes on. If it were him, he wouldn't know anything except how to write code. After saying that, Song Yu started the engine and drove them towards Tianjiang Dance Academy. He hadn't thought about what would happen between him and Xin Yusin tonight, even though the three of them had already been completely honest with each other. However, Song Yu still did not intend to do anything to Xin Yusin today, and Xin Yusin had already discussed with Gu Qinghan that Saturday would be her time, so she wasn't in a hurry. And so, after sending Xin Yusin back to school, Song Yu also took Gu Qinghan back to the hotel. Actually, Song Yu preferred to go back to Gu Qinghan's home, but the Ferrari he gave Gu Qinghan was still at the hotel, so he had no choice but to go back to the hotel to stay today. Back in the presidential suite, Gu Qinghan couldn't hold back any longer. She slammed the door shut and moved closer to Song Yu. To be honest, when I was tutoring Xin Yusin in dance just now, she almost lost control of her emotions. However, Song Yu had other things to do at that time, so she could only suppress her feelings. Later, in the bar, watching Song Yu exude charm on stage, she couldn't control herself anymore. But there's no other way. I can't just do that inside the car. Well, at least for now, she's still shy. So now that she's finally arrived at the hotel, she's had enough and can't stand it anymore. Tonight is bound to be another world war. Of course, this was just her thought. In reality, her anger only lasted for half an hour. For the remaining hour or so, Song Yu was the one who was producing the output. Just as Song Yu breathed a sigh of relief, Gu Qinghan had already collapsed back onto the bed. Seeing her like this, Song Yu smiled, took her to a bath, changed the sheets, and watched her fall into a deep sleep before driving back home. Don't forget, You haven't selected a refresh option yet tonight. By the time he got home, it was already past 11:50, but thankfully he made it back in time. Not long after he entered the room, a system notification appeared in front of Song Yu. Ding! Congratulations, host. System refresh is complete. Please make your choice for today, host. Please select one dish to eat. 1. Crossing the bridge lobster. 2. Wasabi lobster balls. 3. Steamed lobster. 4. Baked lobster with egg yolk. 5. Steamed lobster with garlic. 6. Stir-fried lobster slices with 3 kinds of scallions. 7. Typhoon shelter lobster. 8. Baked lobster with cream cheese. 9. Curry lobster. Lobster dishes? It's not going to be watches or earrings again, is it? To be honest, Song Yu felt a little uneasy at the sight of seafood dishes, because he really couldn't possibly want that many watches or jewelry. He still wanted something more practical. But as I said before, if he has the option, he can't possibly not choose it. So after a moment's hesitation, he chose the crossing the bridge lobster. This is a popular way of eating it recently. It has soup and water, and it's very delicious. At least, it's better than steaming. Yes, it's specifically for those who prefer steamed dishes. Choose the crossing the bridge lobster. Having thought of this, Song Yu made his choice, and the next second, a large bowl of crossing the bridge lobster appeared in front of him. Chapter 57. Did they give you a house? Crossing the bridge lobster is a new way of eating that has emerged in recent years. This afternoon at that hotel, Song Yu saw this dish, but he didn't order it. He ordered wasabi shrimp balls instead. As a result, I made my choice that evening. The method for making this dish is simply to remove the lobster meat. Then stir-fry the shrimp shells, add ginger and garlic and stir-fry until fragrant. Then add boiling water and simmer until milky white. Add rock sugar and salt. Filter out the residue. Add vegetables to the hot base. Then add shrimp meat and shrimp brains. Finally, quickly pour in boiling shrimp broth to cook the shrimp meat and shrimp brains. Then sprinkle with chopped green onions. It's simple, convenient, and tastes pretty good. Most importantly, it's soupy and delicious. Looking at the large bowl of crayfish in front of him, Song Yu naturally picked up his phone and sent a message to Gejun. Crossing the bridge lobster, wanna eat some? Eat. Less than 2 seconds after the message was sent, Gelu sent a message back. But before Song Yu could even take the lobster to the kitchen, Gejun immediately sent another voice message. Don't go to the kitchen. Last time we ate the cherry boxes, Yan Jia and the others found them and guessed that someone was eating alone. I'll eat in your room. I'll wash the dishes later. Well, at least it saves me the trouble of moving things around. Seeing the message Gejun sent, Song Yu touched his nose and said with a smile. Just a few seconds later, a very light knock came from outside Song Yu's room. Sure enough, when the door was opened, Gejun was standing there. However, Gejun's attire at this moment was a bit too much. She was only wearing a blue slip dress, and note that she was only wearing. In other words, apart from this sheer, translucent nightgown, she wasn't wearing any clothes underneath. Seeing Song Yu standing at the door, staring blankly at her, Gejun patted him on the shoulder, then pushed him aside and ran into the room. Upon seeing the lobster on Song Yu's coffee table, she didn't hold back at all. He simply bent over and started drinking the soup. As mentioned earlier, she was not wearing anything underneath, which meant that it was inappropriate for Song Yu to see her from behind, and it was also inappropriate for him to see her from in front of her, leaving him somewhat speechless. What? Aren't you hungry? Seeing Song Yu standing beside her with a helpless look, Gejun couldn't help but ask. No, how am I supposed to eat like this? Song Yu said, pointing at Gejun's clothes, somewhat speechless. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Gejun's eyes narrowed, and she actually took off her nightgown right in front of Song Yu. Yes, that's how I took it off. Can we eat now? Damn, can I take this as you trying to seduce me? Song Yu was speechless at Gejun's actions. He knew Gejun was a cool girl, but wasn't this a bit too much? A bit too cool. Well, if that's how you think, there's nothing I can do. I've eaten so much of your food. I have to give something in return, right? Besides, you're so handsome, I'm not really at a disadvantage. Hearing Song Yu's words, Gejun also smiled and said, but it would be a miracle if Song Yu believed her. If she were truly planning to take advantage of herself, she wouldn't be staring at the lobster in front of her right now. Reluctantly, he sat down opposite her, and then Song Yu also picked up his chopsticks and started eating with her. Soon, Gejun finished a large bowl of crayfish, wiped her mouth with satisfaction, and then looked at Song Yu. Hey, are you coming or not? If you're not, I'm going to wash the dishes. Go wash your dishes. Gejun waved at Gelu somewhat speechlessly, then put on her nightgown, grinned, and went to wash the dishes with a large bowl. As for Song Yu, he checked the system notification after he finished eating the lobster. Ding! Congratulations, host, for finishing the Crossing the Bridge lobster. You are now rewarded with 10 random property rights in Tianjiang Wanyan City. Oh, a house. That sounds good. Although the real estate bubble has burst considerably in recent years, with housing prices plummeting, Tianjiang Wanyan City, as the largest and best residential community in Tianjiang, remains resilient. As mentioned earlier, it still costs 136,000 yuan per square meter. As long as the houses aren't too bad, they can generate a considerable income when rented out. At that moment, Song Yu took out the property certificates for these 10 houses from his consciousness space. Based on the information on these property certificates, Song Yu quickly located the 10 houses. Of these 10 apartments, 4 are 3-bedroom, 2 living room units, each 110 square meters, and they are all located in Building 12. There are 5 more units, all 4 bedrooms and 3 living rooms, 150 square meters each, all in Building 3. These houses are all in good locations, with good ventilation from north to south, but the most eye-catching one is a 698 square meter apartment on the 17th floor of the building where Song Yu and his family live. 4 110 square meter units make up 440 square meters, 5 150 square meter units make up 750 square meters, and 1 698 square meter unit makes up the total value of these 10 units. 1888 square meters. 256,768,000? Holding his phone, Song Yu did the math and couldn't help but smile. This was a good choice. Over 200 million, he was thrilled. The main point is that these houses may be difficult to sell, since they are too expensive, but they should be easy to rent. Go ask Zhu Yining to hang it up for me tomorrow afternoon. Song Yu picked up the 10 property certificates and quietly left the room. Hearing Guzhin still washing dishes downstairs, he ran from the 56th floor. He was finding it difficult to face Guzhin, this enchantress. These guys really didn't treat themselves like human beings. In comparison, Gu Qinghan, who is still shy, is better suited to Shun Yusin and Lin Luoli. Shaking his head, Song Yu took the elevator to the underground parking lot and drove to the hotel. When he returned, Gu Qinghan was naturally asleep. Song Yu also took off his clothes and went to sleep with Gu Qinghan. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. When Gu Qinghan got up, it was obvious that she was in very bad condition, although not as bad as she was on Tuesday, when she was in so much pain that she couldn't stand up or walk. But her bones still felt like they were broken, and she was weak and powerless. Clearly, she had underestimated Song Yu. However, she had just taken the day off on Tuesday, so it was really difficult to take the day off again today. Therefore, after having breakfast at the hotel, she drove the Ferrari that Song Yu had given her directly to school for class. As for Song Yu, he went back to his room to catch up on his sleep. He didn't leave until after 9 o'clock, telling the receptionist he would come back in the afternoon. Then he drove directly to that old neighborhood. He still needed to practice singing with an E and the others. Today is the second day. Chapter 58, Still an Idol? Wow, this is the legendary Cullinan. It's so big and beautiful. Song Yu, can we get in the car and take a few pictures? Don't even mention taking photos, just going for a drive is fine. As Song Yu drove into the neighborhood again, he found that the Bao, Hao Zi, Zhou Qianqian, and an E had already arrived. An E and Zhou Qianqian were studying bass guitar. It's very likely that Zhou Qianqian is studying. As for Dub Bao and Hao Zi, they immediately came over when they saw Song Yu, their eyes shining as they spoke to him. While some men, like Song Yu, may not be particularly fond of cars, the vast majority are die-hard car fans, and their eyes light up at the sight of this car. And Song Yu isn't a stingy person. Well, it's a limited edition. He's not too stingy when it comes to cars. He wouldn't mind taking a drive around, let alone just taking some photos. But it's clear that the Bao and Hao Zi don't actually think they can drive this car just because Song Yu is generous. Even though there was full insurance, they didn't dare to risk getting scratched or bumped, so the two of them immediately said that. No, it's good enough if we can take a few photos. Exactly, I'd be perfectly content if I could just post a photo on my WeChat Moments to show off. Go ahead. Seeing the two of them, Song Yu opened the car door, and the two of them ran up and happily started taking pictures. At this moment, Zhou Qianqian also ran over. Looking at an E again, it seems she went to the supermarket next door to buy water. As for Zhou Qianqian, she really wasn't very interested in the Cullinan. Girls don't really know much about cars, and in their eyes, they still prefer sports cars and the like. So even though she knew it was a Rolls-Royce and not cheap, she wasn't very interested. She was more interested in Song-yu. Brother Song, what's your purpose in joining our band? Zhou Qianqian asked, tilting her head and looking at Song-yu. Purpose? No purpose. I just like music, and when I saw that someone needed a guitarist, I came over to play. Hey, Lao Song, that's a really lame excuse. Exactly. With your talent, joining any top band wouldn't be a problem. With your wealth, you could easily form a top-notch band on your own. Why would you need to come here? Upon hearing Song-yu's words, Haozi and Debao, who were still taking pictures, poked their heads out and said to Song-yu with grins. Then, before Song-yu could answer, Zhou Qianqian began to speak mysteriously. We know you're here for E. Huh. Song-yu was completely bewildered by Zhou Qianqian's confident expression. Although he had to admit that an E was very beautiful, even with punk makeup, she was still a beauty in the making. But Song-yu, a billionaire. Even if he's currently surrounded by beautiful women, does he lack them? Stop it. I know you must be E's fan. Seeing that Song-yu was putting on a pretty convincing act, Zhou Qianqian continued confidently. Is she famous? Goodness, she even has fans now. I wonder if it's potato starch, pea starch, or mung bean starch. You don't know? No. Seeing that Song-yu didn't seem to be really after an E, Zhou Qianqian was no longer so sure. Do you know that 5 years ago, there was a show that was the first to select girl groups? I think it was called Sing From My Heart. Just as Zhou Qianqian was hesitating, the mouse came over and whispered something. I seem to remember it, but at that time, I was still in college, focused on playing LOL. Talent shows really had nothing to do with me. For most guys, especially college guys, without girlfriends, their main companions are games, basketball, talent shows, and idol dramas. Things really don't concern them much. Seeing that Song-yu seemed unaware, the three of them quietly began to explain. It turns out that an EE participated in this program back then. With her outstanding appearance, excellent singing skills, and outstanding stage performance, she went through several rounds of elimination and finally debuted as the #1 in her group at the time. But on the very night after their debut, the boss of the agency they signed with tried to take advantage of the girls, which an EE was unhappy about. They went up and cracked the boss's head open. Because there was surveillance footage, the boss didn't dare risk being accused of indecent assault by the police and had to let it go, but an E was blacklisted. Fortunately, this brokerage contract is only for 2 years. 2 years later, she regained her freedom, left the entertainment industry, formed this band, and started performing in bars with her childhood friends and acquaintances to earn money. They earned this money for 3 years. During those 3 years, their skills improved only slightly. In Tianjin, they could barely make ends meet and avoid starvation. But since everyone was playing music, it was quite fun. As for what happens in the future, we'll see. Okay, we're not done filming yet. Come and practice. Just as the three of them were telling Song-yu about an E's past, an E walked over carrying a bottle of water. Seeing that the group was still by the car, she spoke up. Here we are. Upon hearing an E's words, Debao and Haozi jumped out of the car and went to the garage with Song-yu, all smiles. After sending the music they would be playing that evening to Song-yu, they began rehearsing together. Compared to yesterday, they were more in sync and performed better today. However, an E didn't happily treat everyone to hot pot today. It's the same boxed lunch they always go to. However, this boxed lunch was quite a good deal. It cost 20 yuan per person and had nearly 30 dishes. You could eat as much of the dishes and rice as you wanted. Song-yu tried it and was quite surprised. This lunchbox was actually quite delicious. The only problem was that it was a bit salty. But given the price and the quality of the food, if you find it salty, that's your own problem. After finishing dinner and agreeing on the time for the evening performance, Song-yu drove straight home. However, he didn't go straight home. Instead, he went to the property management office. Don't forget, he won 10 apartments in a raffle yesterday. Today, he plans to list these houses with the property management company so they can be rented out. As for why it's managed by the property management company, it's due to the special circumstances of this community. As mentioned earlier, this is the most expensive residential community in Tianjin. Naturally, the most expensive community also has the most expensive amenities. Not only are there green spaces, property management, and scenery, but the apartments in the community are all fully furnished and come with some household appliances. If you list your house directly with an agency, and the agency sends someone to move your belongings away and then runs away, who can you turn to? So the property management company directly solved this problem for the homeowner. They can help homeowners rent apartments. Compared to outside real estate agents, Property management companies are obviously more reassuring, just like Yen Han rented a house through a property management company. Chapter 59, Renting a House. Enin. Brother Song, what brings you here today? Is there something you need? As Song Yu arrived at the property management office, he saw Zhu Enin chatting with someone from afar. There was nothing they could do. Zhu Enin was just too beautiful, even though they were wearing the same property management uniform. She was also much prettier than the women around her. You could see that as soon as she came in. When Zhu Enin saw that it was Song Yu, she immediately came over and asked him with a smile. Here's the thing. I have 10 apartments in this neighborhood here. Could you help me list them? Huh? 10 sets. Hearing Song Yu's words, Zhu Enin couldn't help but be stunned. Goodness, Song Yu really is a man of few words, but he surprised everyone with his words. They buy cars in bulk, sometimes dozens, or even a dozen at a time. As a result, they bought houses in sets of 10. Is he buying a house and a car? Or is he buying groceries? Yes, this is the property certificate. Please register it for me. Nodding, Song Yu also smiled and said, Oh, okay, apartments in this neighborhood are easy to rent out, since it's considered a school district. I'll register you. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Zhu Enin also recovered from her shocked expression and began registering Song Yu's information. However, when she registered Song Yu's large apartment, she couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Seeing Zhu Enin's sudden movement, Song Yu looked at her with some confusion. It's okay. It's just that you might be able to rent out one of your apartments soon. There's a lucky person who wants to rent a large apartment today. I was feeling down because we didn't have any listings, so this is perfect. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Zhu Enin immediately spoke up as well. Then he took the walkie-talkie and started talking to the property management staff who were showing the tenants the apartment. About 10 minutes later, a property management staff member let a man and a woman in. This young couple, you can tell at a glance, are not very old. He looked to be in his early 20s at most, and the man appeared to be around 1.8 meters tall, neither too tall nor too short. He was wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He had very fair skin and was quite good-looking, with the air of a refined scoundrel. When he walked, he slightly raised his left cheek, displaying an arrogant expression. It's as if they looked down on everyone. The woman behind him was over 1.7 meters tall, about the same age as him, and equally beautiful. She had long, straight black hair, an oval face, big eyes, and was wearing a white-sleeved dress. She appeared very quiet and gentle, and her looks were on par with Zhu Enin's. When they reached Song Yu, Zhu Enin began to introduce him. Let me introduce you both. This is Mr. Song Yu, the homeowner. This is Mr. Hu Shujia, who is looking to rent a room, and his fiancée, Ms. Su. Mr. Song. Mr. Hu, Ms. Su. After listening to Zhu Enin's introduction, both parties nodded politely, and then, without any further pleasantries, they went straight to talking about renting a house. When Hu Shujia heard that Song Yu had a large 17th-floor apartment for rent, he seemed very interested. He had no objection to the monthly rent of 45,000 yuan, but he had some ideas about how to pay the rent. He wanted to pay it monthly. Upon hearing his words, Song Yu and the others couldn't help but frown, because this was basically against the rules. It's normal to pay rent for 6 months or a year when renting here. Even for shorter periods, you have to pay every 3 months or every month, like Yen Han and the others. If you only rent for 1 month and then run away, you have to find a new tenant, which is too much trouble. Seeing Song Yu and the others' expressions, Hu Shujia smiled and spoke up. Mr. Song, to be honest, we are not from Tianjiang, but from Shueihai City, which is located below Tianjiang. I graduated with a master's degree in information engineering from Beijing University 2 years ago. After working outside for 2 years, I felt that it was time to start my own business. So this year, I took the joint investment from both of our families and prepared to give Tianjiang a try. As we all know, good steel should be used where it's needed most. As a startup, we still have many areas where we need to spend money. Don't worry, we're not short of money, but when it comes to cash flow, the more abundant the better. I think Mr. Song understands that. Looking at Song Yu, Hu Shujia also raised his head and said with a smile, his arrogant appearance just like a rooster that has laid an egg. A rooster that has laid an egg? Okay, I'll banish the image of that fighter jet from my mind, Song Yu muttered to himself. Whether your cash flow is sufficient or not has absolutely nothing to do with me. That confident, self-assured attitude of his was honestly infuriating. It was as if he thought I would have to give in to him just because he said something. Song Yu understood that they wanted to rent his house simply to show off. When discussing cooperation with others, mentioning that you live in a large apartment in Tianjin, Wanyan City, gives them the illusion that you are very powerful, making it easier to close a deal. But frankly speaking, this still has nothing to do with Songyu. But after thinking about it, Songyu decided to rent him anyway. Firstly, such large, single-level apartments are indeed difficult to rent out. There are people who can afford a monthly rent of 45,000 yuan, but not many are willing to spend that amount. Although paying monthly is a bit of a hassle, we can just ask Zhu Yining to keep an eye on things more often. And if there are any long-term leases, we can notify him in advance. These are all minor issues. So after hesitating for a moment, Songyu nodded and agreed to rent it out once a month. Of course, even if you pay the rent monthly, you still need to pay a 1-month deposit. So after signing the rental agreement, the other party directly transferred 90,000 yuan in rent to Songyu. Then they started making arrangements to move, but this had nothing to do with Songyu. He wasn't that enthusiastic about helping others move. After signing the contract, he went straight back to rest. Songyu rested until after 4 p.m. before preparing to go out. However, he didn't need to go to Tianjin Dance Academy to pick up Gu Qinghan and Shin Yusin today. The two of them can come over in Gu Qinghan's car. However, when Songyu called to ask them what they wanted to eat, they didn't really want to eat at a 5-star hotel anymore. Gu Qinghan, in particular, wasn't very interested in these things, and in the end, she chose a Sichuan restaurant. After sending Songyu his location, the three of them arrived at the restaurant together and started eating. I must say, this Sichuan restaurant is quite good. The twice-cooked pork and mapo tofu are very authentic. They use Sichuan peppercorns and Sichuan peppercorns, especially the Sichuan peppercorns, which taste great. After finishing their meal, the three returned to the hotel, where today's lesson was about to begin. Chapter 60. Should we be together? Phew, you go to your performance. I'll take Shin Yusin home in a bit, and then I'll go home and sleep. As it turned 7:30, Songyu carried Gu Qinghan and Shin Yusin, who had already finished showering, back to the room. Then Gu Qinghan also spoke to Songyu. I'll come to your house tonight after my performance. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Songyu also spoke up. Phew, I don't understand. I was trying to avoid you, but one day is clearly not enough for me to recover. Rolling her eyes, Gu Qinghan looked helplessly at Songyu. It's okay. I promise I won't do anything. I don't believe your promise. Looking at Songyu's serious expression, Gu Qinghan also curled her lips. Actually, it wasn't that she didn't believe Songyu, but rather that she didn't believe herself. After all, with Songyu sleeping next to her, she couldn't control her thoughts. The longer she spent with Songyu, the more she wanted to be with him. The stronger her desire for Songyu became, the more intense it grew. At this moment, she was truly inseparable from Songyu. Her body and soul had completely transformed into Songyu's form. The only slightly troublesome thing is that she hopes Songyu can find some other girls soon so that he can help her share the burden. Seeing Gu Qinghan say that she wouldn't stay with him tonight, Songyu shrugged helplessly. Then, as she said, he got dressed and went to the performance. After Songyu left, Gu Qinghan and Shin Yusin breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Gu, aren't you afraid? If you don't stay with Teacher Song, he'll go find other women? Looking at Gu Qinghan beside her, Shin Yusin also spoke up. I'd love for him to go. I've already made arrangements for you. So get ready. Saturday is your big day. Hearing Shin Yusin's words, Gu Qinghan also smiled and said. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Shin Yusin's face flushed red. Although they had discussed this matter last night, she felt increasingly shy the more she thought about it. At this moment, Songyu naturally had no idea what they had said after he left. At first, Gu Qinghan wouldn't let him hold her while sleeping, which really annoyed Songyu, but he quickly recovered. He knew that excessive indulgence would indeed harm Gu Qinghan's health, so letting her rest more was fine. Anyway, tomorrow was Friday, and with Lin Loli by then. Oh, right. Gu Qinghan had also told Songyu that Saturday was arranged for Shin Yusin. By then, I'll have 3 girlfriends, and that should calm my restless heart. With this in mind, Songyu drove to the big treehouse bar and found an Yi and the others who had just arrived backstage. Tonight's performance was equally wonderful. The group's coordination was even more polished than yesterday. It was clear that an Yi was enjoying her singing more and more, and some people even started recording it and uploading it online. Songyu and his group naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, an Yi and the others really need this popularity. After the performance ended, Songyu drove home. When he arrived at the 55th floor in the elevator and entered, he was stunned. It's 9:20 now. Normally, Yin Han and the others should have finished showering by this time, but they should only be getting ready to shower now. And perhaps because Song Yu hasn't been home these past few days, they seem to have let loose a bit again. Just like Yin Han, who is standing in front of Song Yu right now, she has reverted to the way she was when she first saw her. At that moment, she only had a towel draped over her shoulder, and then, that was it. Song Yu opened the door, and their eyes met. The expected screams and scoldings did not occur. Just as Song Yu realized what was happening and was about to leave, Yin Han couldn't help but speak. "What are you standing there for? Close the door." Oh. Upon hearing her words, Song Yu immediately closed the door, then turned his back, lowered his head, and began to change his shoes, while thinking about how to explain. However, Yin Han didn't seem to need his explanation. Just as Song Yu changed his shoes and turned around, he found that Yin Han hadn't gone into the bathroom on the first floor. Instead, she was standing there, looking at Song Yu with amusement. "Hey, weren't you going to take a shower?" Seeing Yin Han standing so openly in front of him, Song Yu was speechless for a moment and said to her, "Yeah, but you're getting shy? I noticed a while ago that you'd be sneaking glances at us. Now that you can look at us openly, aren't you embarrassed?" Yin Han chimed in, listening to Song Yu's words. Don't talk nonsense." She looked at Yin Han speechlessly. What did she mean by peeping? They were clearly not treating her like a human being. So how did it become her fault? If you're not going to peek, then be more open-minded. We can't keep letting you bathe in the water we've already used, can we? Want to join us? Just as Song Yu was somewhat speechless, Guzhan came down from the second floor. At this moment, she was just like Yin Han. Well, just like when she ate the crayfish last night. Anyway, you guys understand. She walked up to Yin Han, put her arm around Yin Han's shoulder, and said to Song Yu with a grin. Behind her, Zhu Yining, Wan Qing'er, Pan Lu, and Lu Zi also came down from upstairs, but these people weren't as exaggerated as the two of them. Zhu Yining and Wan Qing'er were at least wearing bath towels, but damn it, it would have been better if they hadn't worn any at all. Pan Lu and Lu Zi were wearing 2 bathrobes, but Pan Lu's bathrobe was open at the chest, while Lu Zi's was also open at the chest. But when she saw Song Yu, she couldn't help but blush and tuck her bathrobe in. Well, some of the 6 of them still had a sense of shame, but after hearing Guzhan say that she wanted to invite Song Yu to take a bath together, they did not object. Everyone looked at Song Yu with curiosity. Clearly, they were also very interested in Song Yu. Under their gaze, Song Yu felt numb again. At this point, should I agree? Are they joking or serious? Do they want to sleep with me? At this moment, Song Yu was completely bewildered. All he wanted to ask was to ask everyone watching this scene. If you encountered a situation like this, how would you respond? Song Yu believes that everyone must often make this choice in their daily lives. And if you haven't made it yet, vote for this book. We'll meet tomorrow, and then I'll tell Song Yu how to choose. He's really at a loss right now. I'm waiting online. It's urgent.